You are watching the Vodka stream.
Wham! What's happening, guys? Hey, happy Friday, happy Friday, happy Friday. What's going on, everybody? Hope you guys are doing good. Oh, man. We made it. We made it. That's all that matters. Make sure I got everything going on here. Going live, send out the tweet. All right. Yeah. Whoops. Going love. I put out when I put the tweet out, huh? I mean, not going to say that, why not? We're sending out the love right now. Why not? So I put going love. I love it. Anyways, hey guys, what's going on? Who's out there? We good? We good, everybody? All right. Who we got out here? Huh? Yeah, that's right. We got the Krypton Cage and we got the Viking right here coming on tonight. That's for sure. That's right. What's going on, Mr. Eric? We got Tyler here. It's the dude who calls Snyder Schneider. Do I? Well, if I do that, I'm not being serious. Zack Snyder, but I just like to go Schneider, bring in a little bit of that Sean Connery kind of voice to it. Hashtag David Pinion is the king of live stream. I like it. I like it there, Will. Always good to see you. I had a long day. Don't think I could stay up too late, but always excited. See the real talk. There you go, Bennett. Hey, stay as long as you can and then catch up later. It's the beauty part about all this. You could watch the rest later. That's good. Mr. Lobo, what's up, sir? To me, I'm still in Ghostbusters mode, so I'm like just going to be wearing the hat probably for the rest of the year, So, Abel, always good to see you. Yersh. Happy Friday, Sly. Yeah, that's right. Where is that? All right, we got Javier. Hey. You guys can hear me, right? All right, we got Mr. Fear Jason. Sup. And there's Mama Film Junkee. Hi, Mom. Good to see you. Hope everything's good. Cheers to the weekend for sure, man. Hey, Dave, you think Garza might pop in? Hey, he always gets a link. Always gets a link, but he's been kind of laying low. So, like I said, he always gets a link, and but he's got a lot of things going. But I can't guarantee it. Like I said, but he always gets the link. He definitely does. So, what's going on, Mr. Chuck? You got your tickets to Spidey. That's right. It's going to be it's going to be fantastic, right? That's what I'm looking forward to the most. I'm more hyped about just watching a big movie with a bunch of nerdy people in a packed house, and cheering and, getting all excited more than I'm excited for the movie. That's right. It just seems like, I don't know. There's just something about opening night for a big movie. Really is. Hey, Christian. Well, yeah, sending your love. Ahoy, ahoy, Mr. Jason. Always good to see you. Yeah, man. Yeah, it was kind of a long week, it felt like. Yeah, I guess so. Not as sexy as me. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. But then again, you have better hair than me, so maybe that's a little bit. So hopefully they stay awake. They should, right? I don't know. I know that like the difficulty about tonight's stream was the fact that they are on the other side of the globe. So, but they're like in the future, so they should be good. It should be like becoming like morning for them, right? So hopefully they'll be all right. Is Zack Snyder in Miami? I keep on hearing about that. That's not the first time I've heard that Zack is supposed to be in Miami. I don't know. Like I said, he's of course been relatively quiet. If he's in Miami, cool. That's cool. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with going in Miami. Why not? If he's doing that, I don't know if he's doing that for work purposes or is it just a vacation thing? I don't know. I really don't know. So, try to watch the stream next. There you go. That's what I'm talking about right there. What's the thing about? I know. I don't know. I've heard it a couple of times that he's in Miami. I don't know where anybody's getting this information from. Did he post something on Vero? I haven't checked Vero today, so I don't know. You know, it reminds me of that time remember when he was across the water during that Comic-Con that one time, and everybody thought he was going to show up at Comic-Con, and there was like this whole thing that came out where, oh yeah, he's going to show up a surprise guest at Hall H, and they're going to announce the Snyder Cut. I think that was back in 2018, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was 2018, maybe 2019. I don't know. It was one of those, but I remember that because holy shit, because I kept going. I was like, I reached out to my guy, and I went, is he really going to show up? Because there's, he's right across the water. And he was like, I don't think so. And I went, okay. And then I started saying, hey guys, you need to relax. I don't think he's going to show up. And then he, of course that didn't happen. And there was, well, let's just say I felt like John McClane after fighting a bunch of terrorists in Nakatomi after that week. That's for damn sure, because, it just happens. Hey, we got Kat here. Hi, Kat. Good to see you. Good to see you. Always. Yes, we got some family showing up here, some Snyder people showing up today. So always good to see people in there. Yes, the Junkee family. That's what I'm talking about. Anyways, all right. So today, this is what I got. I got Mulholland vodka, 6-time distilled from 100% corn. And yeah, Mulholland, made in the USA. And geez, oh, look at you. Look at you. Look at you. Jason, thank you, sir. You're awesome, man. You're awesome. Thank you for in Keanu we believe. Absolutely. I know, right? I've been watching. I can't help. It's funny because again, I'm just more excited for Matrix Resurrections more than I am for Spidey. I mean, I did watch the Spidey clips, but I was like, all right, it's cool. But when I watch the Matrix clips, I'm just like, yay. I'm just doing that, man. I don't know. I'm just a little bit more. I'm just more excited for it. So let's try this Mulholland. Oh, that was a good one. All right, let's do this. All right, let's pour this nice and chilled, of course. Man, that is a tough cork. Anyways, all right. Well, cheers, guys. Happy Friday, and thank you again, Jason, sir. You're awesome for constantly supporting the channel more than just watching. I love it. Absolutely love it. Let's see. Okay, got a little bite to it. Not as smooth as some of the others, but it's got a good bite. I like the bite. I'm one of those guys that likes the bite. I do. When everybody, when people like mix their drinks to try to just like get rid of the bite, it's like, nah, I need the bite a little bit, And it's just, the alcoholic in me. I like torture myself. I really do. I don't know, but I'm feeling good. So let's have a fun show tonight. Yeah, let's get, let me go ahead and set the tweets. We'll get my guests in here. All right, so let's see. Let me go ahead. And I just love it when I type in movies that mar. First I just type in the mar, and it brought up Bill Maher, and I'm like, he's not going to be here tonight. Maybe one day. Just kidding. Anyways, all right. Boop, boop. What the hell? I can't type right now. Have joined. All right. Here we go. Okay. All right. Let's get the boys in here. We got Mr. We got the Viking right here, and we got Mr. Krypton Cage Najid. What is going on, guys?
Hey.
How you doing? Don't sound too excited.
This is the first time I've seen you type "going love," and I think it makes sense.
It really is. I mean, that's the kind of stream we're gonna have tonight, guys. Just full of love. That's all we're gonna do. I know. I was like, I don't know what happened. I think it just auto-corrected or something, or I think I typed it out, and I and O are right next to each other, and I just was, I don't know. Who cares? Thank you guys for showing up. What's up?
Thanks for having us, Dave. Really appreciate it.
No problem. Of course,
Yeah,
you guys.
thank you.
Yeah, you guys can find them at Real Talk if you want to check out their YouTube channel. Please do so. Check out their videos. Where am I at here? I got too many damn tabs open. Here it is right here. If it lets me do it. There you go. Check them out. Real Talk. Sunday, Monday, all kinds of shows and talks and everything like that. I always like your guys' thumbnails. I really do. You guys do good with the thumbnails. I mean, that's part of the I guess the craft of being a YouTube channel is just try to come up with some good thumbnails, and I always like your guys' thumbnails.
Well, I don't know if anyone knows this, but KC kind of does all the heavy lifting with the show. I'm just kind of the good looks. I bring all the
yes,
the
exactly.
viewers.
You bring the sexy. You bring the sexy. I get it.
KC does all the heavy lifting, but
I should start putting Jared Leto on every thumbnail.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. I mean, why not? Guy is pretty. No, but how you guys doing tonight? Or I guess it's morning for you guys, right?
4 a.m.
Okay, what time is it? Okay, Mar, what time is it where you're at?
It's 4:20. So it's just about to be 4:20.
Oh, 4:20.
Yeah, well, that wasn't deliberate. We didn't plan it. But no, it's early here. I haven't worked in a few hours, but it's good to get up early and be refreshed for. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it.
See, that's what I try to do. I'm like trying to get you amped up before you have to go to work. So you have to work on a set. What do you do for work?
I do I qualified personal trainer, gym instructor, and stuff like that. And then
I would have never guessed.
I coach. I won't do it.
Okay. Do it for the folks. Do it for the audience.
Coach kids then as well, like in sports, so Irish sports.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a game later on. We have a final today, so that's in 6 hours from now. So I have to get ready in about 2.5 and go. So, but I enjoy it. It's not like you're working from really early till really late at night. It's good hours, but it's enjoyable as well.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, it doesn't feel like work. It's something that you're looking forward to doing. That's good. And tell everybody where you're located again.
I'm in Ireland. Right in the center of Ireland, a place called Westmeath. So there's actually been bad winds and bad weather here the last few days, but it's mostly on the coast. So if you live on the coast, it's pretty bad with the winds. But I'm in the center, so I'm safe. So if the place gets flooded, we're an island. So if it gets flooded, I'll be the last to die without the floods. So I'm in the best location.
Okay. Good.
Okay. What's the guy who's making that movie? He makes the disaster movies.
Roland Emmerich.
Yeah, Roland Emmerich. Yeah. I'm a location where he would love to just make a movie about that.
Nice. I like it. And then Najeed, Mr. KC, Krypton Cage. How's it going, sir?
All good. It's 9:50 a.m. here in India. And
so it's like
I haven't slept
up. Yeah. You haven't slept yet?
Yeah.
What? What the hell have you been doing? Were you fighting crime? What's going on?
Well, my time is actually I do night shifts, so my timing is reverse. So that's why I'm more aligned with you guys.
Gotcha. What do you do?
I work at Uber. I'm a senior support specialist.
Okay, so you're not doing the driving. You're like you're the other stuff. Yeah, I actually have a buddy of mine.
The technical one.
Yeah, I have a buddy of mine who he was working for Lyft, but he started off as a driver, and then I don't know. Do you guys have Lyft where you guys are at, or is it just Uber?
No, just Uber.
Okay, just Uber. Okay, so that's why Lyft is not as big, I guess. I guess it's when it comes to the States, obviously it's like back and forth. You hear Lyft, you hear Uber, mainly you hear Uber, but he helped try to get that thing going, and he was always a part of the technical side and everything. So that's cool. But he started off as a driver. Did you start off as a driver, or did you just immediately go into that stuff?
No, I was working at Amazon before, and my job was similar there as well. So basically it was customer support, and even here it is that. So yeah.
That's cool. That's cool. And then I'm always jealous of your camera setup. You and Steven have, obviously you guys are
Steven
like,
has the best one.
dude, I know that guy with his like dream lens kind of thing going on. I know. Because I've talked to you about like what kind of lens or what kind of camera. I've asked you about cameras, and then of course Steven, I've done that too. But yeah, I know. Yeah, I remember when you actually came on a Vodka stream a while back, and it was just like, yeah, your shots, better than all of ours. That's for sure. We're always jealous of that. I know. And it's funny too because when I got my new camera, I was like, all right, everything looks a little bit more crisp and stuff like that. But then I'm just like, but I'm not quite feeling the cinematic. I'm like, and then I'm thinking about new lenses right now, and I'm like, I don't know which one to get, and we'll figure it out. But maybe in the new year, maybe
I'm the complete opposite. I'm the opposite
Yeah.
because I do everything on my phone.
Yeah.
I have like cheap headphones, so like
Yeah.
I'm the low budget version of the YouTube world.
Yeah.
Because like
Nothing wrong with that.
because during the like well, we're still in the pandemic kind of in some places, but like during like the first lockdowns, I was like bored out of my mind. So like I really always wanted to do YouTube. And I
Yeah.
was like, I have a phone, so I might as well just shoot crappy videos and upload them. So I started doing that, like, and I still do it on my phone, but it was just some fun. It was just fun to do because I was bored and nothing else to do. And
Yeah.
it worked. Like it wasn't. It's not the best. I'm not the best in the world. I don't have the best camera or anything like that. But I just find it fun. It's like a hobby to do. And then
Yeah.
I hooked up with KC, and we started doing like live shows as well. So it was good to keep a bit of interest in something during all these lockdowns and during all the times where you're just stuck at home. It was fun,
Yeah.
and it still is.
It's understandable. I mean, when I started doing the live stream, I've started doing more live stream just when the pandemic hit because I was like, why not? Everybody's at home, and it's always good to see like people pop up, and I've talked to you guys for a while and see you guys hook up and just like the dynamic that you guys have. I was like, all right, that works. Because I'm mainly usually talking to myself the whole time.
That is
like,
very hard.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, but I can do it somehow. Probably because I'm a little crazy. But it's just But that's why I love about the Vodka stream because I'm like, hey, I get to talk to people now. Yay, this is great. But no, it's always good to like find that little dynamic, whether it's a duo or maybe even a trio or something like that. And you guys, you guys definitely have that, which is good. And and then you hooked up with the Real Anarchy guys, and then kind of branched off from there. Those guys.
Yeah, well, we should say thanks to Ben Everts because he's the one who kind of got in touch with us and he said like we're thinking about doing this extra show and you and Casey have a great kind of chemistry on Twitter and stuff like that. So would you be interested? And we started doing it. And so like I think it was like Garza and Ben had their show twice a week and then we jumped on had a show then as well and it was going pretty well. And then we kind of got the idea to we kind of were afraid to kind of say to Ben, you mind if we kind of do our own channel, but we're still a part of Real Anarchy because we kind of wanted to have our own thing as well and try and build that up on our own. And he was cool about it. He says, "Yeah, of course, no problem." So that's a big.
Yeah, no,
Ben.
Ben's great. Yeah, Ben's great. Like, and I noticed that too. And I mean, you're doing pretty good. You're like what at over 2,000 subs? I thought I saw the other day or something like that.
That's my one. And our real talk one is just about to hit 200, I think.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, we'll try to get those numbers up. But yeah. And one of the things about you, Mr. Maurer, Mr. Viking, is you were one of the first to say, "What now?" Hashtag
the first.
Was he the first? Have we determined that he was the first to say Snyder Cut? I mean,
that's a controversy.
I know some people might be like, no, but yes.
It was like some people were saying it first, but I was the first to put it on a T-shirt and start to wear it around. So technically, no, but I first to hashtag it, I suppose.
Yeah, you're first to hashtag it, right?
Yeah.
So what? Okay, so let's go back to that because that's what's so crazy about it. Is like some people might not, who's watching right now might not realize that you were one of the first to actually, hashtag it. So what? So take us back to that day. When you did. It wasn't like. Was it the same day? I'm trying to remember the date. I know it was like within the week, but was it was it November 17th or was it the day after? I can't remember exactly when it was.
Yeah, I should say it at the start because many people give me shit over it that I just say this for clouch and stuff like that. People who
Oh, of
don't like
course.
me, but that's
Yeah,
okay. That's okay. That's okay.
it's
But
all
look,
right. It's all right. I'm
I
paying
like,
you guys in clout bucks tonight, so.
yeah, exactly. It pays the bills. That's why I have to work in 2 hours. But
All right.
it's like there has to be a feeling behind it. Like the Snyder Cut wouldn't have been a thing unless all these people felt passionate about it. I could have tweeted out like release the butthole cut if that movie came out or Cats came out in 2017. Nobody would have cared. Nobody would have got behind that. The kind of Snyder
Yeah.
Cut has become a thing in culture. So it took every single person to tweet or to raise money to make it aware to everybody.
Oh,
So
of course.
yeah. But back in 2017, I was excited for Justice League, like us all, of course. And I remember when it broke on Collider, because I used to watch Collider back in the day a lot. And it broke that Zack Snyder had left and Josh Whedon was coming in to take over. And I was like, oh, that's a bummer, that's terrible, and stuff like that. Maybe, like, Zack and Whedon's vision could come together. Maybe they'd make a really good film together because you got the Avengers
That's
director, you
what
got
we
the
all hope for.
Batman v Superman director. And I was like, maybe we could actually get a really cool movie, two great visions. But yeah, so watched the movie, of course, and I didn't like it after the first viewing. The opening scene just did it for me straight away with Superman. I was like,
Yeah.
this isn't Zack Snyder's film whatsoever. And then I was kind of in denial because I was working the next day, and I was like to myself, Jesus,
We all were.
maybe Zack just didn't get to finish it, and he had to leave because he had to leave that time. And Josh Whedon tried to do his best, and the team tried to do their best, just didn't have enough time to finish the film. And then we heard all this stuff about the executives who wanted to get money for it coming out before the year finished. So I thought maybe the studio butchered it. Everyone tried their best. So then I went back and I kind of was in denial. I started watching the first trailers for Justice League. I think the Comic Con one came out where Batman goes and money real and it's useful, stuff like that. I was like,
Yeah.
that wasn't in the movie. That's a pretty cool shot. It looked done. And then there
Yeah.
was more scenes in the trailer that weren't in the movie. And I was thinking to myself, well, like, there was a director's cut of Watchmen. There was a director's cut of Batman v Superman, for God's sake. That was only a few years. That was only the year before. Like he's had director cuts for loads of his movies. So I was thinking to myself, he must have a director's cut of this movie, but none of us knew the extent that it was done
Yeah.
or how long his director's cut would be. I thought maybe an extra 20 minutes, 30 minutes, like Batman v Superman. A few of the scenes we had seen in the trailers. And then there was discussion online. I think many people may follow him. Carlos Digital, I think is his name on Twitter. Carlos,
Oh yeah.
he,
Yeah.
he was talking about, but there has to be a Snyder cut. A few other people like that. And then on the 21st of November, which was like 4 days after the theatrical cut came out, I tweeted that hashtag release the Snyder Cut. And at the time, I didn't know it was the first hashtag of it until much later. And I didn't know that there was so many people passionate about it because around that time, I was more kind of on Facebook and Instagram and using YouTube more than actual Twitter. But I was on Twitter here and there. And it just started to gain attraction. I remember there was kind of a signatures thing to see if people would be interested to put this to Warner Brothers to release Zack Snyder's director's cut. And Fiona was talking about as well. Different people like that were getting really behind it. And I didn't know until much later that I was the first to hashtag it. And yeah, that's kind of how it was born. Just thinking that there has to be a director's cut and watching the previous trailers, TV spots that weren't
Yeah.
used. It was false marketing. Like we were told we were going to watch a movie and we weren't given that movie whatsoever, which still annoys me to this day. But thankfully this year it was kind of restored. And but yeah, I was in denial. And then I started to kind of open my eyes a bit, like all of us did. Some of us at the start, some of us much later. But by the time it was necessary for the movie to come out, or first kind of gain more attraction, everyone was everyone was great. And I think
Yeah.
Zack Snyder's thanked us so much because without all the fans, without everybody talking about it, even the naysayers, because they added to the fuel. Like all these articles about it doesn't exist. People click on those stuff and they read it, and then it's in their head. And then when they hear something else about it, like, oh, there is actually a Snyder Cut. Oh, I heard about that before.
Mhm.
You know, it adds to it. So I think everything contributed to the movie coming out. So that was kind of the
Yeah.
origins. That's my origin story.
That's your origin story right there. That's why, yeah. I mean, come on. I mean, it's a good origin story. It really is. I mean, when everybody was going back and kind of like wondering where this whole thing kind of started. I mean, obviously it took a lot of people, and and just I love how you said, like, being in denial kind of thing. I mean, we all kind of were. I mean, it was. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Where I remember walking away from the press screening that I literally saw on Warner Brothers lot, just kind of just walking away, just feeling like I got punched in the gut, going, like in turning to the guy that I was talking to before, I'm like, did that feel like Snyder to you? And he was like, no. And I went, yeah, they kind of de-Snydered that. And then I went and I was going to the premiere. And I was just kind of, like I've said it before too. It was like I said, everybody's waiting for my first reaction. I'm like, what the heck? What the fuck do I say right now? I don't know what to say because everybody's like so.
I was one of them.
Yeah, do you remember that? I mean, like
Yeah.
you don't know. I was sitting in my car for about a good 10 minutes, just going, I can't be a downer, but I want to kind of keep it. I did not know what to say. That's why when I remember I got a lot of messages going like, so did you like it? It's like, oh shit. And then I did a follow-up video and yeah, I mean, and then I, in my review, I try to be as optimistic as possible. And I mean, sadly, that clip still rolls around every now and again from some of those naysayers. But I'm like, okay, fine. But it's kind of funny too, because I mean, we, Mr. Marr here talking about like, the first time doing the hashtag release Snyder Cut. I mean, I think like probably that 4 days later, I was like, when I decided to finally go off, I actually coined Zack Snyder's Justice League. So cheers to that, right?
Yeah.
I actually said that was not Zack Snyder's Justice League, and I was like, ooh, no, I'm not trying to take any kind of credit for that. No, I think it was perfect that Zack decided to put his name on it because, I mean, look what's happening now. I mean, that's why I titled, after seeing all the top 10, lists that it showed up on, the fact that it was once a pipe dream and now it's on top 10 lists. That's just, it's insane to think about that. It's really awesome. I mean,
I like that only usually kind of happens for original IPs where a director kind of puts his name in front of something like Quentin Tarantino's hit day, like stuff like that. Like nowadays you see like Stanley Kubrick's whatever movie it is. Snyder has it now while he's like right here with an IP that's not really his, with Batman and with Superman. His name is in front of it. And that's like kind of swinging something as well, but it's also an FU towards Warner Brothers, and
exactly.
and that's the best thing about it.
I love the fact that with all these lists and stuff, like they have to see that and it says his name right in front of it, and it's like they're probably just like, damn it, and I know that he just like, yep, that's what we want to do. So, so KC, let's get into your origin story. I don't even remember when we got connected on Twitter or whatever the hell, but I mean, obviously you do great work when it comes to editing, when it comes to a lot of things. And I mean, obviously, you do the daytime work as we all do, but real passion is, the online movies, cameras, lenses, editing. So how long have you been doing all that kind of stuff?
Actually, I used to edit. Obviously, I was an amateur and all that before, but I was always interested in movies and shows and all that. But I was kind of always the creative person. So I used to, tinker with music, making music on the software that I had and all that, and editing videos and stuff. So I like creating stuff, whether it's film or music. I just now I just like it more. But before that, I used to do music more.
Yeah.
So eventually,
you DJ before, right? You've done DJing and stuff.
Yeah. So eventually, I got into DJing, but I started with music production.
Okay.
And obviously, I was just playing around with the software, and then I got interested in it and learned a lot of stuff over the years, and then started making it, and then eventually got into DJing. But this, BVS and Justice League, that got me more interested in editing and stuff because, like all of us, I used to, dissect each trailer. As soon as each trailer came out, it felt less and less Snyder. So especially that last Heroes trailer, that was just
oh man, you go back and watch that, it's like it's rough because that's when the Russian family started getting injected into it, and the final act started turning all orangey kind of weird and whatever. Yeah
And the hype for that trailer was very high, though, because I remember, when the Comic-Con happens and they show the trailer, there's a couple of sites that keep updating the text and all that, every minute, whatever happens. So I was just reading everything, and I remember the hype for that trailer was over the roof. And when I first saw the trailer, I did like it. But then I realized that it's very different from what's happening, what came out, and obviously rumors came out that they are completely, Zack Snyder was fired and they're completely removing Snyder elements and all that. Obviously, I didn't believe those at first. I was optimistic, and because the official report was saying otherwise, I was just um, thinking that it probably wasn't happening. And then obviously I followed your channel and we all thought that, those were rumors and all that. The day I saw the movie, right from the first scene, I knew what was going to happen. Like, yeah.
That first
scene.
Oh, dude. I mean,
That was
just imagine seeing it and then going to the premiere and watching all the actors walk in and then seeing Cavill and just going, I wanted to literally just like run out on the red carpet. I'm like, do you realize what they did to your face? Your face, man. I was like, your pretty face. They fucked it up. And it's just, that's one of the things too, is like, it was such a crazy night because seeing all that. And then all of a sudden, like when I'm seeing all the actors come in and I'm like, all right, cool. And then I see Debbie and I see, Charles Roven, right? And just everybody. No Zack.
Yeah.
I went, it was just, I should do like a whole telling of just how, like maybe like a whole video of just like kind of telling of that night. Because when I saw that Zack wasn't there, I was like, geez, this is even worse than I thought. But then, but at the same time, I'm sitting there going, okay, how do I, and it sucks too, because I wish I can go back and tell myself, just freaking unload and say how much this movie sucks in your original review. Do it. But I try to be as optimistic as possible. And I hate the fact that I did that. And, and it sucks. But
no, but I understand because that movie, it's not just because of the hype of Justice League and Zack Snyder. It was because of all the drama surrounding whether it's a Zack Snyder movie or whether it's not. So you were one of the first ones to be able to see the movie. So I know how much pressure you would have had because everyone is waiting for your first reaction just to, listen to that one question answered. Is it Zack Snyder's movie?
Yeah, I know.
Nobody cares if it's good or bad. They just wanted one question answered.
I know it was a rough time. But then when I finally was just like over trying to be as optimistic as possible, because I saw it the second time and did a second, and I was like, hey, just walk in and look at it like a DC animated movie wrapped in flesh. And I try to be that was the most optimistic I ever got when I saw it the second time. Just watch it like it's, and that was like my kind of like clue of like, hey, it's not Zack Snyder. Just imagine it as a DC animated wrapped in flesh, maybe. Not one of the good ones, but hey, it was just.
There's a bad taste in that movie as well because like I like bad movies as well. I can enjoy bad comedy.
Oh yeah, it's nothing wrong with a bad movie.
Wolverine Origins, like it's bad, but I get a kick out of it. Like I'd actually like the first two acts of the Josh Trank Fantastic Four one, even though that was kind of butchered as well.
Oh yeah,
that was big time butchered.
There's something different about the Snyder Cut because of what happened behind the scenes, and you learn more about it time after time. And if like Zack had to leave because he had to leave that time, and they tried their best, I could probably still watch the 2017 version and like some parts of it. But then when you know what happened behind the scenes, how he was treated and how they disrespected us as the fans, you're like, that just puts a bad taste. It gets me in a bad mood. I have to sit down and watch it, so I just can never watch that movie again.
Oh, I know.
Right.
Like that's what I loved about like before the Snyder Cut came out. I mean, we had that live watch, just to kind of put it to bed, and we just ripped it to shreds.
I couldn't watch that.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it just watching it for that last time, and it was just like, oh my god. I mean, it was just ripped to shreds. We just ripped it to shreds, and yeah, man, it's
The only scene I would say that I enjoyed in the theater, and everybody in the theater was cheering for that scene, was at Heroes Park when Flash is in slow motion and Superman just turns his eye. That got everyone cheering.
yeah. And luckily enough, that was still Zack
Yeah.
doing it. Didn't have his color palette, but
Yeah.
it was still that was still a Zack Snyder. Yeah, and I've even said like, just because I was such a diehard Batman fan, I always was like, oh yeah, I actually was okay with it. But of course, watching it again, I'm like, the only thing that's good about the opening Batman Justice is just when he's perched up on the gargoyle. I'll give him that. I'll give that shot where he's perched because it looks kind of cool. But other than that, when I watch it again, I'm like, yeah, I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. This is not that. This is not good. He literally says Alfred in front of a criminal.
Yeah.
Like,
I think we were just excited to see Ben Affleck return as Batman in that. Probably that. But that shot is good though.
yeah. So, I mean,
agree.
there's just something about that. Seeing Batman perched up on a, on a gargoyle sticking off a building, it's just, I mean, that's just like, they kind of were going like, hey, maybe we'll have some kind of. I think they were trying to make it. They were like, hey, what would the Arkham video game look like? And when he had his little wrist thing, and like that was very Arkham like and everything. But and it's just kind of funny. You watch Zack Snyder's Justice League. He didn't have that. No.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing they had on his gauntlets were like some extra, things that absorbed energy, which made more sense. He didn't have like a computer on his forearm.
Iron Man,
But
yeah.
like, it makes no sense because if they wanted to like have a shorter 2 hour movie and like a little bit more upbeat, they could have did that out of Zack Snyder's Justice League because it's actually there's a lot of jokes in Zack Snyder's Justice League still.
Yeah.
It's still very hopeful and optimistic. Like, they could have cut it down to 2 hours, not did the reshoots whatsoever, and just released. Not saying I would have liked to see just a 2 hour version of Zack Snyder's Justice. I'm just saying they messed up big time going back to reshoot everything. They could have just got Ben to maybe take over. I know he was going in bad place as well, but like they just did everything wrong with that movie. And Josh Whedon just seemed to have a big ego coming in. I'm a big Avenger director. I'm going to reshoot this entire thing in 5 months. That's just crazy.
Yeah, see, that was one of the things where I was like, I remember just making a bunch of videos about it when there was the rumors that they were trying to really just redo this movie. And I'm like, that's impossible. In 6 months, that's not going to happen. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I mean, like, who would believe that? Like a studio to try to redo this huge movie in 6 months, it just didn't make sense. And then I remember, as soon as you watch that, you watch that opening scene, your smile goes away and you go, oh shit, they really did. They tried to redo this whole movie. The mustache thing, oh my God, it's real. It was all very real. And then, I've made the joke before, like I kind of thank Christopher McQuarrie for saying, no, he can't shave his mustache. I'm sorry. Because that caused, as much as like I feel bad for Cavill for having that out there, at the same time, it's like, well, that kind of helped us get to where we are now with with Zack Snyder Justice League, because the fact that they Paramount and Quarry said no, he's not shaving his mustache. I'm sorry, and I thought that was. I remember at the time I was like, well, why would geez, come on, you could easily put. But then it made sense because obviously that that final act of Fallout where he's in the helicopter, a lot of wind. So it would have looked a little weird if it was a fake mustache or whatnot. So I actually, I commend McQuarrie for sticking, and Paramount. Nope.
Tom Cruise wouldn't have liked the fake mustache.
Tom Cruise probably, I'm sure he had an opinion about it too. He's like, no, you're not shaving your mustache. What do they want to do? What? Fuck that. No thanks. But it's just great that, like I said, this week, top 10, Variety, for one, who literally posted an article that said it, no plans, it's a pipe dream. And now it's in their top 10, and it was the only CBM in the top 10. How great is that, right?
It's awesome.
It's crazy because, like, this didn't exist. Many people said it doesn't exist. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And now it's in the top 10 movies of the year from like a big outlet. It's not just like random guy blog doing his top
Yeah.
10. It's it's proper people that are in the industry, they're right for the industry. So yeah, it's awesome to see. And Zach acknowledged it as well.
Yeah,
He let us know.
I love that he posted the Variety article first, and then he also posted the pipe dream and the thing
Yes.
before, and I love that.
I know, man. See, he knows. And then, and then of course the IMDb, which I know some people were not happy with because it was like, fifth or whatever the hell it was, even though it was rated higher. But it's like, yeah, but they were,
Based on
yeah,
ratings, it was second, but I think popularity wise, it was lower.
yeah, because they were, I mean, IMDb, of course, was just talking about, oh, this is how many page visits we got. They looked at that. So, but I was like, hey, guys, just be happy that it's in another top 10 list. That's all. Just be happy about that. And there were some people that were just like, what the hell? And I'm like, aren't you ever happy?
Yeah, I think Eternals is so high because people find out Harry Styles is a.
Oh, probably.
Harry Styles in this.
I'm sure. I know. When you look at that list, you kind of go like, oh yeah, I could see why. Because when you have like these big ensemble casts, I mean, obviously Dune was number one, and that had a huge cast of known names, so it probably got visited so many times. It was like, wait, so and so's in it, holy, blah blah blah. There's just like a lot of things and then like you said with Eternals, it probably went from like, oh wait, what is this movie? Who's in this? And then when there was like that, when it was revealed that Harry Styles was in the post credit, they probably freaking, I mean, God knows how many like young ladies went to that thing and was like, is this serious? Oh my God,
And Timothy as well for Dune.
Yeah.
He's
exactly.
Like
I know Timothy. Jeez.
Johnny Depp, Leonardo DiCaprio of today, like in terms of everyone loves them. Like they're really popular.
Yeah,
because
I know.
Back when Johnny Depp and them were big, there was no social media. So
yeah,
I
know.
Right now.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine if back in those days with those guys, I mean, when they were at the height, like the super high, I mean, they're still, well, Johnny Depp not so much, but Leo's still pretty up there. But I mean, yeah, when they were coming up, when they were like the young studs, Jesus, yeah, that's pretty much. I mean, that's kind of where it's now. I mean, Timothy, I and it's funny too because I watched Don't Look Up yesterday, and I totally forgot that Chalamet was in that movie, and I was like, oh yeah, and he's playing this like skater kid, stoner kid with like long nappy hair, and I'm like, yeah, but you still got that jawline. You still like a good looking dude. I mean, I get it, but it's just that must be kind of rough because obviously, genetically he was blessed with like some good bone structure. I'm like, but I think Mark can agree. He should lift a dumbbell. He needs to gain a little bit of weight. If he gains a little bit of weight, he'll be unstoppable. If he gets like, I mean, that's one of the things that if I was one of his people, if I was one of his people, I'd be like, dude, just gain about 10 pounds of muscle. You're going to be like, everybody's going to, I mean, just get to that point. Because, I mean, even Brad Pitt, when he first started, like, you go back to Thelma and Louise, I mean, he had his shirtless scene. He was lean. I mean, obviously, he was, like, still ripped, but he was, like, he was relatively skinny. And then all of a sudden, then you see him in Fight Club or any other thing else, and it's like, bam, there it was. And he was just the ultimate. It's like, Timothy, just get on a regimen a little bit. I'm sure he is, but it's like, dude, you need to get on, like, just start.
Hey, I'll do it. I'll do it.
There you go. You got a guy right here. Exactly. You got a trainer right here. He knows what to do.
But I think he's waiting for the Nightwing film.
That's what it is, right? I know some people have said that. I've even talked to people just in private chats, and it was funny too because when somebody brought that up, I went, you realize that one of the distinctive characteristics of Nightwing is an ass. Timothy Chalamet doesn't have an ass. He's going to have to do a lot of squats if he's going to fill out that Nightwing.
I feel like these studios put out, we're looking for a Zac Efron type for this role, for Daniel, right? Just like they felt like that's the kind of actor they want. I think like they'd want somebody like Timothy Chalamet for Nightwing. That's what they were putting out of theater. If they couldn't get him first, they'd be looking for somebody like him. Even though Brandon Thwaites is actually pretty good on Titans, it's just doesn't have a good script.
Not good writing.
Story. Yeah. But I wanted to
Jeez.
ask Dave, Don't Look Up it's out in theaters here now. It's not on Netflix till the 25th. Do you recommend seeing it in theaters or wait until Netflix?
I mean, it doesn't need to be seen in theaters. I mean, there's some pretty like I was actually surprised about how much big like visual effect shots that were in that movie. You know, because there was we understood what the synopsis of the movie was, obviously, but it never really showed too much anything like, okay, it's like, okay, we got Leonardo DiCaprio, we got Jennifer Lawrence. They found a comet that's going to be hitting Earth, and then they go to the president, and then they're just kind of acting like idiots and blah blah blah. And there wasn't. I actually respect the marketing of that for not showing as much as they did, because when you watch the movie, some of the things you're like, wow, this was actually a lot bigger than I thought it was going to be, which I was glad. I mean, maybe I just didn't pay attention so much to the marketing. I remember watching like the first two trailers, and it just seemed like it didn't really show much, and I thought that was actually good, because they were just kind of banking on, hey, we got Leo and we got J-Law. What else the fuck do you want? And we got Meryl Streep. She's president. I mean, Jonah Hill, he's funny. What else do you want in this? And it was just kind of like, yeah, you're right. And then when I was watching, I went, oh yeah, Ron Perlman's in here. Kate Blanchett's in here. My God. I was like, I totally forgot that. And, Tyler Perry's in here also. I mean, there was like people that started popping up, and I went, but it's just one of those movies where, I enjoyed it, liked it a lot, but at the same time, there was like parts I was so annoyed about, because it was just got too much of a parody, too like what are you trying to get
Too
here?
preachy.
Yeah, a little bit. There's those, because we're dealing with the comet, and you could see like the little allegory of like, yeah, comet and the way things are now politically with like COVID and stuff. And it was just like McKay was trying to play on that a little bit, but it gets a little too ridiculous at times. But then at the same time, you just kind of go, all right. I think it was almost like there was times where I was like, wow. I mean, this movie is really, really fantastic, acting wise. Obviously with Leo and Jennifer Lawrence. But then it felt like almost like a parody sometimes, like a big time parody. And I'm like, all right, are you trying to go for this? Trying to go for this? It was almost seemed like it just kept shifting a little bit. And sometimes, I mean, yeah, it worked, but for the most part, but sometimes it just felt a little jarring, I guess. But I would say you don't have to see it in the theaters if you don't want to. If you catch it on Netflix, I don't think you'll lose anything. It's not one of those, it's not Dune. It's not one of those kind of movies that you should definitely see on a big screen.
Yeah, because do you think it was the type of movie that would have been better for Will Ferrell? Because him and McKay kind of fell out, I think. They're
Yeah,
not
I
that
saw
close
that.
anymore. Do you think he would have been Do you think he would have pulled it off more?
No, well, no, because if you're talking about what, like if he played Leo's character or
One of
something
those
like that,
characters. Maybe
yeah, I would say. Well, I think if I had to pick a character that Will Ferrell would have ended up playing, it would have, it would have been Ron Perlman's character, because he's so ridiculous. Maybe, and then it's just like, so maybe like that character, but I couldn't see Leo Will Ferrell playing Leo's character. I think Leo. I mean, that's one of the best thing about that movie is the fact that the performances are great. Like I thought Jennifer Lawrence was just, and for her like coming back, like I know she took a break, and this being her first movie, even though it's like, it's kind of ridiculous and whatever, but like I really enjoyed her character the most. Like some of her scenes are just absolutely fantastic, and they're funny. And I know a lot of people are like, what do they do with her hair? But it's like, yeah, but it fits the character. I get it. The hair, the bangs look ridiculous, but I think it just really fits her character. So, but yeah, Will Ferrell. It's kind of funny when I saw like they had like a falling out, because apparently Adam McKay and Philip Seymour. No, what's his name? Not Philip Seymour Hoffman. Who's God? I
John
can't.
C. Reilly.
Yeah, John C. Reilly. Jeez, totally drawing a blank. Apparently, they have a series that's coming out soon that takes place in like the 70s. I just saw the trailer for it today. That has to do with like basketball and stuff, and I'm like, okay, so they didn't have a falling out, but Will Ferrell and
Yeah,
very interesting.
Adam McKay was doing a movie. I read it the other day, and he had Will Ferrell first, and then last minute he got John C. Riley for it instead, and never told
Mm.
Will Ferrell that he was in contact with John C. Riley about this role that he had. And Will Ferrell was kind of pissed off. He's like, "You didn't even tell me that you went to somebody else." That's basically that's what I read the other day. It was in Hollywood Reporter, one of those outlets, that
Hmm.
he was in discussion with Will Ferrell for a role, and then last minute he goes to John C. Riley for the same role and never told Will Ferrell. So I mean, that's what happened. I don't know, but the reason I was asking was because me and Casey are watching the Shrink Next Door on Apple TV right now,
Oh, I heard that's pretty good.
and Casey, do you want to tell what it's about?
Yeah.
It's insane. It's insane.
Oh, you know what?
No, you go ahead. You've heard the podcast as well, right?
Yeah, so right, basically it's based on a true story, and you have Will Ferrell's character who owns a fabric company. He just got it from his parents who passed away.
Don't
He's
give
been rich all
spoilers
his
from the
life.
podcast though.
No, I won't. No. He's been rich. He's been rich all his life. He's kind of like been everything's been done for him and stuff. But he struggles with anxiety. But he goes to this shrink, which is Paul Rudd's character. And over the span of 28 years, Paul Rudd's character basically takes over Will Ferrell's character's life, and he's
Mm.
manipulative. He's very controlling, reverse psychology, and Will Ferrell's character is very vulnerable. He gets him to kind of cut off ties with his family. Paul Rudd's character does. So it was a small falling out with his sister, and then Paul Rudd's character is like, you have to just get away from her, and basically has nobody. So the only person he can go to every time with a problem is a psychiatrist, which is Paul Rudd's character. And he takes, like, it's in the trailer and stuff, he takes over his business, takes over his personal life, he takes over
Jeez.
his private home in the Hamptons. It's insane. You will not believe it. It's on episode 7 right now, and Will Ferrell is giving such a great dramatic performance. It's a drama. There's not much comedy in it whatsoever. And you're gonna, Dave, I guarantee you, when you watch the show, you're gonna be so frustrated. You're gonna just hate Will, or you hate Paul Rudd's character. I know it's gonna be hard to do.
That's gonna be
You're just
very
gonna
hard to do.
you're gonna want to jump into your TV and just punch him. This guy is the worst of the worst. He's worse
Wow.
than Joker or Bane or Thanos.
Yeah.
He's just that's terrible. But it's an
Scum,
awesome
huh?
show.
But see, I love that. I love that. I love because obviously when you see the cast of that, it's even got a Catherine Hahn in it too. It's almost like, oh yeah, we got an Anchorman reunion. But then you go, yeah, but it's not Anchorman. You're like, no, it's not Anchorman. So yeah, thank you, Danny, for the donation and saying, hey, you got some faves right here. So that's good. No, but yeah, that's what I like about that stuff. When like these, I always say too, like when it comes to comedian actors, I guess you say like these kind of actors, I think it's a lot easier for them to transition to a dramatic, acting
Yeah,
role than it is the other way around. Like, yeah, you can have some dramatic actors be funny and, knock it out, like Tom Hanks, perfect example. I mean, obviously, well, but at the same time, he kind of started in like more of a comedic kind of roles, with like, I remember the Bosom Buddies TV show and blah, 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 and he Bachelor Party. That's a classic movie. So he kind of like transitioned. He was always like kind of like that funny guy. And then he went into the dramatics. But yeah, so I mean, I guess that is a bad example. But it always seems like it's much easier if like if you're naturally funny, you can actually, it's much easier to transition to like those kind of roles. But the fact that you said that you're going to hate Paul Rudd, I'm like,
yeah,
it's hard to hate Paul Rudd. It
yeah.
really is, no matter what.
Like, but as you said, like I've talked to Casey about this in our show. I think there's two types of actors. There's the Robert De Niro's, there's the Leonardo
Yeah.
DiCaprio's, and then you have the comedic actors who go to drama, and it's completely different. And it's in a
Yes.
way, for me, I don't know, maybe people will disagree. It feels more personal. It feels more realistic when they hit drama. Good example is True Story on Netflix right now with Kevin Hart and Wesley Snipes. You think those two guys, it would be a comedy? No, it's just full on drama. Kevin Hart is probably the best performance of his whole career. It's fantastic.
Wow. I have
It's
to check that out.
it's a mini series on Netflix. It's like first episode's an hour, then after that it's like 30 minutes. So you'll go through it in 4 or 5 hours. It's brilliant. But like Robin Williams, Jim Carrey, Adam Sandler, Ben
Yeah.
Stiller, when these guys hit drama, it's just a different level of drama, and it's what intrigues me so much. When these guys go a different direction that you're not expecting. It's easy to see Robert De Niro in a drama because he's been in thousands of them. When Will Ferrell does it, wow, why is this?
Yeah, he's
Shocked.
really good here.
Is he? Okay. So I'm going to check that out. I'm going to check that out because I kind of got a little burnt out from Kevin Hart. I'm not gonna lie. Like it just because he's everywhere, he's just everywhere. And I'm not saying that, I appreciate his hustle. Like he's always out there and he's always doing it. And even like when he had that accident and everything where he broke his back, it was like, I've never like hated Kevin Hart. I like when I mean, the first time I saw him was like Scary Movie 3, and I thought it was hilarious. Yeah, and then I saw his comedy, and I was like, yeah, this guy's pretty hilarious. And then after a while, it was just like, and then all of a sudden he started blowing up, and I'm like, all right, he's just like the same guy. But if like he's trying to get more, yeah, I'll have to check out that what's that series called with him and Wesley Snipes?
True Story.
That's right, True Story. That's right.
Yeah, it's not a true story.
Yeah. And that's what's funny too is like Wesley Snipes. It's like when you heard that, you're like, oh wow, that's an interesting pairing right there. Because
yeah, there's a funny story because he got the script and he said he saw Kevin Hart's name on it. He thought it was a comedy, so he was reading it as a comedy. He was like, man, I don't know if I want to do this because it's a comedy and that's your thing. And Kevin Hart's like, no, this is a drama. And then Wesley Snipes like, oh, okay, I'm in. I'll do
it. See, that's great. See, that's fantastic. And I obviously love some Wesley Snipes. And Wesley Snipes has done, the first time I got that I found out about him was when I was a kid and watched Major League. I mean, when he played Willie Mays Hayes, I mean, that was full on comedy. And I don't know if you guys have seen. Have you seen Major League? If you haven't seen it.
Is it baseball? Film?
It's a baseball movie. It came out in the 80s, and it's got Charlie Sheen, Tom Berenger. It's got, it's a great movie. Like it's my favorite. Like I'm a baseball fan. My favorite all-time baseball movie. It's just it's ridiculous. But yeah, even other actors. I mean, some of the people in the chat are saying, yeah, like I said, Jim Carrey, Jamie Foxx, even Eddie Murphy, Robin Williams. I mean, like Robin Williams especially. I mean, that guy. That man was just like such a powerhouse comedically. And then all of a sudden it's like when you see him in like Good Will Hunting or Insomnia or,
1 Hour Photo.
Yeah, 1 hour. That movie, Jesus Christ. You just kind of go like, what? Like, who are you? And then it's funny when you see like behind the scenes, it's like, you would actually see like he will still be comedic and be joking around with everybody on the set, and then as soon as the camera rolls, he just turns it on, and it just shows you how talented that guy was. It's crazy. But yeah, 1 hour.
Did you hear of Adam Sandler's next movie?
No, what is it?
I forget the name of it now, but the plot's he's like he has to go into space for some reason. He's an astronaut, but he meets an imaginary alien on the spaceship. This is a drama now as well.
Okay.
But it's about he's in space and he realizes what's important to him or something like that, like his family or the girl he loves or something like that. Yeah. And he has to go to space and he gets this imaginary friend, and that's what it's about. Him in a spaceship.
I did not hear about that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think
like First Man.
The person who wrote Chernobyl is actually wrote the script.
Oh, really?
It might be interesting to check out.
Huh. And I wouldn't put it. I mean, when it comes to Adam Sandler, I mean, we got Punch Drunk Love. I forgot what that movie was where he played like that dude that I think it was Don Cheadle that played opposite.
Rain
like,
Over Fire.
Yeah, is that what it is? Yeah, there's that, and then there was Spanglish, which was kind of a comedy but kind of serious. What was the movie? Wasn't there like another one? Huh? Funny People? Yes. Funny People was surprising because, obviously it was God, what's his name? Who directed that movie?
Judd Apatow.
Yeah, Judd Apatow. There you go. And what was surprising about that movie is like, okay, it's Judd Apatow, but I mean, Judd Apatow always, even though like his movies were funny, there was a lot of heart in it. There was a lot of like, there's dramatic scenes in it. And he, even if you looked at Knocked Up, you look at 40-Year-Old Virgin. I mean, he really just like crafted some really great comedies that brought out, I mean, Steve Carell, that's it. If it wasn't for Judd Apatow and 40-Year-Old Virgin, we would probably not even have a Seth Rogen or Reign Over Me. That's what the movie was. Yeah, Reign Over Me. Yeah. Yeah, if it wasn't for him for like writing those movies and just kind of having like an element of drama in them. And then when it came to funny people, a lot of people, I remember seeing some people were like, "Oh, I thought this was going to be funnier," and I was like, "No, that's not what this was really about." I mean, if you watch, I mean, it's a really good movie, and I love the fact that all the actors had to literally like do an actual sets. Like Judd said, "Hey, you're going to go to comedy clubs and do sets, so prepare your shit because we're going to do this thing real." And they all knocked it out, and it's just that's what's so great about that.
Yeah, he's like he's dying of cancer. He's a big movie
Yeah.
star in the movie. Yeah, then he realizes that what's important.
It's essentially it's essentially well, like, Adam Sandler-esque, but then you put this whole like, hey, well, he's got cancer. And
they use clips from his
yeah,
stand up when he was like up and
Yep.
coming, which brings an extra realism to it.
it really does. And that's what I love about that is the fact that they can do stuff like that. And but yeah, that new is there a title of that new Adam Sandler movie? I assume it's going to be on. Is it going to be on Netflix? Because I know he signed like this make a deal.
I think his next one is a basketball movie where he's playing a scout. Ron James's production company is involved with it. I don't know if he's in it. Might make a cameo, but he's playing a basketball scout. That's probably next. I'll find out the name for the other one.
Yeah, because I didn't hear about that. But I mean, it sounds interesting, that's for sure. But is there anything like KC, like what are you looking forward to round up this year?
The Matrix.
Yes, thank you. I was
like, of course.
All right.
I'm actually more excited for The Matrix. I'm just like you.
Yeah.
Look, Spider-Man movies, we've already had two with Tom Holland. Yes, I'm very excited for No Way Home, just because of, everything's that in it, and mainly because of Andrew. But we've never had a Matrix movie since forever. And the original cast is back. So obviously I'm more hyped for that. And their marketing is just amazing so far.
Yeah, no, they've been doing good with the marketing. I mean, well, and that's what sucks though. That's why I keep on telling people, I'm like, hey, don't sleep on Matrix Resurrections, please. I know there's like a lot of Spider-Man, and yes, that movie's selling out like crazy, but I'm like, please don't sleep on this. I mean, it would be awesome if if Matrix Resurrections does, some good money at the box office, in spite of like the fact that everybody's like, obviously No Way Home. I always want to say Homecoming. No Way Home is going to just knock it out of the park. It of course it is. It took me an hour and a half just to get tickets because it was just so flooded for Thursday, and all the sites were crashed and everything like that. Yeah, naturally, but like, please don't. And and I worry about it because I'm kind of like, oh man, should they have released it? Maybe postponed it a little bit. But I mean, it is going to be released on HBO Max also. I don't know if that's going to be a thing too, or they look at that. I mean, it's always very iffy when it comes to that. And it's like the last movie also. So
I wouldn't have cared. I wouldn't have cared for the box office, but maybe they are planning to make more movies. And if it bombs really bad, maybe they won't make it. So just for that reason, I just want it to do real well.
Was it Jason Kilar or Ron Sarnoff who said that? Well, they're probably trying to save their own ass as well because of Discovery coming in and all the money they've lost with putting the movies to HBO Max. But they said that every movie that was theatrical for 2021 that's also coming out on HBO Max will get a sequel. So they're already guaranteed to get a sequel because
I don't know. I remember hearing about that.
Yeah, it was an article that came out, and but
I think it was specific to Dune, though.
Was it just Dune? I thought it was the other movies as well. But like, if Matrix comes out and makes 100 million, it's definitely not gonna get a sequel.
Yeah, dude.
But it got China. It got China
though. China, yeah. No, I mean, I'm curious. I'm curious when it comes to the Matrix, because I'm like, all right, did Lana full on write out a whole new trilogy? Because I'm like, and it's funny because we got that first trailer and I'm like, all right, that's all I need. All I need right there. But then of
Yeah.
course we get the second trailer, we get these TV spots, we get clips are coming out. I cannot help myself but watch them. I mean, I watch the Spider-Man ones too, because I'm like, all right, cool, yeah, fine. It's not they're doing a good job of keeping everything as contained as possible. But anytime you watch something with the Matrix, you kind of go, oh, you're finding out more things. So I kind of get a little bit worried because I think even with the last clip that we got, it was kind of like the question was answered. I think even the main Twitter was like something about no landlines, and that was always my thing. Was like, how would the Matrix work now? Because now we have all this wireless stuff and landlines, and I think, and it was kind of funny because I think a lot of us kind of went, yeah, well, when they're going through like mirrors, like that's going to be like portals, and that's going to be kind of like a wireless thing. And sure enough, the clip that we saw kind of just answered that question of, yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Like it's a different kind of world now where they can like jump locations, even though that was slightly, I guess that was slightly touched on when it came to Reloaded, when it came to what's his name that was, bringing them through like the back doors.
The architect?
Yeah, no,
the Keymaster.
The Keymaster, but what was that dude's name that was protecting the Oracle? I can never remember his name. I always forgot. I just forgot it. I mean, you know what I'm talking about. Obviously, when he's like, I'm sorry for what? For this, and they start fighting, and then he's just like, you don't know somebody until you fight them, and Neo's like, kid just asked, funny moment in the movie. I wonder if he's gonna end up showing up. That'd be sweet. Do you guys think that Lawrence Fishburne and Hugo Weaving is going to show up somewhat, maybe, possibly? What do you think?
I think their presence is in the movie. My theory is that the Matrix that we see is a rebooted version of the old Matrix. So we have a new kind of avatar for Morbius. I was confused because Jared Leto was Morpheus. Morpheus, and then you got Lawrence Fishburne, Morbius. I was confused. And then you got Owen Wilson's character from Loki. What's his called?
Mobius.
Seraph, yeah.
Mobius. There's so many. But I think it's a rebooted version of these characters. I think we do get to see them, but probably maybe flashbacks or maybe just kind of looks at the old movie because the actual movie is playing in this movie, which is weird as well.
That is crazy.
So meta. So I know, like, you got that last clip that we saw, and he shows up, and they're trying to it's like they're trying to wake Neo up again. So they want to like, hey, remember this setting, and it's like they're setting up a stage of like, hey, we're just trying to get you, we're just trying to get you out of this thing again, and we're just trying to get you familiar and try to make you remember things and blah blah blah. And that's what's so crazy. That's what intrigues me about it, is like, okay, so how? And you see some of the scenes, like you see like cops showing up, and Trinity is like, sitting at that table, just like the beginning of the first Matrix. And I'm like, all right, so we're gonna just like get like and I think even Morpheus said something in that last trailer or something where he said like, where you could feel it. We're constantly in loops, which I know Steven doesn't like it, but time loops are cool.
Well,
absolutely.
Zack Snyder's Justice League, then, because Zack was obviously influenced by the Wachowskis and Matrix. He loves that movie. Basically, Neo is Superman, because that's what KC has said before as well, and he's done kind of videos to show that. But like the nightmare timeline that we've seen in Batman v Superman was a different nightmare timeline to the one we got to see in Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Exactly.
My theory is that there's multiple nightmare timelines. And Batman dies in every one, but he thinks that he has to die. He thinks he has to lead the team, but he dies anyway. But I think the one timeline where they do win is the timeline he sacrifices himself, which was Zack's plan. But like, there's multiple timelines of the Nightmare World, which is so interesting. I would love to see a cartoon movie of that, hopefully someday. But then you have Matrix 4 coming out, and they're talking about time loops as well, different versions of the one, because Neo is the seventh one. And then you have different versions of the same characters we got to see in the old movies, and then you have the movie playing within the movie. So, this has to be like, are the Wachowskis and Zack Snyder telling us that there's a time loop, multiple nightmare timelines coming our way?
Exactly. And we got somebody that's going to be joining right now, Mr. There it
I'm
is.
home.
Yeah,
Hey.
you still got your collared shirt on, so that means you just I could see that.
No, actually, I just got back from the movies.
Oh, is that what it is?
Oh.
Okay.
I went to go. My joke was lost on you people.
Wait. What was your joke?
I went to go see Being the Ricardos.
Oh, that's oh, okay. That's what the I'm home meant. Yeah. If you said, hey, Lucy, you got some splaining to do, yeah, maybe I would have got it a little better. So,
Harvey
how was it?
Bardem was okay. Definitely a movie that was like I could have lived just watching it when it's on Amazon Prime in 10 days.
Sounds like all right. Yeah.
But it's good. I enjoyed it. Doesn't blow the socks off anything.
Yeah.
Nicole Kidman really does look like Lucille Ball. I mean, they really. And
a lot of people were complaining about her, and I'm like, well, can you wait first? And sounds like she does a fantastic job.
She does a good job. And Javier Bardem as Desi Arnaz, he was really good too. And I mean, and then J.K. Simmons as the guy. Forgive me,
fucking J.K. Simmons. I love that guy.
I know, playing Fred, but no, it was good. I mean, you could definitely tell it's an Aaron Sorkin written movie, and the direction was not very like it felt very made for TV movie esque.
Watching the trailers, it did feel like I'm like,
but there's also a sense of everything seems so much like a set that it's almost like this is an aesthetic choice that's being made.
Okay.
So it's worth checking out if you've got Amazon Prime when it drops on Prime.
No, I'm definitely gonna watch it, but I just wasn't sure if I was gonna should I? I mean, I watched. I went back and forth, Scott. I was like, West Side Story, Don't Look Up, and I was just kind of, you know what? We've talked about it too. Not a big musical guy, and I just kind of went, I'm just gonna go see Don't Look Up, and and it was same as like you said it. And I was even talking about with these guys. I was like, it's a movie that when it comes on Netflix, you don't have to go rush out to the theater, watch it on Netflix. But it was a lot more bigger than I thought it was going to be. Like, I was like, wow, there's some big time visual effects in this shit. I was like, wow, interesting.
Oh, well, and I would go see that, but it's not playing anywhere around here. So like,
that's weird.
My options were Being the Ricardos, or I don't really have the option to go see West Side Story because Heather wants to go see West Side Story, and I'm just like,
that's a date movie.
Damn it. you know? Now I have to wait.
Yeah, that's the wait. Yeah, no, but well, like I was saying with them, I'm like, it's a movie that, I mean, it's Adam McKay and his style, which I like and don't at the same time. When like the way that he edits things sometimes, where I'm like, all right, okay, you just okay, it works sometimes, but sometimes, man, I'm like, I just look at, there's just scenes where like it's sometimes he'll cut like dialogue off midway just to cut to the next scene because that's just like his style. He's quick and he's like trying to do like different things. And I just kind of go, all right, I get it sometimes, but maybe I'm like, no, not that time. At that time, it's just, and then you're cutting away and then going back. And I'm just kind of like, man, this is all over. But then there's some scenes where I'm like, all right, now I like what you're cooking here because the way that you're editing this part right here, yes, I like it. I dig it. This is totally good. But yeah, there's other times where I'm like, Jesus Christ, pick which scene you want to go to right now, man. And I'm like, and I get it. That's his style. If you watch like Big Short and the whatchamacallit movie that he did with what Bale did with when he was playing what's his name? He did that one too, right? When he played God, man, I'm just blanking on names right. When he played the vice president, Cheney, there you go. Yeah, he directed that one, right? I believe he did. That was a little more. This one was just, when it comes to Don't Look Up, I mean, it's like it sometimes I think people will be like, I don't know if he knew what he wanted to be. Like, is it parody? Is it not? And it's like, it does have elements of both, but then you got these powerhouse actors in here, Leo and Jennifer Lawrence and Meryl Streep. I mean, you got like these Academy Award winning actors that are just in here and they're all knocking it out of the park. Not gonna lie, they know their character and they're freaking nailing it. But then I'm just like, some of the stuff you're like, that's a little weird. I love this. I like it. It's one of those movies where I liked it, but there's parts that annoyed me in the movie. That's the thing.
Well, you know what I got to look forward to this week, though?
Huh.
Thursday night, Nightmare Alley.
There you go.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a movie.
Okay,
I watch that.
Okay, Sean, Casey, you guys in for this? Like, are you guys on board for some Del Toro, man?
Was it yesterday they released the teaser at the Game Awards, and I was like, wow, this film just looks insane. And
they showed it there.
They showed like a teaser yesterday, and I was like,
I didn't see that.
This is right off my alley.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's aha, zing. I love how he was like, yeah, right, I said it.
I'm really looking forward to Nightmare Alley because I think Dave, I think the two of us talked about this. I think like offline after Fanimated, it was like we appreciate The Shape of Water, but it's not like our I'm not gonna go back to that.
Yeah, it was like I watched it once. I thought it was like, that was Del Toro, 100%. The performances were top notch. It was great. And it's awkward. I watched it on a plane. I did. Like I was traveling somewhere, and I literally, and then like those certain moments. I mean, when you're on a plane, you're kind of going, "Is anybody? No, don't look at my screen right now. It's awkward." You just kind of go like, okay, But I did enjoy the movie, but it was just like, it's one of those that I don't need to go back to, I guess, It
was confusing because it was a very well-made movie, and the drama and everything, I was invested in it, but I was still weirded out by it,
Exactly.
So it was very confusing.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to the straight up noir aspect about Nightmare Alley. Like that just looks, Kate Black. I mean, like with the first teaser where you got like the whole like Willem Dafoe monologue about monster of mine, and like that was like, what the hell is this? And I don't care. I'm gonna watch it anyway.
Same.
And then this new one where it's like Bradley Cooper's this medium, and then Kate Blanchett's like this femme fatale, and I'm just, I want to watch how this entire cast like just melds together because, damn, just look at the people who are in this movie, and it's like I'm sold.
Speaking of Kate Blanchett, she was in Don't Look Up, and I totally forgot she was, and I was like, oh yeah, it's Kate Blanchett. I'm like, does this woman ever age? She is just so goddamn gorgeous. And it was funny too when I got home, and I was like, God damn. I was like, because in Don't Look Up, I'm like, she's like, wow. And look, she's 52 years old, and I'm going, what? This woman is just
go
aging
back
like
and watch
Wine.
Elizabeth. She hasn't
seen that
since Elizabeth.
And you know what's great about her is there's just something unique, because even like in Don't Look Up, I was like, no, that's not her. That is her, because she just changes. There's something that she does with her performances that makes her just like, because it's like you almost question, you're like, that is holy shit. And then you realize just because there's just something that she does where you kind of go like, wow, she did something different than her last role. It's not much, but it's just enough to make me go, huh, this is different. And goddamn, is she just still just a stunner? Like, my God.
I mean, she was great playing kind of like the rusty proxy in Ocean's 8, because she was basically the Brad Pitt character.
Oh, dude, like, well, yeah, when I was not the biggest fan of that movie. It was all right, but when it came to Bullock and her, their dynamic was fantastic. Like, that was the shining thing about that movie, was their dynamic. They worked, and it was very much like how Clooney and Pitt were in the original Ocean's movie. So yeah, I totally agree with that.
But
I don't know anything about the Nightmare Alley. Like, it's probably based on something Scott probably know. But I'm expecting to see like a weird monster or something. Right? No?
You know what? I don't think you're gonna. It is based on a novel. It's based from like a pulp novel from like the 30s. It's already been adapted once before in an old black and white movie. So I think it's more one of those great Del Toro twists where the monster is a metaphor and man is the real monster. I mean, like, go back to Shape of Water. The real monster in that movie is Michael Shannon.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
I mean, he's the beast, and that's kind of the twist, and and he does that thing like Burton does. It's like, I want to examine the monsters, the outcasts,
Mm-hmm.
and I really kind of want to show how they're not the monsters. It's
Yeah, I mean that's one of the things that Burton did very well. I mean, like when you go back and hear him talk about his Batman movies, I mean he specifically just goes, "Yeah, I'm more about the villains than Batman," and you see that in the movies because I mean, yeah, we get a touch of the origin story of Batman, but I mean, you get the normal, like, okay, parents got killed, now he's Batman. You don't get how he got to that point. But do we see Joker come to be, and we get that awesome scene where after he was dropped into the chemicals and mirror, and that whole that scene is just
see
so
what I have to work with.
You work with, and you see the tools, and they're all bloody and stuff, and then he just starts laughing, and then he went even full force when it came to Batman Returns, like, holy shit, like this.
Jeez. A little too. It was a little too Burton for me.
It was yes. I've always expressed that, because I know some people, like, I have a love for Batman Returns, which I do too. I have a specific place in my heart for it. I do, but at the same time, I'm like, it was like the first one, the first Batman movie was, okay, we're trying to make a live action Batman, and we're gonna make it dark. There's gonna be maybe some Frank Miller elements, which I think when you look at the behind the scenes, they do talk about that. But then when it came, that was a huge hit. And then when it came to the sequel, it seemed like Warner Brothers like, have at it, Burton. And sure enough, he did, because everything was in a snow globe. Everything, like Danny Elfman was like, all right, we're going to do our normal stuff. Right, Tim? And it was very much that. And it was just like, whoa. I mean, literally there's a scene where Catwoman gives herself a cat bath. And I'm just, when you watch it, you're like, why? She goes, it's like you're licking leather, and what? Oh, I was like, what are you doing? It's not like that. Oh,
can you imagine if Batman Returned? Well, it was a big enough hit. Can you imagine if he came back for a third? How insane and supernatural as Burton would have went the third Batman film? Like, he could have went crazy.
And I'm kind of wondering too, like when it came to with like the third Batman, which that was like a weird thing, because I think like when they gave Burton, like, hey, have at it, they didn't realize, oh shit, you're gonna have Penguin bite the nose off of somebody. What? They weren't expecting.
Oh my god,
that.
No, what you needed to look out for was all the sex jokes in
that
movie.
Too. Oh, I know. Penguin was horny. And then you're gonna have Catwoman lick Batman's face. Okay, yeah,
high in fiber. Okay, that's a great. I mean, if you're gonna talk about cheesy Batman lines, it's a great one.
Oh, with the Catwoman and Batman when they're fighting each other, I mean, it's great. And then when she like plays with him, how could you? I'm a woman. And he's like, huh, and then she just kicks him right in there. You're just like, yeah, see, you fell for it, Bats. And then the sexual tension, and then she just like, jabs one of her freaking nails into his side, and then he just punches her off the freaking ledge. Like, did he expect that there was like going to be a dump truck of sand or whatever the hell that?
It was kitty litter.
Yeah, I know, right? Saved by kitty litter. I know, it was just too on the nose.
I just think that Del Toro is kind of an extension of like what Burton started to do, but I dig Del Toro's more noirish aesthetic. Like I can watch a Del Toro movie and go, this sits with me a little bit better than Burton does. Both of them, however, you watch a movie and you go, Burton directed that, Del Toro directed that, and as I've gotten older, because children right here, these children, KC, I mean, I don't know what to do with Dave. Casey exasperates me
Yes.
on
Does he?
a nearly
Like being
daily
a co-host.
basis. It happened tonight too, and
Oh, did
this
it?
little punk decided to have some fun with me.
Okay.
And he played it well. He played it very well. I
Okay.
have to
So
say.
what are we talking about here? Huh?
Casey, you want to tell the story? You go ahead. Yeah.
About Carrie?
Hey, I mean the Carrie joke. Yeah.
So I actually forgot how it started. You sent a tweet, right?
It was this, from Sluts and Guts. There was that tweet of Sissy Spacek saying, "Feeling cute may burn down the gymnasium later."
Right.
Oh, shit. I didn't see it.
I'll have to send it to you.
Okay.
And then I replied with, I've seen Carrie.
Because the
And
joke
for
is
2
always,
minutes, I waited.
yeah, for 2 minutes, and then I sent like a Jason Isaacs, like a Malfoy, a GIF, and then he revealed that he'd seen like one of the remakes of Carrie, like not the OG.
One of the
Carrie.
remakes?
No, there's several remakes.
At
Oh,
least
I didn't
two.
know that.
There's been two. There's been
See,
like, I think
my
two.
point. He doesn't even know.
Exactly. Okay, so you saw the because I think there was a remake, and I think they tried to do like a TV.
There was a TV, yes.
Was there like a TV show, like a TV minute or something like that? Yeah, but nothing measures to that, Sissy Spacek and those eyes. Jeez, from the first one, when she's like, all bloodied up and she's just looking at everything and they're like zoomed in on it. Whoa, I mean, that's something that, I mean, when you watch that original, there's something very special. I forgot who directed the original. Do you remember, Scott? Yeah, that's
I'm not at the top of my head. It's one of those. Yeah, it still just blows my mind that was Stephen King's first novel.
Yeah,
and
I'm
like, dude, you swung that hard on your first published book. And then you go and look at like what his first 4 books were.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. It was De Palma. Yeah, it was
De Palma. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That makes sense now.
Yeah. There's some. Yeah. The way that I mean, that guy can do. He could do a Dutch angle like no other. That's for damn sure. No, but like he went hard on that, and I mean, geez, it's just, man. And even going back to Adam Sandler, he actually had like on his old comedy bits, there was literally like a sketch he did where, they're all going to laugh at you. It was like, it's a ridiculous bit if you listen to it, but it was funny because I wasn't familiar with Carrie, but when I heard that, me and my friends, when we were like in junior high or whatever, and then I think like shortly after I like full on watched Carrie, and then I went, oh, that's where Adam Sandler got it from. I'm like, he was playing the mom, but it was a comedy bit, because it was just the same thing where it's just, they're all going to laugh at you. They're all going to laugh at you. And it was just like, Jesus. But then when you watch that, and every time Halloween comes around, I mean, it's playing, it's doing it, and I'll put it on because it's just that movie, man. Fuck. That movie it's a really good build up to that fucking final act where she just goes buck wild, and like I said, those eyes that she has, oof,
man, it's so weird. De Palma is I need to watch more De Palma movies.
Right?
There's a gap there because I grew up. Okay, Dave. Here's the thing. How well do you know me? Yeah. Come on, can you name probably what you would probably guess would be my number 1 favorite De Palma movie?
Mission Impossible or Untouchables or what?
I mean, really, it really is kind of like half a sixth. I would go Untouchables, but yeah, Mission Impossible.
I know. At first, I was like Mission Impossible because that'd probably be mine. But then I was like, oh wait, Untouchables, because I remember, Untouchables, yeah.
Oh, great!
But it's kind of a toss-up, right?
It's really a toss-up because
yeah.
I love that first Mission Impossible movie.
Oh, fucking it! I mean, it's still. I mean, nothing against any. They're all. I mean, they're all special in my. In my eye.
They're all your children.
Yeah, they all, but I mean, there's just something about that first mention because you know why? Because if you ever watched that first, the original series, it very much did feel like
it's a spy movie. The first, the De Palma one's a
big
spy
time
movie.
100%. Because after that, then it just became it's kind of James Bondsy with Tom Cruise. It was just kind of like because I mean. if you're familiar with Mission Impossible, it was always about good morning, Mr. Phelps. And we've only had Mr. Phelps in that first movie. I mean, that's the thing. It was only in that. And I mean, man, I watched that movie. I mean, the first one, when it came out, it was just, it was constantly watching.
Oh, that VHS got abused. So
oh, fuck. Tracking was all
crazy.
screwed. It was, yeah.
It's crazy how these franchises develop over time. Like,
Yeah.
the first Mission Impossible compared to now, and then technically, I don't know what other movies are exploring the Flash, but the first DC movie was Batman '89.
Yeah, I know, right? Well,
and then you have Fast and
no,
Furious.
the first DC
Superman
movie was Superman the Mole Man.
Yeah. Well, it's gonna be interesting. Is Adam West gonna pop up? Is there gonna be a CGI version of Adam West or something?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't think so.
Crazy if they did that. That'd be crazy. But like I see what you're saying. It's just the fact that like the way that these franchises can, start with something and then grow. I mean, I think they just really just banked on, well, we got Tom Cruise. So and Tom Cruise
kind of took over being a producer role.
Yeah.
So basically he became the boss.
Yeah.
I still remember when I learned that stunt in Mission Impossible 3 when the tanker truck jackknifes and slides over him.
Jeez.
Yeah. That was the one where I found out that he was the producer so that he could pay the insurance, because then he was the boss and he could tell them, no, I am going to be laying on the street and I'm going to let you jackknife this tanker over me. And that's when I was like, you're a crazy son of a bitch.
But what I like about the Mission Impossible franchise, there are callbacks. There are callbacks because Ghost Protocol literally had a dude that was in the first Mission Impossible, and they put the freaking the cover over his head, and there's some callbacks that get thrown in there, which is good, and I love the fact that that's the case. But yeah, it went from
the next one we get the director from the first movie's coming back.
There you go. Yeah.
The guy was like, what do? You find something that he cares about, and Kendrick. He's coming back in the next movie.
That's
I can't wait.
Right. And I mean, that was one of the best scenes in the first Mission Impossible when they were like at that
restaurant.
The restaurant that was like big aquarium, and then all of a sudden Ethan Hunt just starts going, wait a minute. He just starts looking around the room going, and then he literally, and perfect Brian De Palma fashion, and we're going to bring in Ray for this, by the way, because I see him right here. He's probably like got some Mission Impossible.
No, the two of us have talked Mission Impossible so much.
Yeah. No, but I mean, that scene is so intense because, I mean, like, you have that, the Dutch angle, that's what they call it, right? The Dutch angle.
Dutch angle. Yeah.
Of both of them, and they're just like staring down at each other. And then like Ethan Hunt's just like, well, maybe you can follow me around the room. And he just starts picking apart all the agents around the room that were at the embassy. And then, he's just like, what the hell are you doing? You're after me. Why? And it's just, and then Kendrick's just like, well, we monitor this. And then it just gets to the point. And then Ethan,
I can understand you're very upset.
Yes.
You've never seen me very upset. All right.
Yeah.
Enough is enough. You have bribed, cajoled, and killed, and you've done it using loyalties on both sides. You want to shake hands with the devil? That's fine with me. I just want to make sure that you do it in hell.
Boom! And then he just throws the piece of gum right on the thing.
The red light, green light. Yep.
Yes. And then it was, and then even that, I mean, that was when Tom Cruise was like, I'm doing this. You watch the behind the scenes. Yeah, they had built that whole thing and they blew up all that. And he had to run out of that restaurant like that. I mean, that was nothing. There was nothing CGI.
I've seen the behind the scenes. It's insane. It's absolutely insane.
They fucking totally just blew up. They built that whole thing, blew it up, and had all that water rushing behind him. I mean, there is nothing CGI. That is all.
Well, that was also like 1996.
96. Yep.
I mean, the most CGI we got was the cool scene where he first pulls the, where you get like the in-camera shot of him grabbing the mask and pulling it off. Like we thought that was like incredible because we know it went from one actor to another. But that was also the one, when you go back and watch that first movie, they made sure, except for maybe one instance, you could always tell it was Tom Cruise underneath a whole bunch of makeup.
Well, when they were at the embassy and he was playing that one guy, I mean, even the senator guy. I mean, even when they were watching video of the guy, I remember I was watching with my uncle way back when, and then he was all, "That's Cruz, right?" And I was like, "Well, just keep watching." I mean, like, it probably is.
Well, because it's funny because it's like if you've seen, like, especially if you've like if you watch the movies out of order, or if you've watched enough Tom Cruise movies that you get an idea when he tries to do an accent, because that was the thing. He tried to do like a southern accent, like, I want to know who these people are and how they're spending our taxpayers' money. We were living in a democracy the last time I checked.
Yeah, he went Tennessee. And that's the thing people don't understand. There's not a southern accent because every freaking state, we all talk different.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true.
That is true. Yes,
because I'm sitting here going, that was Tennessee, and of course, a lot of people want to make it sound like we're Dixie Carter. Like, no, that's Georgia,
right? Right.
Well, what's funny is like Scott, you really don't have that twangy. You don't have a little.
No,
bit
I do not. No,
and it's weird. It's funny too because the time that I lived in Alabama for about 3 years of my childhood, it's kind of funny because me and my dad never got the accent, but my brother and my mom did. I remember old videos, man, you hear that? My mom had that twang. Even my brother had a little bit of it, but me and my dad never got it. It was interesting. And it was funny, kind of funny too, because when I moved to California, and I still had my best friend that still lived back there, I didn't realize, I just was used to it. And then being over here and just hearing people talk, like Californians talk or whatever the hell, when I talked to him on the phone, I was like, man, you got some Forrest Gump in you. What's going on? Like I did not even realize how much there was, it was just like, it's just kind of weird when it comes to like accents like that.
The worst thing for me was, Sean would appreciate this, but when I was in the UK back in 2005, the hardest thing for me to do was not to fall into the accent of the people I was talking to, and I was like,
"You mocking us?"
I know, that's what I was afraid of. The problem was I spent so many years in theater doing variations of United Kingdom accents, because there's so many different ones, that it was natural for me to start talking in it. And I had to go, don't do it. They're going to think you're making fun of them. And that is not what you're trying to do, but you better shut up right now.
Yeah. But there's also, from an American standpoint, 80 to 90% of us here in the States really like those accents.
Oh, we love those accents.
We do. We really like those accents.
What's really funny though is that they had no idea where I was from though, because I would blow up and everyone would look at me, American or Canadian. I was like, okay, that's never a question I've ever had in my life.
Like,
but
let me say about, and then they were like, oh, okay,
right,
you didn't say
there you go.
A boot,
yeah,
a boot, yeah,
right.
And I say Z instead of Z.
Right, yes. But all my cousins from Birmingham, they've all got it. They've all got it. I don't have a single cousin in Alabama that does not have some. And of course, it's not, and even within like accents, there's still ethnicity, right?
Yes, there is.
Because all of my family, it's like I can't think of another way to put it other than to say a black twang. Seriously.
Yeah, and I know that very well, actually.
So. Oh, yes. Right. No, listen, I guarantee you have probably met at least 3 of my cousins in the course of your life. At least. I have that many cousins. Like my grandfather, his mother was one of 11 children. And they're all, almost all, 11. Most of them are all down there. Yes, 11. She had 11. She had 10 brothers and sisters, and most of them, like they're. I got cousins in California. I got cousins in Virginia. I got cousins in Ohio, but most of them are still in Alabama. Maybe not just mostly in Birmingham, but also Marion Junction and Selma. So like, yeah, I guarantee you've met at least 3 of my cousins at some point in your life. I don't know where and I don't know how, but you have.
And my problem is that when I get really upset, what I get into is black grandma.
Oh yeah.
I get black grandma really because I know them. I have some black grandmas, if you know what I mean, and it's just like it when my accent does kick in, it's usually when I am just like pissed off.
There's my switch.
Yeah.
What were you thinking?
Oh man. I mean, being a cable guy, I mean, like when I was for about 7-8 years, man, I mean, you visit various different homes and man, like, yeah, very much know that. And it is hilarious. And just the fact that when you reach, a woman like that who has that and you just joke around, oh man, it's some of the funnest fucking jokes I ever had.
You better believe.
When it's happy and funny, yes, it's great.
Oh yeah. But I've seen the dark side of it, and I'm just kind of like, okay, but I mean, like, man, but
I'm a teacher. I've seen the dark side of it when it wasn't directed at me, and there's that part of, where's my popcorn?
Yeah.
You have never been. Oh no, there's definitely. You know what though? Like working at GameStop for 7 years, you have a tendency to see that in public. It's just and yes, there's half of me has got the popcorn out, but the other half of me does feel a slight swell of pity for the child.
Yeah,
is receiving whatever is happening.
You're clenching a little bit. Dude.
Not a little.
You're full on. Hey,
it's
Ray,
PTSD.
Ray, I'm just saying, Mexican grandma.
Oh,
I've heard that's a different level. Oh, dude, my grandma Lupe. Whoo-wee.
Okay, so
she would yell. Huh?
So I gotta ask these guys, like, do y'all have like? Do you have family members that like just stereo? I mean, we're talking generalities. We're talking stereotype. But the reason they exist is because they're funny and like we've all been there. Do you guys have like certain like branches of the family that like you have these kind of stories or just sort of cultural norms that you just you kind of laugh about like we do?
Yeah, of course. Like I'm Indian, so there's a lot of stereotypes for Indians already, and I think.
But is there one like you like play into? Like you're like, yeah, this is funny because I've seen it way too many times in my life.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Yeah, of course.
Like when Brad Pitt was playing an Irish character.
Oh, and Snatch.
Snatch. Yeah. Like it's such a bad accent. He's a great actor, but it's such a bad accent.
But it was supposed to be bad, right?
He's playing like a traveler,
a gypsy kind of
like a Cockney or something, right?
Oh no, that was a Cockney. No, that was not. That was
traveler
else.
gypsy.
I don't know.
Thing. But and then there's other actors that try an Irish accent. It just sounds so.
He looks like a boxer. Yeah. Oh, look at the size of this guy. Yeah.
It was that bad, Sean. His accent is that bad in the movie.
Yeah, it is because because in Ireland like different accents. Like north has a different accent, south. Like it's a small country, but there's different accents. But like those ones are nowhere near anything. They're like the Simpsons characters trying to do it. It's just
I feel good to hear this
so much though,
because I always love it how whenever it's your accent, you can always tell how bad someone else is doing it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like even Liam Neeson overdoes it at times. He's Irish.
Oh
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Reese Witherspoon is Southern, and man, she can pour it on whenever she.
It gets soup.
What's that film where she's a singer?
With Walk Hard or not Walk Hard?
Walk the Line.
Walk the Line. The Johnny Cash.
Yeah, Walk Hard was the parody. Yeah.
Yes.
Is there a different one where she's a singer or something and she goes to?
Oh, I think he's right. What is it? I'm trying to remember.
I
think there is another one.
She's a strong accent in that.
Well, I mean, there's of course Sweet Home Alabama, where
Yeah.
No, she was a designer in that one.
Did she have an accent? She didn't have an accent though, right?
She turned it on when she came back home.
Oh, makes sense.
Okay, this is speaking of accents. I'll just go ahead and throw it because Dave and I do talk sports here and there, and I do talk some sports with you, Scott. Did you see the Brian Kelly thing?
No, I was listening to Monday Morning Sports Ball, and I heard you talking about it, and I was like, "What the hell did Brian Kelly do? Did he try to go Cajun or like?"
Yes.
What?
Yes,
I didn't
he was,
see it.
So you Dave, you know about Brian Kelly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he, for people that don't know, he left Notre Dame under the cover of darkness while they could have still made the playoff. They didn't.
Yeah.
And 72 hours later, he's at a LSU basketball game, full twang in his voice, trying to talk about how proud he is to be representing Louisiana State University. And we're all like, what the fuck is he doing? Are you serious? This dude is not from down south. He's from like the East Coast. And he's been at like Cincinnati.
And even Louisiana is its own.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Louisiana is its own flavor.
Oh, yes.
Because with because you get Louisiana that's like South, and then you get Louisiana that's Cajun, and never the twain shall meet.
We need someone to tell us how true or false live and let die is. I want to know that. Where's that?
And then here in America, I mean, even when you get up north, as far as you get up north, then you start getting that Minnesota kind of like little bit of a accent that happens.
The one that
there,
bleeds over into Canada.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but I mean, even like I've heard it with Enosh a little bit, where he kind of like you just kind of, I mean, he's got a really good speaking voice too, but it's like sometimes you like go like, man, he could just probably get right into that accent pretty quickly, that kind of accent that's up north that just gets as further you get to Canada,
it's Midwestern, like,
yeah,
and even in the Midwest we got like dialects, right? Like, because there's how I sound, and then there's, like you said, there is like I think I get what you're saying with Enosh in terms of like, because he's 10 minutes from me, but like you get into like Wisconsin and like Minnesota, like the colder you get, the closer to the cold air that you get,
it just starts to happen. Yeah.
Or even if you go up to the UP, like Sault Ste. Marie or Mackinac. Oh yeah, it's very. They do not sound like they're from Detroit, or like very, very different, for sure. So, yeah.
So, Sean, I'm curious about you, because maybe you talked about this already, but since I jumped on because I was at the movies. Looking to the rest of 2021, looking at the month of December, I famously have tweeted about the log jam that I'm about to experience in the next 2 weeks. Because it's like, when the hell am I supposed to find the time to watch all these movies? And then not Casey's back. Like, what are kind of like your, oh my God, I cannot let December 31st hit without seeing these movies? What's kind of still on your checklist?
Well, what I try and do is every night I try and watch a new movie I haven't seen before. Every day. I know that's hard, but like, you could cram it in like an hour and a half movie. You can watch it pretty quick, because Netflix dropping movies a lot, Amazon Prime and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I watched Halle Berry's Bruised, which is actually,
I still haven't watched that yet.
That's
her
on the
debut.
list, yeah.
I need to.
Like, it's got some problems here and there, but it's her first movie, and she does a pretty awesome job. She's signed a deal with Netflix. I'm looking forward to seeing more. But
And
like, I don't know. I have like a. Yeah, calm down.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. I mean, that woman is just like that. I mean, you want to talk about fine wine? She's aging like fine fucking wine, man. My God.
And in the movie, if she's running around and she's beating up people, even in the John Wick 3 as well, like
yeah.
John Wick
3, yes.
But I suppose I just have a feeling, Scott, about the Matrix movie for some reason. I just have a feeling about this film that it's going to be, I don't know if it's influential as the first, but it's going to make a huge impact. And I think maybe HBO Max might affect it in a way. I don't know if it will, but internationally, there isn't HBO Max, so I have to go to a theater to watch it. I just have a feeling that Matrix is going to be insane. I don't think none of us can expect what we're going to see. I'm looking forward to Toby if he's in it, well, he probably is. I have to see Matrix.
I'm with Sean on this one. That's my one.
I think we're all kind of collectively into this, like Matrix, yeah.
But before the year ends, it's a non-negotiable. Got to see it.
Yeah.
But I also like how, like, we're all kind of low key excited, and I like low key excited because then that means that there isn't that overhype then leads to hyperbolic disappointment with whatever the movie ends up giving us,
which is going to happen in 1 week.
See, that's the thing. Everybody keeps talking about Spider-Man, and I'm like, yeah, I want to go. I have my tickets. I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see it with a big group of people. We're all going to be cheering, stuff like that. But I'm just like, I can't wait for 2 weeks because I'm really hyped for The Matrix. I just am, because that's just when those movies came out, when that first movie came out, and nobody knew what the fuck it was. And then when you watched it, and it was just
you mean the movie that Casey finally just saw in the theater for the first time like last week? Child.
Wait, really?
Man.
Really?
Yes.
You just saw the first one?
In theaters.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right.
He thought that's what I was ragging him about. He was like, "No, I've seen it before. This is the first time in theaters." Like, no, that's my point. 1999, the night of my junior prom.
Oh my god!
This is what I went to go see. I'm just like, child.
April Sunday.
I'm not that lucky, Scott.
You should be older, man. You should be older.
I'm trying.
Scott and I are the same age, Casey, so same deal. It wasn't my junior prom, but it was like me and my uncle, we wanted to see it because we really like Lawrence Fishburne is one of our favorite actors, and the trailer just looked cool, and we're like, we don't know what this is, but let's go check it out.
The thing about the trailers was like you had no idea, like you went into that movie not knowing what the hell you were going to. I miss those days. I miss those days of going to see a movie and not knowing what the hell you're about to watch.
When he wakes up out of the pod scene, the first pod scene, I literally turned to my uncle and was like, "What the fuck is happening? I don't know what we had no idea what the rest of the movie was going to be."
All right, the first time I saw anything about it was Super Bowl that year.
Mm-hmm.
I remember just like, I was, young. I didn't go to any Super Bowl party. I was just at home watching the Super Bowl, and I'm seeing this little TV spot that was like 30 seconds that had Keanu Reeves, Lawrence Fishburne, and I'm like, what? We got black trench coats, sunglasses, and then all of a sudden Keanu Reeves is like dodging bullets, and I'm like, what the hell? I gotta see this. I have no idea what is going on, but I gotta see it. And I saw it when I went to a trip with my friend's family to Laughlin, and it was playing at one of the theaters, and one of the nights we were like, all right, let's just watch it. And they all, except for me and my friend, the rest of the family left. Because they had no idea what was going on, and like, this movie sucks. And I was like, and we stayed and watched the whole thing, and we actually told them, like, yeah, you should have stayed. It gets really good. It gets really good. And it was funny too, because I think like 2 weeks later, his brother who was there, who walked out, watched it. And like, I showed up to their house and they were like, in the middle watching. I'm like, or no, it wasn't like 2 weeks later. Obviously it was like months later when it came out on video, and we were watching it, and he was like, holy shit. And he thought the movie was great. I was like, yeah, that's why we stayed. You left. I'm like, this is what this, yeah. But it was just one of those movies where you're like, you couldn't wait to watch it again, because you're going, all right, I need some answers, because I don't fully understand what's going on, but I kind of got a grasp. But Jesus Christ.
And I love all three movies. I know a lot of people don't like the second and third.
No, I'm with you, Casey. I love the whole trilogy.
Yeah.
The first one's my
people
favorite.
Give shit to the sequels. Stop it.
Yeah.
Stop it.
It's a full arc and a full story. So I love everything.
What the movie predicted was just insane as well. I know the metaverse with Facebook. Like, that's just crazy, guys. Like, we can build an avatar and we can be anybody we want.
That's why I tweeted out, like, when the whole metaverse thing was like coming about, I was all 30 years later, this is what Zuckerberg looks like, and I posted the architect. I'm like, that's what he's fucking creating right now.
And that's what from the stuff that I have heard about this one, it's more along the lines of, like,
well, and I've been and Ray. The best part about for me is that I have not seen anything but like that first trailer. I've not watched.
Good for you.
You haven't seen the Deja Vu?
No. I have.
That is the best edited trailer in a long while.
Unplugged. Like the day they dropped the new trailer, I didn't give a shit about the trailer. All I wanted to do was get my tickets. And I remember I texted Ray because I got tickets 45 minutes before the they said 9 p.m. Pacific time. which would have been like 11 a.m. my time. And yet I was able to get tickets at about 10:15. I was just checking the AMC website, and all of a sudden it was like, "There, here, click on it." And I went and got the very first ever IMAX showing of Resurrections on Wednesday morning at noon, because it's splitting time with Spider-Man. So Matrix gets noon and like 10 o'clock, and then Spider-Man gets like the 2 showtimes in between.
I actually found out, because I told you, Scott, my theater weren't selling them yet because hadn't decided what they're doing. I checked yesterday. It looks like they're actually, at least for the holidays, it looks like they're ditching Spider-Man out of IMAX for it. They're not doing it simultaneous. At least
not what's happening here.
Not from what I'm seeing. Like they might change that, but for that, it's like No Way Home goes for like 5 days, and then that Wednesday it switches to Matrix.
That's pretty cool.
In IMAX.
That's cool.
What's weird about it? Go ahead, John. Sorry.
You haven't even seen the game?
I've seen nothing. I have seen
nothing. The game.
Not even the game?
Yeah. The game from yesterday? Oh my god. Oh, that
cool.
If they never make a game of that, it will be criminal.
I know, right?
That game
I've seen the gameplay, and I was like,
yesterday.
Wow.
That game,
good.
that whole demo. I watched the whole 15-minute long one.
When I got out of the movie, I was like trying to catch up on all the game stuff. And when I saw gameplay of the Matrix, I was like, yes, all kinds of yes. So I was like, there you go, right there. You know, going back to the fact that, you know, the marketing for Matrix Resurrections, it's been pretty damn great. I mean, to the point where I bought an NFT. My first NFT, I bought a Matrix NFT. Yes, I did. Did
you see the Keanu video?
I did.
I saw the video. I saw the video where he laughed.
I saw the video with Cyberpunk where they're talking about them people hacking the game and making mods to have sex with him. I saw that interview.
No, you got to see the one today where he has the crazy laugh at the end.
Yeah.
I love that.
You never have heard Keanu Reeves laugh like this. Because, I mean, the whole NFT thing is like an interesting thing, but I was like, all right, because I'm all into the crypto thing, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to get my first NFT. I'm going to buy a Matrix Resurrections NFT, and let's see what can happen with it. But yeah, when it was brought up to Keanu Reeves and Moss, I mean, he basically called it out. It's like, because it is like the whole thing of an NFT is like, it sounds really ridiculous, but for some reason there are people that will purchase it. If so, you know, I don't know. It's a weird thing because it's not a tangible thing. It's not a real thing. It's digital.
It's all digital.
So
what was funny about that video also was the perfect cut of the clip. The interviewer was going like, "No, but it's different," and then it cut.
Right. Yes. They totally cut the interviewer off as he was still laughing. Yes.
Hey, all I'm saying is, you know, with everything that's happening right now, I'm going to be like, all right, we'll see what happens. I'm going to hold on for it for a little bit and see what happens later. You know, I was just like, I'm going to jump into on this whole thing with at least this. I'm like, because I'm all into the crypto thing. And, you know, that's a whole crazy world. And,
I do regret not joining the Bitcoin hype earlier, though.
Oh, I know.
I'm ready.
I wish I did. Look at that.
I'm ready. My 4K. Yes. I'm going to rewatch this trilogy in 4K.
Hell yeah.
I'm ready for this.
Look at that.
He's got the individual steel books. Yeah.
Oh, because you told me that one you have in your hand was missing features, and I said, "Fuck that."
Yeah, you did. Hey, this is why I got you. I got you.
You know? Did you guys?
I got you.
Her quotes about why she came back for the fourth one.
Which one?
Yeah.
Lana Wachowski. The reason she came back.
Because of her.
I just read about the quote. She says, "My brain has always influenced my imagination. One night I was crying, I couldn't sleep, and my brain blew up this whole thing. And she said I couldn't have my mom and dad, but suddenly I had Neo and Trinity, probably the two most important characters in my life. That's what has me hyped more than any trailer. Like her sister, what's her other sister's name?
Lily.
Lana and
Lily.
It's weird because
she was in too much pain to come back. Lana's way to get rid of, to help her pain.
It's weird how these are the same basis for the reason, but the opposite reactions.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. Did you guys ever read the Matrix Get It comic?
No.
Did you ever read that? No?
Did not.
No, I didn't.
Basically, these group of friends go and see Matrix 5 in a theater. I think Baby Genius's 6 is playing as well. They go and see the movie, and one friend's like, "Oh my god, that was amazing." Another friend's like, "This is the best movie of all time," and then the third friend's like, "I don't get it." So they're walking down the street, and the other two friends are trying to tell the friend what the movie's about. This is what it meant, and the friend, "I just don't get it. I don't understand it." So they go to a diner, they sit down, they have some coffee, and they're trying to explain the movie to this guy. And he's like, "Sorry guys, it's just too much for my brain. I have to go home." So he walks out of the diner, and every single person in the diner turns into an agent. And they're like, "Will we eliminate them?" And then one of the agents is like, "No, that's what we want them to think. We don't want them to get the movie. We want them to stay in this simulation, in this matrix. We don't want them to awaken or to see or follow the White Rabbit. He's okay. Leave him. You don't need to kill him." Wow. It's a brilliant comic.
Yeah, sounds like it.
I also, when I do this rewatch, though, I want to make sure that I also watch the Animatrix too.
Yes, I was just about to say that.
Absolutely.
I'm like, that sounds like what the Animatrix. I mean, yeah. Don't sleep on the Animatrix because, I mean, my God, there's like when you watch like all those. I mean, obviously you have the Flight of the Osiris. I think that's what it's called.
Flight of the Osiris.
Final Flight of the Osiris, which worked with Matrix Reloaded.
Yes. It was a precursor. It was like pretty much the prologue into it.
Yes, a prologue into it, and and then all of a sudden you had like there was one of the little short films that had that kid that was in Reloaded and Revolutions, who Neo awakened. You see how he got awakened, which was really, I mean, goddamn, the soundtrack and everything about that.
The soundtrack,
the soundtrack was just freaking fantastic. I mean, there's so much to explore in that world too, and that's
my favorite ones was the Second Renaissance, parts 1 and 2, and that is like the full backstory of present day all the way to there, like that whole, and it's really like crazy, and there are parts of it that are like really creepy, like when they first
shot when you see like the robot on the robotic horse going through like the war zone. Yeah. I mean, Jesus Christ, it was like when you see like, and then when they show them putting humans into like the pods and how freaking devastating, like, and painful and everything like that. I mean, you're watching it just going like, Jesus Christ, this is gonna probably happen in real life, isn't it?
It's scary.
It's gonna happen.
Can Boston Dynamics stop building those damn robots, please? Knock it off. Do you want Matrix? This is how you get Matrix.
Yeah, there's just so much there, and that's, I mean, you know, even like we were talking about when it comes to the sequels. I know some people give shit to the sequels, but I mean, one of the things, I mean, we've talked about it when the first trailer came out, and we brought it up here too, and I mean, let's face it though, like, the first Matrix is obviously, it's a movie that changed cinema. It absolutely did. Mm-hmm. But when you watch the fighting, cool, the wire work, it's cool, even though like there's 2 times where I go, Keanu, why are you pushing against the cables when you're doing your backflips? I mean, you see it, it's noticeable, yes, but it doesn't take me out of the movie. But when you get to Reloaded, holy shit, did they upgrade all of that? And you watch the fight choreography and you go, wow, they really were like, hey, we're gonna like take this to fucking Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon type shit right now. And they did. They really did. I mean, even the first one had maybe some issues when it came to that, but it doesn't take you out of it. And like the story will keep you just going like, yeah, that's still the best one, sure. But man, the fighting, even in the third one too, it wasn't as much because it was more in the real world. But man, the wire work
stuff.
The wire work just improved drastically when it came to. I mean, like,
they had money. They had more money. They had more.
That too. That's what it mainly was. Yeah.
The first Matrix is like Man of Steel. I mean, Man of Steel is like the Matrix, but it's more about him becoming Neo, right? So there's not much of him being Neo and, you know, having all that action.
Right.
So all of that is in the second and third movie. So I love that. The only things I think that bring those movies down is probably the what was that place called? Zune?
Oh, Zion.
Zion. I think the Zion stuff turns a lot of people off, right?
Yeah, I think you might be right about that.
I did like the rave scene though.
I know a lot of people that like. I had some friends that didn't really care for Reloaded, but dug Revolutions because of the Zion stuff. So it was a little reversed for them. However, I think that the biggest thing that like switched off a lot of people, unfortunately, was the architect. I think the architect really just like made a lot of people feel, at least like in their mind, they're like, this movie is so condescending and pretentious. It was talking down to me. Screw this movie.
Because he kept saying ergo.
Yeah, and like,
there was like fucking ergo. What?
and I'll admit, trying to follow his vocabulary the first time, I was like, okay. It took me a few watches, but I'm like, okay, I get what you're saying. All right.
Yeah.
Like when he's explaining like the fact that it's like, hey, you know, you're not the first one, right? And then, you know, trying to explain like some of the reactions on the screens were like
that was awesome
reactions. Yeah.
The other Keanu's
like, yeah. But it was but then when you watch it again and again, and you're like, all right, yeah, but this one, you know, Neo is unique because he's not reacting like that. He's not like flipping him off and getting all crazy. He's just kind of going like, what the fuck? And the only thing that he's like really thinking about is like, I gotta save Trinity. And then he gives that ultimatum like, hey, if you go through this door, you're gonna save her, buddy. If you go through this door, you save her, but Zion's fucked. You know, and it was, you know, I remember just being in that theater and watching like, you know, that little cliffhanger because of Smith getting into the real world through that one dude. And they do that great little dun, 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 and you're like, oh my God. Good thing I only have to wait like 5 months because they released the same year, which was great. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, I don't know. Has Lana said anything about like, oh yeah, this could potentially be a new trilogy, or is it just going to be?
Nope.
Did you not see what Jessica Henwick said? They shut down for the just the start of the pandemic, and Lana was like, I don't know if I'm going to go back and finish the movie. I might just leave it the way it is and have this be the greatest film never made. She thought about doing that.
So she probably only has, I don't know. What I've got.
And Lily came back and did the sequel. That'd be interesting.
That could be,
yeah.
Well, she sees how good. Okay,
yeah.
I'll take over. Yeah.
It's kind of it could be an interesting idea, an interesting twist, conundrum for us because I agree that, you know, like I think Steven the other day he posted something about how he was concerned about. I forget what it was he saw, like one of the trailers reaction or something.
Yeah, because
the humor.
The humor in
the I still know kung fu.
I still know kung fu. It's like So he's kind of worried about like maybe it's a little too on the nose.
Right, too on the nose, too derivative. And I was like, if any director other than a Wachowski was directing this, I would share your concern. The fact that it is a Wachowski, I have no concerns. I don't.
Yeah,
There was no cuts either. It was all one shot. It was all. She never cut. She never said stop. She just kept the camera rolling, and she gave directions while the camera was rolling. Try this. And she moved the camera around the actors and stuff like that.
So there's probably a lot of behind the scenes stuff.
She told the actors to react to the camera instead of the director reacting to the actors, which was
okay. There we go.
And I love the fact that Jessica Henwick is in this because there's someone who I want to see get a lot more work because you know she was a saving grace of Iron Fist. And then, you know, she's actually the voice of the protagonist in that Blade Runner Black Lotus series on Adult Swim.
Oh, she is? Okay.
She's the voice of Elle.
And she also passed up a role for Shang-Chi for this.
She did.
Yes.
The studio, like, it was one or the other. And to be very honest with you, I I think she made the better. The reason I think she made the better choice is because Shang-Chi's fantastic. It is top tier MCU. Would have been great to see her in that. The problem is that one, she would have gotten lost in the shuffle of Simu Liu and Awkwafina and everybody else. And two, it would have been impossible to watch that movie and not get a Ralph Boner feel, seeing her, knowing that she's already that she was Colleen in Iron Fist. So people are going to be like, well, okay, so are we going to see Danny? Or is she really this? Is she really that? No, screw all that. I don't want all that for her. She
just made the best choice.
She made the best. Yes, exactly. And I'm going to be honest. Someone had to point out to me that was her in that first trailer, because I was like, that's just Kaepernick. Like,
she looks very different.
She looks very different.
The short hair, she's got an accent.
She's got an accent,
yeah.
She got the,
is that her? No, that's her natural accent, right?
Yeah.
Is it? Is she British?
I think she's naturally British, right? Right?
Yeah.
Anybody?
She might be.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
This time. She's the White Rabbit, which is awesome as well. But it's going to be interesting. I have to go because I have to get ready for work. But
okay.
It'll be interesting. Will we rewatch Spider-Man No Way Home for certain scenes, and will we rewatch Matrix for the experience, which I think is going to be the case when those movies come out.
I agree.
I don't have much faith in the movie of No Way Home, but
I agree with I agree with you on that.
Yeah, indeed.
Well, hey, thanks very much for having me on, man.
No problem, man. I appreciate it. Go ahead and plug yourself.
See you guys.
Sounds funny, right? Yeah.
Plug yourself. Okay.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Sean. All right.
Okay. Well, never mind. KC, you gotta tell Sean this is not how you make the channel grow. You have to advertise. You have
to advertise.
You have to hold yourself on the internet. This is how it works.
You've got to tell them about Real Talk, and where you can find them. Where you can find him at movies with Mayor or at Krypton Cage.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, he's on Facebook. Yes. He's on Twitter. He's probably on Instagram.
He needs to capitalize on the fact that he was one of the first to hashtag release the Snyder Cut, or he was the first, I should say.
Yes,
always funny.
We have empirical, objective evidence that could be the case.
Oh, objective, yes. Sometimes things are objective.
Objective.
By the way, Ray, I wanted to let you know your objective Zack Snyder's Justice League breakdown of the homebrew agency. I really like. I did that while I was, folding my whites. So laundry, man. Laundry is when shit gets done.
I hear you.
Oh man, I did laundry today. I hate it. it. Well, I mean, what makes it worse is obviously I have a laundry room in my complex here, and when there's a bunch of cops all out here, and you're like, I got to switch my own dryer, and you see all that, you're like, I'm not going to leave my place right now. Yeah, my neighbor called the cops, so they were like all right here, and I'm like, I'm not going to leave. I'm just going to wait it out, and then it was one of those kind of things that happened. Well, neighbor's a little.
Okay. Sorry, I'm interrupting this because this just kind of won the internet for me. Because we've all been doing the date yourself by dropping a GIF of your first celebrity crush.
Yes,
those.
I was actually going to bring that up. Yeah,
Anthony, Brooklyn Batman.
Yeah, I saw his.
What
Michelle
was it?
Pfeiffer from the Fabulous Baker Boys.
Oh,
no, the Fabulous Baker Boys.
I thought he didn't post the Monroe. I thought he posted the Monroe.
This one is the red dress on the piano. So,
okay, I think he posted a Monroe too. Or maybe it was somebody else. I don't know, but all right.
But yeah,
that's a different Michelle, because someone did. I forget who it was. Someone did post Catwoman.
Yeah, there was a couple of Catwoman.
3 people did Catwoman.
When I posted mine, I got a couple of Michelle Pfeiffer Catwoman.
But Fabulous Baker Boys, that's that's a quality choice.
Jesus Christ! I mean, like Michelle Pfeiffer. I mean, she's still a stunner, and then even going back to like Scarface. I mean, you kind of just go. I mean, I'll even go back to Grease 2. That's right, Grease 2. She was fantastic in that too. Grease 2, not as strong as Grease the first one, of course, but why not? It's Grease 2. I mean, It's Grease 2. That's all you can say. That's all you can really say. It's Grease 2. It's got what's his name, Shooter McGavin in it. I know that.
Yes, Christopher McDonald.
Christopher McDonald.
Christopher
That's right.
McDonald. Yeah, I love how, and he's been in. Christopher McDonald is one of those that he's been in so many different things. He's been in Star Trek. He was in he was the asshole father in Dutch.
Thelma and Louise.
He's in the DC animated universe.
Yeah,
Who is he?
He's all over the place. But everybody always goes,
he's
Shooter.
Jor-El.
Oh, he's Jor-El. Yeah, no, it's okay. So he's the father of Superman in the DCAU, but he's only ever going to be Shooter McGavin.
Yeah,
ever for the rest of his life.
No, there's also cool. Oh, by the way, cool little trivia. When they brought Superman into the Batman Beyond timeline, they used Christopher McDonald as the voice of Superman Beyond because their idea was when he would get older, he'd sound like his father.
Makes sense.
Okay. You know what? Okay, that actually leads into I have another second because if we're talking about things that we're excited for in the month of December, not a movie, but a show, The Book of Boba Fett.
Yes.
And like lately, like I've been looking at clips and stuff, and I am really happy for Tamara Morrison.
Yes.
For that reason, because like he is. I mean, it's one thing. I mean, we've always known him as Django, and we've known him as Commander Cody and like the clones and all that, and now he gets to play the biggest role.
Okay, Sean. Now, they laid $1 short, man. Seriously.
I just saw that. I was like, there you go.
There we go. Got it. Yeah, for sure. But
what I'm loving about that trailer, because I've only seen like the one trailer, the one that also has Jennifer Beals in it, that everyone's like, "Who's that?" I'm like, "Have you not seen Flashdance?"
No, I know.
I had
so many
that
people
up.
did not know.
Flashdance?
No.
Casey, have you seen Flashdance?
No.
Nope.
Put it on the list.
Casey, how old are you?
I'm 27.
Okay, he's excused.
Still, hey, dude.
But we gotta educate him, man.
There is something called an education.
All right. Okay.
What's it about?
You listen to your teacher.
A dancer.
Yes.
Who was once a welder.
It was what? Yes. And I remember, you know how I found out about this? There was the musical, The Full Monty, because they make fun of that in The Full Monty.
They do. Yeah.
I know. That's a great movie. Do you know The Full Monty, Casey?
No.
Oh man, we're talking about two. Well, they're not. I mean, they're kind of stripper-esque, I guess. But
Full Monty isn't as old, but it is older.
That was
now.
90s,
mid-90s. Yeah. Robert
but
Carlyle.
It's basically about male strips.
Yes.
Yeah.
Before Magic Mike.
That's the term. The Full Monty is basically dong coming out.
Yeah.
So,
which doesn't happen graphically.
No, but it's
suggested.
They suggested. That scene where they actually do it.
It's great.
It's like that's a perfect way to do it. It is. So, but it's funny because not all of them are very attractive.
No, most of them are not. Like they're just like they're like Manchester, like North England, like blue collar guys who.
It's a good movie.
It's a great movie.
It is.
I mean, it really is.
And it's really not a disrespect to those guys because they knew what they were doing.
Exactly.
Like Carlisle and all those. Like, yeah, no, we get it. That type of deal. So.
But in the movie, they because part of Jennifer Beals' character in Flashdance is she kind of has to work as a.
Like a welder kind of thing. Right?
Well, she's a welder, but she also has to work like in a kind of a burlesque. Stripper dancer. True. So they're because it's not
like nude, but she has to put on a really good performance, and obviously the classic thing is the whole water and like the way that she does that whole thing.
Yeah,
but it's not like nude.
Hot.
It's still it's fucking Jesus Christ.
And so that's and mind you, Casey, Jennifer Beals has been in so many more things than just that, but that's like the biggest thing that anybody knows her from. And so when she shows up in that trailer, I had to look up to make certain that was her because I'm like, that totally looks like her. But it was almost like another was almost like another Olivia Wilde moment.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
like, is that who I think it is?
It was the same thing. I was like, is that really her? Yes.
I know.
Totally.
I know. I remember. Yeah. Me and my brother, like, we're like, I was like, I looked at him. I was like, dude, is that? And he was like, yeah. Is it?
Have you seen?
What?
Oh, you did see, because I've been following a bunch of Ghostbusters accounts. There's one called Michigan Ghostbusters, and I know you follow a couple.
Yeah,
you saw the other day you posted some of the behind the scenes, or you retweeted some of the behind the scenes shots, which I've been waiting weeks for those. I'm like, where are the behind the scenes shots of Olivia Wilde in the costume? Damn it.
They did.
Yeah, it looked awesome.
It totally looked awesome. Jeez.
Oh, which, by the way, shameless plug at this point. The next episode of the podcast with Tim and myself, we're finally doing the Squadcast movies review of Thank You for Smoking, which I think is perfect because what was that? That was Jason Reitman's feature film debut. His very first movie was Thank You for Smoking, which he adapted and directed. And then it's crazy to think of. Oh, and by the way, do you know what Jason Reitman's second movie was? Juno.
Oh, that's right. He
did do Juno. You're right. Yeah. Yes, Juno.
And then after that, he did Up in the Air with Clooney and Kendrick.
Up in the Air is one of those
movies.
movies.
I've seen Vera Farmiga's in it too, right?
Yep.
Yes.
I have seen.
Yeah, he plays.
Yeah.
That movie. I remember I watched it on a plane, which was funny. Like, I watched it on a plane. And I remember me and my buddy, because it was like the movie that they were showing. I didn't see it, and we watched it, and we're like, Jesus, like, because we thought it was like, all right, what is this movie? It's George Clooney. What is? But man, was that movie just like just a pleasant surprise? It really was. And the way that it the way that the story goes to, like, okay, they have to transition this character to be in modern day because of his job, and then he's trying to find love. And then the way it just kind of goes, it almost reminded me like the story structure like that in The Wrestler, where like the wrestler, I don't know if you guys saw The Wrestler, where like it's like he has to transition, but then it's like you can't exactly, like, it's just not going to happen, and then it just kind of goes back to, like, I don't know. It's anybody who's seen that movie. I mean, I don't know. It's a weird correlation, but yeah.
But the idea is that, like, Reitman is like, I like Reitman. Like Reitman does something, I'm there, like, because he's like low key been putting
neither one of them. No,
he's low key been putting in the work. Like, Thank You for Smoking, $10 million budget. You know how much it made? 39.3.
So he did good.
See that I think that's just great DNA, because his father went $1 million over budget on the first Ghostbusters, and it did not matter. They were shitting bricks because of how much more money they spent. And by the time the summer was over, they couldn't have cared less. They could not have cared less. So clearly Jason is following in Ivan's footsteps as far as that goes.
And you just look at all the movies he's made, and it's just, and his movies also, like, their casts are just insane.
Right.
Like, you go back and watch it, and they're all just good movies. He has an incredible. I need to look up his complete filmography to go.
That's what I was going to look up right now. Like, I'm trying to remember, like, exactly. Jason
Reitman. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, obviously up in there. Yeah, I'm just like, what else did he do? Because I'm like, obviously Juno, Up in the Air, Labor Day. I didn't really see Labor Day.
I didn't see Labor Day.
Oh, he was a producer on that, though.
No, he's director too.
Oh, was he a director too? Okay, he was director.
I haven't seen Young Adult, which is Charlize. Well, it's a Diablo Cody script with Charlize Theron.
Well, because Diablo wrote Juno.
She wrote Juno. Yep.
Yeah, I think like pretty much like I mean he's directed some episodes of The Office, but
he did Tully with Charlize Theron.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Tully. Yeah,
and did The Front Runner with Hugh Jackman? I don't even know about that.
I didn't know about that. Well, I think I vaguely remember that, but nothing. Yeah, like I didn't. This is a longer filmography than I thought he had.
Yes, I know.
He's a producer on Jennifer's Body. Wow.
I love that movie.
I'm like, that is a sleeper fucking horror movie that I actually really enjoy. That was a pretty damn good movie.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
He's in. Hang on. He's in as an actor. He's in Twins, Ghostbusters 2, and Kindergarten Cop.
Yeah, is that all? That's all his dad's movies, or what? Not all of them, probably.
Who did Kindergarten? Yes, Ivan did do Kindergarten Cop.
He did Kindergarten Cop.
Yes.
Really?
He did Twins. Yeah. Yep, he did.
Yeah.
Those are his dad's movies. Yep.
Jeez,
that's awesome. As a kid, of
Yeah.
course, like this is all like late 80s, early 90s. So he was like, in fact, that like in Twins, he's Granger grandson. In Ghostbusters 2, he's Brownstone boy number 2, and in Kindergarten Cop, he's Kissing boy. So
I need to go back and watch. I need to go back and watch
Kindergarten Cop.
Boys have penises, girls have vaginas.
Yeah,
I have not seen. If we're talking like if we're going down the list of when's the last time we saw that Arnold movie, I have not seen Kindergarten Cop, and I don't know how long. It has been ages. Casey, have you seen Kindergarten Cop?
No, I haven't.
Are you aware of it though? Are you familiar with the title? Have you heard it before? Nope. You have not. Okay. All right.
It's one of those.
It is an Arnold Schwarzenegger classic on the good end, not on the bad end, because he's got some bad classics. He's also got some good classics, subjectively speaking, of course. But Kindergarten Cop, yes, that's
you know what Ivan Reitman movie that I fucking love and just adore? Dave.
Oh, you know what? I've never seen it.
Kevin Kline.
I've never seen Dave.
What? Okay,
I know.
Scott, this is right up your alley. You will love this movie.
Yeah,
this movie is fucking fantastic.
Kevin Kline and Sigourney
Weaver.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Frank Langella.
Dude, this movie, like this was a movie in my household growing up that was constant. There was like a movie that was always on. My mom loves this movie. I remember my dad loving this movie. Everybody in my family loved it. It's just one of those movies. It's just one of those 90s movies, that feel good kind of movie. And I'm telling you, watch Dave. Not just because it's my name, that's the title. I mean, it's a slightly part of it.
I didn't even make that connection until you decided to like glory, to like really just point it out.
My show, Scott. It's my show. Anyways,
your
but
your name is on the title. I got it. I got it.
You're only okay. Fine. So Scott, watch Dave, and then throw in an episode of Everybody Loves Raymond.
And what do I watch for myself?
I know. Is there a Scott? Is there anything that has Scott?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I want to say there is, but I don't know.
There's got to be
something. But please, I now I'm like, the fact that you guys haven't watched Dave, now I'm anxious to see your report back, because that is such a fucking good movie. It is such a good movie. Like, it really is. You know, Kevin Kline, you know, like I said, Sigourney Weaver, and like obviously the premise is Kevin Kline, you got the president.
And you got a guy who looks like the president.
Yeah. And then you have a doppelganger because something happens to the president. So they get this guy to act as the president. And I remember I was so like about this movie because I was so fascinated of like when I found out that, oh my God, that's the same actor playing two different people. How'd they do that? And I remember watching the behind the scenes of obviously now it's whatever. You can do that very much easily. But back in the 90s, when you see the behind the scenes of like how they did it, it was like, it blew my mind. I'm like, the same actor playing two different people. Wow.
It was like Michael Keaton in Multiplicity.
Oh, fuck.
You know what's kind of cool about that though with Kevin Kline? And no, Multiplicity is like that. Multiplicity is a top 5 Michael Keaton movie. But like
Harold Ramis directed.
Oh God, yes. But no, like this isn't the greatest movie on earth at all. But Wild Wild West.
Oh yeah.
Kevin Kline does play 2 roles in Wild Wild West. He's not just Artemis Gordon. He's also Ulysses Grant, the president.
Okay. One of the things that what I love about Wild Wild West, yes, it has its issues, but the chemistry between Kline and Smith, fantastic.
I'll agree with that.
And then of course you got Selma Hayek. Fucking Selma Hayek.
Agree with that.
Well, yeah, I mean, but there's a lot of things that I like about Wild Wild West, but yeah, there's a lot of things where I'm like,
Okay, Branagh chewed the hell out of every piece of scenery,
and that didn't bother me. That didn't bother me. Really, I didn't have a problem with the actors, and I didn't even necessarily have a problem.
Actors were fine,
right? Even Ted Levine playing another creeper.
Fuck yeah,
yeah.
It's Ted Levine,
right? And even like the steampunk aspect, even that didn't bother me. It was just
I like the steampunk aspect.
It was good, but it just got it got too ridiculous.
It was just the script. That's all it was.
It was the script.
Story. It was,
but like I said, the chemistry between Smith and Klein were just
But John Peters got his spider.
Oh yeah, I know. That's what Kevin Smith.
The giant
spider. Dude, I love Kevin Smith's speech about that when he was talking about writing the Superman thing. He was like, he just wants this big spider, and then all of a sudden, and then he goes, then I watch Wild Wild West, and the whole crowd just starts getting it. They're like,
yes,
and he's like, and there's this big fucking spider.
because that was a Warner Brothers movie, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And Warner Brothers, historically speaking, loves spoiling shit in trailers. And the giant spider is in the first trailer for Wild Wild West.
It's funny, even bringing it back to the Matrix. I mean, Will Smith has even said, obviously he was offered the role of Neo before Keanu Reeves, which, a lot of people know about. But I love the fact that when they talk about it now, he goes, yeah, I passed it up for Wild West. I was immature. I was young. I was just taking whatever the fuck. And he goes, but at the same time, I'm like, I'm glad I didn't take that role because Keanu nailed it. It wouldn't have been as good with me. And that's what I love about Will Smith. And I know there was passing around where people are saying the 4 inspirational people. Will Smith would have been one of my 4 because that guy has always inspired me because obviously Fresh Prince, one of my all-time favorite sitcoms. But and it's just the way that guy, I mean, the fact that he can actually say that, I'm like, yeah, I'm glad I passed it up. It was dumb, sure, but Keanu nailed it. I wouldn't have done that. I'm like, that wouldn't have, I wouldn't have made it as special. Keanu fucking made something special with Neo. That wouldn't have been me. And I'm like, yeah, see, he can actually go and yeah, I'm glad I didn't do that. So
okay,
I love that.
I got a question for KC now.
Because
he's being a little quiet, and because that happens with the 3 of us. When the 3 of us get talking, it's like screw everyone.
We don't
else.
Shut up. Yeah.
We're gonna put Baby in a corner. Another reference to a movie that he wouldn't get. Yeah. So
I feel like Meg sometimes when you talk about older movies and she's also quiet.
Oh yeah, sometimes Meg, Meg's like your age too. So
I am still proud of her getting that Star Wars question right.
Yeah.
Even though it was a 50-50 answer and she happened to pick the right one.
Go ahead.
I'm curious, Casey. So what are the movies that made you? When you think of
foundation films,
those foundational films, that's these are the movies I watched that made me go, fuck, I love movies.
Yeah, we all answered that question recently on Twitter.
We did all answer that question recently.
Mine was Back to the Future, Ghostbusters.
Mine was Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah, Raiders.
I said Batman 89.
Yeah.
Even though, if you want to talk about a movie that made me watch movies as films, that has to go to Blade Runner.
Yeah.
That was the first movie that made me go, I need to watch, you watch it the first time, you're like, I don't know.
Yeah.
You watch it again, and it's one of those movies that every time I watched, I was like, I love this movie more and more every time. I go from being what to being, I fucking love this movie.
What's funny about Blade Runner with me is I didn't see it back when I was a kid, but I think I remember knowing about it, and maybe my dad had a VHS of it or something like that, because whatever, but I got acquainted with it when I got into my late teens into my 20s, was that's when I started getting into Blade Runner. But it was never when it came to Ridley Scott, it was always, it was Alien. It was Alien that was constantly being played. And then, Gladiator and blah, blah, blah. But then I never got into Blade Runner until I was probably late teens into my early 20s. But anyways, Casey, go ahead.
Casey, what are yours?
Yeah, so Harry Potter was the first ones.
Wow.
And then
one
of the non-genre films, well, I think it is a genre film as well, but it was Jumanji.
Oh, the first one. Okay.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a great one.
And then after that was Spider-Man.
Okay. Yeah.
No, I like
What?
this because these are films that we all like are aware of, but they weren't like necessarily our formative years. Like Harry Potter's
Yeah.
just like, wow, I'm old.
I'm college. I was in college
Yeah.
when the Harry Potter movies were coming out.
And mind you, Casey, I saw I didn't see Sorcerer's Stone or Chamber of Secrets in theaters, but everything from Prisoner of Azkaban on I saw in theaters. Saw
Me
all
too.
those in theaters because I came to it late. I had friends that were like heavily into it. My one sister Rachel, she's read all the books, and I remember the summer that Deathly Hallows came out. We were on family vacation. She brought the book with her and read the whole thing, like all 700 some odd pages of it. So Harry Potter, I was introduced to it. Like my one buddy was like, dude, you got to watch them. Because it was like a week before Azkaban was coming out. And I went to his house and he showed me Sorcerer's Stone and Chamber of Secrets. I was like, okay, I'm in. Let's go check it out. And for me, I felt that series like increasingly got better with each film. And I'm one of the people that if I'm on an island with really liking Goblet of Fire, fine. I'll sit on that island.
No, actually, Goblet of Fire is my number one favorite book. Like,
right, but I'm saying the movie. I know a lot of people don't like the movie.
And my problem with trying to judge it by the movie is that I love the book so much that I almost by default then like love the movie because because Goblet of Fire was always my favorite story that got told. There's actually only one Harry Potter movie I never saw in theaters. And to this day, in my opinion, is the worst movie.
And that is
Half-Blood Prince.
I knew it.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
The problem with Half-Blood Prince is that the book, you can't make that book into a movie. Like the way like we talk about adaptation.
Yeah.
You had to change things because the way the book is structured, you're not making a movie like that.
Right.
The problem is all the crap they literally invented and threw into the screenplay because they had to fill it with stuff because they couldn't fill it with what the book did.
Yeah.
Made a lot of us go, that's stupid.
Which is the constant problem of trying to adapt a book. And speaking of adaptation, that's a great movie. I don't know if, I don't know why I just thought about that.
That is a strange movie.
Dude,
it's Charlie Kaufman.
Exactly. It's Charlie Kaufman. I mean, it's so meta because it's literally a movie about Charlie Kaufman trying to write a movie about a flower. Right. And then he ends up writing a movie about trying to write a movie about a flower. And you're just kind of going like, when you watch it, you go, what the
a hallucinogenic flower.
Did Kaufman do Being John Malkovich?
Yes.
Yes, I believe.
Because that movie is fantastic too. Because they talk about that in if you watch the movie, like it shows Malkovich, it shows I think Cameron Diaz and John Cusack too. Like you see him on set, but it's Cage playing, of course, Kaufman. And then of course he did Eternal Sunshine.
That's my favorite.
Eternal Sunshine. Oh, okay. Scott,
what?
You have two movies now. Oh, KC said what?
You got you.
Yes.
Scott.
Hold on, I'm checking something out here.
And that's an older one too. That's 2004. I saw that in the theater.
Oh man.
Okay, it's on Peacock.
On.
I can watch it. It's on Peacock, and I am subscribed to Peacock.
No, listen, Eternal Sunshine is like one of
that's
the
like
greatest,
one of the all-time. Yeah.
Because it's like like being because here I'll put it this way, like because I actually do like
KC right now.
How many?
You serious?
Sorry, Ray. I didn't mean to cut you off, but that was like perfect right first.
That was.
How many more years did you have to not watch it, Scott?
No, but it's
sorry. This is my only time I can. Do this.
Laugh it up,
Casey. Enjoy it, Casey. Enjoy it. Enjoy this moment. Yes, this is your moment.
These moments don't come very often.
Fantastic. Outstanding.
Oh man,
No,
Scott right now.
Fake laugh, hiding real pain.
No, but it's
Yeah.
it's like I love science fiction. It's my favorite genre, but I also do like romantic comedies and like
I love
romantic dramas.
comedies.
And so
Yeah.
when you can give me both and
Fuck,
make it
man.
work, yeah,
Yeah,
you're in my
Eternal
wheelhouse.
Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. It is just one of those movies. Well, I mean, we were talking about this before you guys came on with, talking about, comedy actors that go to drama. I mean, this is Jim Carrey shines so much.
Oh my god,
in this
yes.
movie.
And you want to
You
talk
know?
about chemistry? Him and Winslet.
Fucking A. And
Oh my God.
and okay, Scott, when you watch it, I dare you not to fall in love with Kate Winslet in
All
this
over
movie.
again? Because
Yeah, I know. That's what I was about to say. I'm like, I'm sure you fall in love with her in something else, but it is very difficult to not fall in love with her in this movie. Like she is just my God.
And it's another. I mean, it's not a huge cast, but the other three principals of the movie are Tom Wilkinson, Kirsten Dunst, and Mark Ruffalo.
Yeah, yeah, that's
Why
right.
the fuck
yeah.
haven't you watched this movie? What is wrong with
I'm
you?
going to be honest with you, because if you're thinking about 2004, that was actually like the end of my. See,
Oh, is this when you were overseas?
No, it was before I went overseas, but it was the end of. It would have been around the end of my first senior year, going into my, because I went an extra half a year to finish up college.
Okay.
So, depending on when in the year that movie came out, that would be something I'm really interested to know. What was the original release date in 2004 of that movie?
I feel like it was. Well, you know what? I was gonna say summer, but I'm probably wrong because I think that movie was awards bait, if I'm not mistaken.
They try to, yeah. All right, let's see.
It was March 19th. March 19th.
So it wasn't awards season then stuff, but
no, it was.
Yeah, it was one of those movies that I didn't see it in the movie theater. I saw it.
I did.
Like,
I did see it in the
at
theater.
home. I didn't see it in the movie theater, but you know what's funny is like, man, I mean, I tell you what, like when, I mean, it's just one of those movies where you ever had a bad relationship, everybody just kind of goes like, yeah, I kind of wish that technology, you almost go like,
it is an utterly relatable movie if you've ever been in that kind of a situation.
I'm glad to know this. This is where being subscribed to a lot of different streaming services helped, because it used to have to be I have to find it on Redbox, or I'd have to go to Vudu and rent it. Now, thanks to the Apple TV app, because I link all my streaming service. When they say, "Do you want to connect to Apple TV?" I was like, "Yes," because then I click the Apple TV button, I search the movie, and it automatically tells me which service it's on that I'm subscribed to, and I'm like, "Great!"
The streaming age.
I know we're 100%.
Yes, Ray.
Yes. What's pissed me off is when I've actually paid to rent movies or buy movies that I didn't before I discovered the beauty of just automatically going to my Apple TV app and just searching the movie and letting it do all the the Charlie Day for me to find to find the
You're right though, yes,
the service it's on. It's like now I've learned this, and it's like, yes, now I'm saving so much money. Oh, saving money because it's like, well, I'm already subscribed to all these services. Now tell me which one I subscribe to that has the movie I want.
Yeah, no, that's what's so great about it. You could just like literally type like where can you watch this, and it'll just Google will be like all right here, and it's like, oh, cool, I got that. And blah blah blah. No, but so yeah, you got some
all these fake movies.
Because I am curious to see what you feel about Dave and Eternal Sunshine. I love that.
I need to watch Dave myself, but Eternal Sunshine. That is, yes, that is.
And Truman Show was also great.
Oh, I saw.
Oh yeah, we've all
theaters.
Yes, Truman Show was
I loved Truman Show.
I mean,
it's such a good movie. And it was weird because it came out around the same time as like Pleasantville. And so there was
it had that same kind of vibe.
Yeah.
Very much.
No, I remember. I remember in my video production class, like my teacher put on Truman Show just because it was like this movie. I mean, this is like a movie, like just you want to talk about video production and like film and stuff like that. He loved that movie, and like there was one time where we just like spent 2 days just watching that movie, or 2.5 days, whatever the hell, how much, you know, it would take for that. But it was just, that was like one of the movies that he absolutely loved. And we watched it. It was great. You know,
Scott,
of course.
Scott, I forgive me. I completely forgot this last name. Like Jim Carrey, Kate Winslet, Kirsten Dunst, Mark Ruffalo, Tom Wilkinson, and for good measure, Elijah Wood.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah. Oh, I knew Elijah Wood was in there because on the A24 podcast.
I hate him in the movie, but you'll see.
But he talked about it because there was on the A24 podcast, not the most recent episode, but before that was a conversation between David Lowery and Elijah Wood talking about the Green Knight. And Elijah Wood started to talk about the camera tricks in Eternal Sunshine.
Oh God, yes.
You are in for a mind fuckery of some of these like the way that some of this shit happens. You're like, oh, holy shit! How did they?
The editing, the camera placement, the forced perspective in certain spots. Yes, you were. This movie is like 17 years.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
This movie's like 17 years old, and you're probably still not ready for it. Even with everything you've seen.
But you know, like what the premise is, kind of like the synopsis.
That's the beauty of it. I maybe kind of sort of have a rumor, like whisper about it. So the best part is I'm really going into this movie like blind-ish.
Okay,
that is unbelievable.
All right,
wow.
And you probably want okay, because I was about to say like we can explain it to you.
No.
Yeah. That's fine.
Once again, I just made the comment about how I wish I could go into more movies blind these days.
That's why I was like, do you know? And I'm like, all right, do you want us to tell it? Okay, no, you're fine, because when you realize what is happening and then you see it go, you're like, you just kind of go shit. And then like it's funny too, because anybody that I've shown this to, where I just put it on, they just go like, why didn't I know about this movie? I'm like, am I right? You know, it's just one of those movies. It's just
Focus
one of those
too. Focus features.
Oh, I love Focus features.
And both of them you can watch with the wife, perfectly okay. But I think Dave's more of the feel good movie.
Dave is more of the feel good. You're going to go through some things with Eternal Sunshine.
Well,
Eternal Sunshine.
And I don't need her asking me what the hell is going on when I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on.
Okay. So that's what I'm kind of saying. I'm kind of wondering, like, maybe watch Eternal by yourself. Dave,
I'm watching it by 100%.
myself. Yeah. Dave 100% is a date movie like a motherfucker. It really is. It's a feel good. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You have talked this up enough. Where is
Dude,
Dave?
I'm telling you,
Dave
is a
not on
great
any
movie.
streaming service.
I checked.
No. According to this, it's I'm looking at. Sorry, this is the Dave TV show. Stupid Google. It said watch now, premium subscription on Hulu. No, it's not. It's the FX Dave, not the movie.
Not that one. But we have somebody else who's joining right now. We got Mr. Enosh joining up. What's up, sir?
We were just talking about your accent, Enosh. There we go.
He doesn't have that much of an accent, but he's he's got a little.
To me, he does not have an accent because.
We're talking about Michigan, the Michigan and the parts of the Michigan and how further north.
You mean like the up north,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what
exactly.
The Yoopers. The Yoopers.
Oh, he knows.
The
Hey,
Yoopers.
Enosh,
He knows.
in honor of you, I got a new toy today.
Uh-oh.
Dave knows what it is.
Blame
he
it
saw
on me.
it.
Did I see it? Did I see it?
Yeah,
I
you
did.
reacted to it.
Oh, I'm
My
trying.
new McFarlane.
The what?
The new McFarlane toy.
Oh yeah.
You get Swamp Thing?
As you wish.
No, I got a Dread Pirate Roberts.
As
I
you
saw. Yes. Okay. Yes. I saw your post about that. Yeah.
Yeah, and Buttercup and Inigo Montoya and Fezzik are all on the way.
Nice.
Oh, man.
Oh my goodness.
Nice.
The fact
Very
that McFarlane made those, that's fantastic.
Oh, and Fezzik is a mega fig, so it's gonna be like the size of like Dark Side and stuff.
Nice.
Wait a minute.
Very
Wait a minute.
nice.
Wow. Okay. I mean,
That's cool.
I mean, he'd have to be, but still.
I'm gonna have to get that for Tiff because the Dread Pirate Roberts one, because we met Carrie Ells a few years ago and she was beside herself, man.
He seems like such a nice guy.
He is. He was super nice. He did the whole thing. She was really like she likes the Princess Bride, but she was really a fan of. She's a huge what's his name? Mel Brooks fan. Yeah, she's a huge Mel Brooks fan. And
Men in Tights.
Yeah, she's absolutely
Yes.
huge Mel
Men in
Brooks fan. So
Tights,
she
yes.
loves Men in Tights, and so
God damn it!
they were going back and forth. I was just a fly on the wall. Like I was just like, she's doing her. She's in her element.
Yes.
So I just said she's like reciting lines with him from Men in Tights, and I was just like,
Cariel has like he's got a number of credits to his name, but seriously, it's either Princess Bride or Men in Tights.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
either
but
one of
let's
those.
not forget that he was also in Hot Shots. He was like the Val Kilmer
was.
character in Hot. He was the Iceman in Hot Shots,
Yeah.
which was also fantastic.
And he was the antagonist in Twister.
And
Yeah.
that's right. I forgot all about that.
And
Yeah.
Kiss the Girls.
Oh yeah, he was also he was the bad guy in there. Yes, that's right. Damn, dude, that was a deep pull. Kiss the Girls. That was Ashley Judd, right?
Ashley Judd and Morgan Freeman.
I just thought of a deeper pull for him. I just thought of a deeper pull. Glory.
Oh,
he was in
you're
Glory?
right.
Holy
yes,
shit.
He was
Matthew Broderick's like lieutenant, like the other the other white guy, the other principal white guy in the movie.
The other white guy.
No, but
he was a ham.
But yeah, see? But you've seen Dave.
Yes, I've seen Dave.
Thank you.
Dave was here, man.
Yeah.
Dave is a great movie, man. Dave, Tiffany loves Dave as well. Yeah.
We were actually just talking about that. So.
Yeah.
Dave
That's why, I saw he put it in the private chat when he was backstage. So I was like, okay, finally, somebody who knows. Who knows how good this movie is.
Crazy movie and premise, but really good. Like it's weird.
A feel good movie.
Yeah.
It really is.
It is, and I like the ending. I like how it ends.
Yes.
It just makes you feel nice. I know I'm not saying anything.
No.
I heard that, who was it who hadn't seen it?
Everybody here?
Everybody here has not seen it.
Really?
Everybody here has not seen Dave. Yeah.
None of you?
No.
Not
I have.
Okay, I was going to say, Dave has seen Dave.
Of course, I've seen Dave. You know,
Dave has seen Dave, but just nobody else. Okay, no, it's a great feel good movie, and it just kind of shows you kind of like maybe the best in the world, like of the human spirit and and everything.
What's great about it, because it deals with the president, you see the bad and then you see the good.
Yeah.
So it's like a good balance of like you see the bad in politics and then you see the good also. And Kevin Kline is just like he's just fucking fantastic.
Yeah, he's great in that movie. And then
then you're gonna recognize all like so many other actors too. I can't name off the top of my head, but but they're recognizable. You're like, oh yeah, that guy. I'm telling you, and that's a movie that you can watch with your wife. And
Sigourney Weaver's good in that.
Sigourney Weaver,
she's great. I love when she kind of starts figuring stuff out. Suspecting stuff, and it's just good.
Yeah, okay. Good. We'll tell you what, we won't want to spoil.
I know. It's just good. I know. It's good. And then, like I said, the way that it ends, it's not like some huge thing. Just like it's not like this thing. It's just like, oh, that's nice.
You just walk away going, yes. And it's so 90s. It's so fucking 90s, dude.
Oh yeah.
That's what I love about it. It's just you're gonna when you guys get done watching, you're gonna be like, yeah, that was such a 90s movie. And then you're just gonna feel good. You're just gonna feel good. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that just reminds me. I was thinking about other movies like of that era. Cause like, okay, here's a classic that I always love.
Oh.
Okay, Nicolas Cage, Shirley MacLaine.
Guarding Test.
I love that movie.
Guarding Test.
Yes. Yep.
That's a good film.
I'm telling you, you know what? That's in line. Dave is kind of in that.
Yeah.
I would say
there was definitely a period in the 90s where it was like the presidents.
Remember Mr. President with Michael Douglas?
No, the American President.
American President.
Because that was an Aaron. Because tying back to what I saw tonight, that was an Aaron Sorkin screenplay. Like you can see like the proto West Wing happening.
Oh,
because that was Michael Douglas and Annette Bening,
and Michael J. Fox was in there. Oh, we lost Casey.
What happened to Casey?
I think he's been kind of like, I think his camera and stuff has been kind of, but hopefully
and Richard Dreyfuss.
That's right,
because he was the big bad senator.
Yeah,
in the American
Welcome
President.
back, Casey. What happened, Casey?
I don't know. It's just the browser tab crashed. So I refreshed.
What it is.
Okay,
No, okay.
yeah.
It happens. It
It
happens.
does happen. Yeah.
But yeah, we're just kind of like we're just kind of just being nostalgic right now, Enosh. And
Nostalgia.
obviously we had the tweets that said like, our crushes, our first crushes.
Ooh, what was yours,
Um,
Enosh?
Yeah, I want to know what yours was because I don't think we saw that. What was your
Leia?
first
I
crush?
Crush.
don't think I saw the tweet or whatever.
It was basically
Leia?
your first crush. Like it said, don't like dating
Date yourself.
Yeah. So what was like as a young boy? What was your crush? Like mine was
Leia.
Kim Basinger.
Mine
Scott,
was
you had-
Jennifer Connelly from The Rocketeer.
Yep.
I tell you
Ray,
what, man.
what was
I didn't know
your-
much about her, but Jennifer Connelly and what was it?
Labyrinth.
What was the
Oh.
one with her in the Target? What was that? That wasn't Opportunity Knocks. That was no, but what was it?
Career Opportunities.
Career Opportunities. Yes.
Yes.
Career Opportunities. I took notice of Jennifer Connelly in that film.
A lot of people took notice of Jennifer Connelly.
Yes, that's right. I was old enough to take note. Man, see, if I had to, I mean, like, I'd like to say, I'd like to be able to say Leia or something like that, but whatever. But like honestly, like I was so young that it's like I don't even think that I really thought of it that way. I will say that Margot Kidder, just because she was Lois Lane, and I had such an affinity for Superman growing up that that was a thing. Although the first one that if I'm being honest, and the first one that I honestly remember, and my grandmother made reference to it a lot, was Dolly Parton.
I can respect that a lot.
Dolly Parton.
Wow.
Dolly Parton. Apparently, there's a story because we lived in Vegas and we went to the show, and apparently I jumped up on the stage at I can't remember if it was the Hilton or the Riviera, and I started making this gesture before the curtain came out, like before she came on. So fortunately, it was not while she was on performing.
Oh, good.
Yeah. But yeah, apparently I did that, and so
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
But
Dolly Parton, yeah.
Yeah, Ray, what was yours again? I forgot. I think I saw it, but I don't remember.
It was Sherry Headley from Coming to America, Lisa.
Oh, okay. Okay. Makes
Because
sense. Yeah.
I was allowed to see that movie at age 6, and she was awesome. And and even at that age, like I understood the plot, like I understood the story, and so I was rooting for her the whole time. When you get to the end of the movie and he removes the veil and it's her, like I literally cheered like as a kid. Like I was happy that it was her because it made sense, man. It just worked perfectly. And I love that they got her back for the sequel and all that. So
yeah,
it's
good. And Casey, what was yours?
Probably Emma Watson because
Okay.
of Hermione.
For Harry Potter.
Oh, yeah, for Hermione,
Yeah.
I get that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what's
sense.
crazy?
I'm surprised to
Alright.
see nobody has Meg Ryan as their crush.
Well, I think because Meg Ryan, I think when we think of crushes, usually there's more of a sexual component to it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Meg Ryan, I mean, the whole
She was
American.
cute.
She was cute. She was the American sweetheart. She was the girl next door.
Yeah.
Well, and also, Top Gun wasn't the first thing I saw Meg Ryan in. The first Meg Ryan movie, the first thing I saw her in, another '90s movie, IQ.
Yes, with
Mm.
Walter
Wow.
Matthau.
Walter Matthau, Tim Rice, and Stephen Fry.
Who played Einstein? Wow. Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
That's another
I
good
forgot
movie.
about that movie.
That
too.
is a good
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
you know who else? You know who else? Now that you mentioned this, right? Mariel Hemingway.
Okay.
She
Okay.
was in a film called oh gosh, what was this? What was the movie? I remember it had Peter O'Toole in it. Basically, it was the first time I ever noticed Mariel Hemingway. So by the time I saw Superman 4, like she kind of became a crush for me. And then she was on a TV show for a while, like on ABC, I think during the late 80s, maybe early 90s, but it was like late 80s. I remember she was on a show. But Mariel Hemingway, I think I was in 5th or 6th grade. And, whenever they bring out the cart, with a TV on it, you know, you were going to watch, you know, like a movie. It was going to be a free day. It was going to be something.
Yeah.
So my teacher, she brought out the cart and it was like, we were going to spend this day just watching movies. And so it was pretty cool. Well, she had rented all these films and I still don't have any idea what she was thinking, but basically it was about like this college professor who wants to he's trying to clone his wife, his dead wife. And I can't remember for the life of me what it's called. Peter. Hold on. Now it's going to bug me.
I'm like,
right now I have to look it up.
That is familiar. That is familiar.
Peter O'Toole
trying to clone his dead wife.
What is it? Mariel Hemingway.
Man, I'm like,
I don't know this movie, and I'm looking at her IMDb. Like, I'm going deep, man.
yeah. Creator. It's called Creator, 1985.
That's right.
Oh,
okay.
1985. Yep.
Creator,
So what I remember about, I remember because I was a kid who always paid attention to movies and stuff. So, but I'll never forget it because it was the funniest thing to happen. Basically, Peter O'Toole is this college professor. He's trying to clone his wife who died of cancer. And so he's got this whole scheme and everything that he's doing. But there's a scene where they're at the college and they're playing like touch football or flag football or something. And like the jerk guy, you know, is like all over Mariel Hemingway. He's like and she's got like this short blonde hair in this film. She just looks really super cute, whatnot. And so they're playing tag football or touch football, and he's like all over. He's just like mauling her, you know, on purpose and everything. And it comes down to like they need to make one last play, and she goes, "Give me the ball." And like whoever was the quarterback or whatever is like, "I'm not giving you the ball. That dude's been all over you all game long." And she's like, "Just trust me. Give me the ball. I'll be open. You just throw me the ball." He's like, "No, I'm not gonna do it." So they have this argument, and finally he says, "Okay, fine, whatever, but you know, we're not gonna win." And so she goes and they line up, and as soon as they line up, she had this crop top on, this little sweatshirt crop top thing. And we're there, and like, so we're kids, like I said, it's like 5th, 6th grade, maybe. I think it was like 5th grade. And they line up, and she gets it said, she goes, "Hey," she calls his name, and he looks up at her, and she flashes him.
Oh.
And then they call a hike. And so then she runs out. And of course, the guy's just like standing there like, what? Oh. And so then, you know, he gets the ball and they make a touchdown or whatever. And I just remember like, because all the class was like, boobs at school.
Yeah.
Like,
oh my God.
I remember something similar to that was
our teacher came out though, and she's like, "Okay, class, now settle down. We're going to be mature about this." And we're like, "Yeah, right. We just saw boobs. Good luck with that."
Awesome.
I still remember getting bare butt from the OG Clash of the Titans.
Yes. When she gets out of the bath and then they wrap her up. Yes. Or even Splash. Remember Daryl Hannah?
Splash.
Oh my God.
Not the Disney Plus version.
Yeah. Fuck that version. Fuck that. I don't like that version.
Remember Conan? Conan?
Yeah, Conan had a
barbarian man
too.
Like I remember watching that when I was a kid. Like I had no business watching that scene. But
I've told these guys, you know, I've told you these guys about my aunt used to frequent movie gallery with 2 VCRs and like would make like 2 movies on a VHS tape and would just basically like had the entire movie gallery and that is how through very sneaky measures that I saw 2, you know, back in the 90s when erotic thrillers were like the thing of the 90s.
Basic Instinct
and Body of Evidence with Madonna.
Body of Evidence with what Defoe and
Madonna.
I remember so much when Madonna was literally a thing that like we had to crush on, and now we're
Dick Tracy.
Dick Tracy.
Are
you kidding me? Like I think I had a whole discovery. I had a whole discovery of myself over.
I mean, there are movies that make you a man. That was one of them.
Yes, it was,
dude. And the thing is, at the time you saw him, you didn't even really know what the change was. You just knew it was happening.
But you know what's funny? But you know what's funny? Like talking about like crushes. Like after I posted mine, because I was like, oh, what would be mine? And then I was like, well, Kim, you know, Vicky Vale, Kim Basinger. That's come on. But then I was like, well, shit. And then all of a sudden it hit me. I'm like, hey, Sigourney Weaver and the original Ghostbusters. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, especially when she
I'd go with more Madonna type. That style, like for me, was always Yeah, Sigourney Weaver. I looked at it more as just like a action, like
Yeah, but when she
kind of,
aliens kind of put her in action hero.
Yeah.
Like I want to see her, like with a gun kicking ass.
Well, I know, but then you got that scene in Alien when, like, at the end when she's like undies that are very low rise and a tank top. You're like,
yes,
oh,
and then all that's ruined when the alien pops out from the wall.
I know, right?
Like, oh,
you're like, oh, look at this, and then all of a sudden, like, oh shit.
Speaking of which, did I ever tell you my my Basic Instinct story?
No, I need to hear this story.
Okay, so I was man, gosh, how old was I when that movie came out? It
was 92?
92, yeah, 91, 92.
Yeah, so I think I was like, I was, well, I thought I was about 13 when that movie came out, maybe a little bit older. But my friend's parents decided to take me and their son to SeaWorld when it was still in Cleveland. When there was a SeaWorld in Cleveland, and right across the lake, the big lake there that SeaWorld was at, was another like little theme park called Geauga Lake, because the lake was called Geauga Lake. And so they had a couple of roller coasters there and stuff like that. So they took us to that the first day, and we spent the whole day there. And so then we stayed at a hotel there. And so we go back to the hotel. This is like just when places like that, hotels and stuff were starting to like have video on demand movies, that you could watch. And so that family, that was like how I discovered a ton of movies, because they were the family that had they were the first family like in the neighborhood that had a VCR. They had, bootleg copies of every movie you could possibly imagine in this big cabinet. And that was how like I discovered things like Back to the Future and Nightmare on Elm Street and like all the, big 80s movies and stuff. And so we're there, and they decided they were going to rent a movie. And apparently they had no idea what Basic Instinct was. And so we sit there in this hotel room, and they're like, okay, we're going to rent this film. And they rent Basic Instinct. And I'm like, they're sharing a queen size bed with my buddy, and his parents are in the bed right next to us. And all of a sudden, up comes Sharon Stone going to town, man. And I'm just like,
in the opening credits.
Yeah, and I'm like, no. We all looked at each other like, is anybody going to say anything? What the heck? And again, my friends' parents, like I can't imagine if, as having 3 kids myself, if I had taken one of their friends on a trip like that and something like that showed up, we would have been like, okay, we're going to shut this off. I'll try to, down to the desk, try to get it removed from the bill later or whatever. We won't worry about it, whatever. No, because they had dropped $20 on that movie.
Oh my goodness.
And they were not going to waste their $20. So they looked at me and Wayne, and they're just like, now boys, we're going to watch this, but let's maintain, and I'm just like, I can't imagine like now knowing what's in that film and like all the stuff that you see in that stuff that I didn't even understand at that age. Like that I was like, what the heck are they doing there? What is that? Right. And yeah.
God,
yeah.
I
got to watch it with my friend's parents.
The one that was like that for me was Disclosure.
Oh,
Demi
wow.
Moore and Michael Douglas. I did not understand what blowjobs were. That whole concept made no sense to me. And I had read the book. I had read the book before you see the movie, and the book is so much more explicit than the movie.
I'm sure it is.
Oh, the sex scene goes on for 4 pages in the book, and I was here going, "Why would you do that?" Like I didn't understand.
All right, before we continue, Casey, you got to go, right?
Yeah. So
right.
I will plug in. I know Martin, but even for him, you can follow him at Movies That Matter on all social media. You can find me at Krypton Cage on all social media, and you can follow us at The Real Talk Live. So basically, we do movie reviews and live shows every weekend. And we also have clips from that show, throughout the week. So go subscribe, follow us on Twitter. We post news, latest updates and everything. So, yeah.
All right. Thanks, man. Thanks for joining.
Awesome.
See you, Casey.
Thanks for having me.
Take care,
it was
Casey.
awesome talking to you all.
Yeah. Thanks, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Take it easy.
Bye.
All right. See ya.
So,
All right.
Basic Instinct is a weird movie because it's like when you watch it, it's actually a really good movie.
It is.
I've never seen it, and the reason I've never no. There's a very logical reason as to why I've never seen it. As a kid, the rule was that I could see R-rated movies as long as I followed two rules: one, knowing that all the violence was fake, and two, never repeat the language that I hear. However, even with those rules for most R-rated movies, there was a very short list of R-rated movies that I still could not watch, even following those rules. That was one of them.
Yeah,
by the way, it's on HBO Max. You can correct that mistake.
You know what I mean? Like Basic Instinct is like borderline NC-17. I'm surprised it didn't NC-17.
There's an NC-17 version that Sharon Stone's lawyers were fighting because it's been released in 4K in Europe.
Oh my god!
And they've been fighting
4K.
Yes.
You're okay.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Hey now.
Let's put that on a big 85-inch. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
It's like you're in the movie or something.
Oh man!
Sorry. First thing that popped in my head was European Vacation. Remember they stole the video camera?
Yeah.
Honey, you know I'm going to erase this. And then I don't know where they were, like Italy or whatever, and she's on a billboard. It's like the wet hot wife.
Oh, I remember that European Vacation. Yes,
the first thing I thought of, like,
what it mainly reminded. I don't know if you guys ever saw National Lampoon's Loaded Weapon.
Yes.
With Kathy Ireland, they totally reenact and parody that, and then all of a sudden it's like gratuitous beaver shot, and it's like a beaver smoking a cigarette, like an actual beaver, and it's just like, and everybody's like in their underwear.
And I love the fact that at the end of the film, when like the end of the film happens and stuff, and everybody's like celebrating and stuff, the beaver pops up, and dude, I remember really not talk about stuff that you didn't understand, like as a kid. Like I didn't really understand that.
I didn't either.
Watching Loaded Weapon 1. I went to go see Loaded Weapon 1 in the theater, and I don't know how I got away with that, but I did. Yeah. And then the thing is, like, I didn't understand half of it. Actually, talking about like Robin Hood Men in Tights, kind of the same thing. There was like all those jokes and everything. Like, I didn't think I liked that movie for most of my life because I didn't understand it when I saw it as a kid. And so, because I didn't understand half of it, I didn't think it was funny. Now I see it as an adult, and I'm like, yeah, that's great. It was hilarious, but didn't understand half that stuff. But yeah, the gratuitous beaver shot is like, what is it? Like, what is this?
What does that even mean? And then all of a sudden,
it's like just like right over your head, But
there's so many jokes in those old spoof movies when you go back and watch them. Like I'm talking about all the way back to the airplanes, your Top Secret, your Hot Shots, all that, and you just go, oh, I did totally just went right over my head when I was a kid. Now I understand all of this.
The end of Men in Tights, when they make Achu the new sheriff of Nottingham, and everyone goes, a black sheriff? And he's like, why not? It worked in Blazing Saddles.
Exactly.
And the first time I see the movie, I'm like, I don't.
What?
What's Blazing Saddles?
But then you watch Blazing Saddles, and
years later, and okay, now I get the joke totally. But that they all had in all those kinds of movies, they have like in jokes where if you didn't see the previous movie, and it's worse with Brooks because he's referencing his own shit, but like. It's like
which he constantly does. I mean, even in Spaceballs, I watched that like when I was on my little vacation. We watched Spaceballs as a family just because we were like drunk and like, hey, let's watch Spaceballs, cool. And like it was just a fun, And when they do like the whole like the instant videos and like he literally goes through like his whole filmography as he's trying to find it. I mean, it's like it's so great. It's so great. I mean, but then you even watch when you watch Blazing Saddles, there's stuff in there where you're kind of going like, whoa. I mean, you watch it now and you kind of go, oh, wow.
Little thing. 2 years ago, I watched Blazing Saddles for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I had seen bits and parts of it, but I'd never actually sat and watched it all the way through. So like I was home doing something one day and I was just like, it was on TV. But it was on like a movie station, so it wasn't like it was, there was no commercials or anything. So like I watched it all the way through, and Tiffany was so proud of me because she's such a huge huge fan. And hey, what's up, Ray? What's up, Ray?
How's it going, Ray?
But yeah, so I was like, I got through it and I was like, wow, yeah. But you are right though, Scott, about, because I keep telling Tiffany this, because like Tiffany actually wants to watch Basic Instinct, but like there's that whole, you know, thing with it, you know, and she's just like, do I really want to watch it, you know, whatever.
It's actually a,
and I keep telling her, I'm like, look,
thriller.
I get it, there's really a bunch of you know, sex in there and everything, which she doesn't care about that necessarily, but you know, but it's just like, you know, to listen to people like that's all the movie is about, but literally it's a really good movie. It
really
is
a really good story.
That was Paul Verhoeven. Like, this is the guy who directed like RoboCop,
Total Recall, Starship Troopers,
all those great 80. Yeah,
I mean, it's no Showgirls, but you know.
Oh God, don't even. That one doesn't even have the distinction of getting to be a good movie. That is just a hot steaming pile. I'm sorry.
That movie was, anybody who was a Saved by the Bell fan was like, yes, I get to see Jesse Spano butt naked. Okay, I mean, I'm all set.
It's not Tiffany Thiessen, but yeah, I'll take Jesse for 100.
I'll take Jesse.
And it, I'm not trying to be mean, but did it just feel like, you know, runner up?
Yeah,
you wanted it to be Kelly.
Well, of course.
You wanted it to be Kelly. Right?
Yes, we all had.
Now you're glad that it's not her.
I mean, going back to our little like celebrity crushes, we all had crush on Kelly Kapowski. Come on.
You know, it's funny. I didn't have the crush through her for Kelly Kapowski. It was when she did like the striptease in Son-in-Law with Pauly Shore, like at the honky tonk.
Look at you. And then of course you have Son-in-Law, which, you know, I even would say that one of my next crushes was Carla Gugino. Ooh, yeah. I mean, that's where I kind of started.
Now this one will date me a little bit.
Gugino obsession I have, which I still have to this day. My God.
This one will date me a little bit, but Aaron Gray.
Aaron Gray.
Okay, okay. You know what? It's funny you say that, Enosh, because when I was racking my brain, she did come into mind, because I was like, yeah, Buck Rogers.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've never seen Buck Rogers. That's why. Okay.
Yeah. She was the female lead on Buck Rogers. She was also the mom on Silver Spoons.
Yes, she was the mom on Silver
Spoons.
That's
absolutely. And so and then do you guys remember, you were talking about the early 90s? You guys remember the show Silk Stockings?
Yes, I do.
Anybody who was any kind of it, look, it was a great time to be a teenage boy. Yeah. I'm just gonna say that, like, you would turn on regular television, and there were women in lingerie all the time,
all over the place.
It didn't matter if you were watching, you know, Married with Children. Always somebody in a
Melrose Place,
Beverly Hills.
It was like a show every night that like had that. There was Silk Stockings, like a couple other ones that it like always was like girls in bikinis and something, and you know. But Erin Gray was on that show, and she played a sex therapist on that show that got busted for like running a sex ring or something like that. And so like through most of the episodes, she's in like lingerie and stuff. And it was funny because I used to do a radio show, and my my co-host was like obsessed with Erin Gray. He just like loved her so much. And I went one of the first Comic Cons I ever went to, she was there. And I walked up to her, and I introduced myself. There was nobody at her table there at the moment. And I just walked up to her and I said, I have to say hello to you. I said, first of all, she is beautiful. She's one of those women's, she's one of those women's, one of those women that like, you know, they haven't like done a lot, you know, to themselves. Like, you know, she looked natural. She just looked great. And I walked up to her and I said, can I just shake your hand? She looked at me and I said, my friend Mike is going to crap himself if I go back and I tell him this hand touched Erin Gray. And she thought it was hilarious. Like I didn't say it in a weird way, you know. We just had a moment where we kind of laughed about it. And I was like, yeah. So she held my hand and we took a picture of it. And I just said, I said it to my friend Mike. I said, guess what? I just saw Erin Gray Yeah, she was something else, man.
Well, and even in Buck Rogers, like if you because and Buck Rogers was another Glenn Larson show, the same as the original, the OG Battlestar Galactica, same setting,
and Knight Rider.
Yeah,
is she Knight Rider?
Yes.
Holy crap!
No,
but
I'm
like
talking about Glenn Larson.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
But like when you look at how they had her dressed, it wasn't skimpy, but it was always like
it was form fitting.
It was form fitting, like, kind of like Leia. A little bit, but more.
Well, there's one outfit that she wore that's like identical to Padme's in Attack of the Clones. That white outfit with the silver cuffs.
And it's what she wore most of that show. Most of the time when they were because it's a good. I like the show. It's a classic.
I got a good one. That's I could even be like but I probably when it came to these movies that she was in, that maybe I developed a crush a little bit later. But Adrienne Barbeau.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Fog, Escape from New York. I mean, let's face it.
Swamp
She was
Thing.
Swamp Thing. Yeah. She was pretty voluptuous. I mean, let's face it. So,
and then of course we grew up with her. I mean, it's weird. It was like a rewind to realize she's the voice of Selena Kyle in Batman the Animated Series.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, it's just like there's just so much that she's like been in, like that we've known. But I mean, like when people like hear her name, you're like, huh, who? And then you show, you go like, oh, that's right, her.
I mean, okay, so kind of along the same lines, and we've already brought up Verhoeven. I'll go ahead and bring up Rachel Ticotin, Melina from Total Recall.
Okay. Yeah, she was great. I mean, there's a reason why he chose her.
And I realized that, and it's funny because his other choice was Sharon Stone.
Yeah, I know. That's what's funny. That's what's so funny is like his wife was that, but then he chose kind of like a little bit of an opposite, of like slightly like of But he was like, oh yeah, let's get brunette, let's get this type right here.
Yeah, and then it's funny because then I'm thinking of like Starship Troopers and and she's not the one who's featured in that film at all. But then you get like Denise Richards, who was like Wild Things with her and Nev Campbell and Matt.
But you know what? Going back to the Starship Trooper, I like Dina Meyer.
Dina Meyer.
I liked her more. I was like.
Well, yes, and that was because that was the thing is like, and this is part of why it's a good movie. Again, Paul Verhoeven, but it's like Johnny wanted Carmen, but he belonged with Diz.
Yeah.
And Dina Meyer was an interesting one because I mean I saw Starship Troopers first, but she didn't really click with me until she played Barbara Gordon in Birds of Prey.
That's right. She was Barbara Gordon in the
Oracle series. in the Birds of Prey.
She was. Show. Yep. She's also been in She was in Star Trek Nemesis. She was a Romulan in Star Trek Nemesis. She was in Johnny Mnemonic with Keanu Reeves.
She was in one of the Saw movies too. She was in one of the Saw movies as also.
Oh yeah. And going back real quick, like I think one of you guys are kind of mentioning something about it, but like with that movie, like talking about like Sharon Stone trying to block like the 4K of Basic Instinct, right?
Yeah.
That's one of those stories that like it really bugged, like it not what it is, but it's just like I don't know what to make out of that whole story about her like being upset at him for the gratuitous beaver shot, like her being mad and saying that she didn't know what that was. I mean, knowing things about movies, like how you set up a shot, how you have to go over things and whatnot. Like, I don't know, man, that's a really hard thing. I mean, like I could see her being mad about it afterwards, maybe like not wanting to, but like to say that she didn't know that it was going to happen.
You're right.
That she didn't know that shot was going to be in the movie, didn't know that that's what the shot was. I mean, she with I don't know, but like, and especially the shot that it is, like, you got a camera aimed right
up there, and you're not wearing underwear. You're not wearing underwear. Yeah,
I don't ever want to tell somebody that, like, that, like, I never want to be like the one to be like, okay, I don't believe you, whatever. But
yeah,
that's just a hard sell years afterwards for her to hear that.
I'm with you.
Like, nobody knew, that like that wasn't what's supposed to be the shot. When you realize how movies are made,
Yeah.
And you got to set that whole shot. That's not an accident shot. That's like, oh, we were across the room. And we actually got a shot up her dress. Like, you know,
I'm totally on like exactly what you're saying, because when I heard about that too, or like I heard that Sharon Stone like slapped a director for and I was like, how do you not know that was supposed to be like, when you're the one there, you know where the camera is, you're not wearing any undies, and you do that. I mean, but at the same time, I'm like, it's just kind of funny. Like, yeah, I always was kind of suspicious about that too. It was like, oh yeah, did you have to just do the whole part of like, I didn't know, you know, doing this whole thing? But I'm like,
I don't know.
But at the same time, that role really just like, you know, Sharon Stone just fucking launched.
Well, and here's the other weird thing. Like, so like, why would you have I mean, it's not like that's the only shot of her naked in the film.
No,
from the waist down
a lot.
Yeah, I mean, from the waist down, she's naked a lot also in that film. So it's not like that's just like the one shot of her naked and, you know, from the waist down. So I don't know. It's just always been one of those weird stories. Yeah, hearing about how she slapped him and like all this stuff, and I'm like, nah, I don't buy it.
When I hear stories like that, the first thing that pops into my head was, I hope that's all that happened, because in Hollywood, like the history of Hollywood, historically speaking, if there's one skeleton, there's like 50 others. And I just hope that I hope there aren't 50 others. I really hope that there isn't another moment down the road where somebody else that was a producer on the film is exposed and, oh, this is what happened. This is why she said whatever. I really hope that's not the case. I really hope it was just this. That's the first thing I think of whenever a story like this comes up. Please don't be worse. Please don't be worse than her just being upset at that.
I mean, but at the same time, like I said, like Sharon Stone became that actress, that sexy actress that when you saw her in a movie, I mean, like there was many other movies, sexual thrillers and whatever the
hell.
Yes,
Sliver.
The Specialist. Remember The Specialist?
The Specialist. That was.
Dude, that movie was fucking. Oh man, that's a fucking 90s movie.
It's like one of those where like
they had a shower scene.
Shower scene. With her and Sylvester. Yeah.
If you ever look at like Sly's filmography and wonder what could put Demolition Man on the level of Rocky, The Specialist pushes Demolition Man up so high on the list because it's a useless movie. In my opinion, and
Specialist, The Specialist
is it's
you know what? There's something about that movie that, like, I mean, it's again pure 90s thriller, and it was just like, and then you had James Wood, who was a fucking nutcase in that movie because it's James Woods. You know, I mean, let's face it. I mean, anytime you see James Woods, and you're like, oh, we're in for a fucking treat here because it's going to be a little Looney Tunes.
But you know. Juxtapose that with the other movie those two were in, Casino, and it's like night and day. It's like, and in Casino, it's like, okay, I mean, he's a fucking disgusting Lothario in that movie too. He's awful.
Yeah,
but like, that's one of those cases where I was actually encouraging the mob beating. Yes, please, Ace, have your boys beat the shit out of him, please.
Now, did you see? Have any of you seen? Oh, Rebecca De Mornay.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. I was going to say something completely different. And I saw Jason's like comment pop up like, yes.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about her. Oof.
And I saw the Three Musketeers before Risky Business.
Oh my God. Three Musketeers. Okay. Can we all agree that when it comes to Three Musketeers, like live action movies, that's the best one?
That's the best one.
With Kiefer. With Charlie Sheen, with
I'd have to watch all of them and then get back to you on that.
No, dude. I mean, you don't have to watch. You don't have to watch you don't have to watch the Paul W.S. Anderson ones. You don't.
Paul W.S. Anderson made one.
Yes, he did. He made one with a flying ship with Mila. It's got Mila Jovovich, but it's so bad.
Yeah,
it's so bad. Yeah. Anyways,
okay.
I mean, basically,
I mean, you have the classic Three Musketeers, sure. Like you can, enjoy that, but for some reason that early 90s version was so good.
It was so good because the other one would be like the Richard Lester ones with like Michael York. Like
that's what I was saying.
Yeah, you do those.
Scott's favorite director, Richard Lester.
Shut up. Yes, I know. Oh God, no. There's a reason that I'll actually rank Superman 4 over Superman 3. So
oh no.
Ray and I talked about this.
We've talked about this.
We've talked about
this. We have.
Oh man, that's
we just did a back-to-back in the same day, and we did it the same day because we did a watch party for the 3-hour television version of Superman the movie. And then we
long.
Yeah, but I mean, it was what it was. But it's like I said, I think I prefer the special edition better, just because there were things in there that I'd never seen before. But of course, then there were like moments of the movie where it's like, how long can I watch a car just drive? Like,
right?
Like that's not really adding anything to the film. It's just adding time at this point. Just watching a car drive. But no, we watched the Donner cut, which honestly, I'm really not a fan of. I am not a fan of the Donner cut, and I know
Scott
it's a hot take.
Talked about that too.
Scott, we've had this conversation.
I know it's a hot take for a lot of people, but I'm just not a fan of the Donner cut. I'm glad it got made. I'm glad that people are able to see it, but I don't think it brings anything better to the table. And honestly, it removes some of the greatest moments in Superman 2 for me that I just can't forgive. Like, I'm sorry, but like to not have Superman fly up at the Daily Planet and say, "Excuse me, General, would you care to step outside?"
I agree
with
you.
No, throw the rest of it out. I don't care.
When we reviewed it, Enosh, I brought that up. I told Scott, I'm like, that is criminal. You can't.
It just is. And honestly,
I agreed with you. As someone who would rather watch the Donner cut, I'm sorry. I agree. The better line is, General, would you care to step outside? That's the better line.
And the other thing that I don't like about, and here's the thing, because we were just going to have the Donner cut that day. We took a Saturday and we did the watch party. We did it on Twitch and we watched it, and it was people who had never seen the Donner cut were able to watch the Donner cut, and it was cool. But we got done and the question started coming up about which is better. So we literally took like an hour off, came back and watched the theatrical right after. And doing so, we had a fresh comparison between the two movies, and the consensus was, and it wasn't just because it was influenced by me. Like, I asked everybody, I said, now you guys tell me what you guys think. And the consensus was that the theatrical was just a better movie. It was better put together. There's so many things in the Donner cut that don't make any sense at all. Like at all. Like, I mean, and then there's just better parts, like with the two sheriffs, for example, who come up on Zod and Ursa and Nan, right? And in the Lester cut, they're in the sheriff's car, they're in their squad car, and they come up and they're talking. There's this little this little exchange. Yeah, it's humor, but the one guy says, the deputy says, like, hi, I can't have fish, and he's like, oh, you can have anything you want. They got a wide selection and stuff, and you establish like this little banter between them. So by the time
I hate them,
yeah, but you can hate that,
so much.
And I get that, hate it, but honestly, that little bit of banter that's actually just really silly banter sets up for those two characters. I know they're not a big part of the movie, but to me, it sets up those two characters then for when the deputy gets out of the car and starts having an exchange. Because otherwise, literally, you just jump right into them and they literally just pull up on them and there's nothing. And then the other thing that I don't like is, well, there's a couple things, but I don't like the splicing of the additional footage put in there. Like, it kind of takes me out of it. Yeah. But then like the movie itself doesn't make sense, because if the ending is that Superman flies back in time and does the Superman 1 ending, right? And he flies back around and undoes everything. The problem with that then is none of those things happen. Mm-hmm. Okay. It doesn't fix anything. So then it makes Superman look even more like a jerk, because they leave in him going to the diner and like manhandling the trucker. That means that the trucker never had an exchange with Clark Kent. The trucker never beat up Clark Kent. So Superman is just a vindictive dick. Who just goes like, punch me in the stomach.
And this is the Christopher Reeve, the
this
darling.
Is Christopher Reeve. And that's already a scene that I love. I love that scene, but it's already a problematic scene if you're trying to say, like, when I hear people who like try to compare Cavill, Cavill's just dour and he sucks and he's like what he does with the truck, wrapping the guy's truck around the stuff.
He ruined that trucker's source of income.
He did all this mean things to truck. I'm like Christopher Reeve Superman threw a guy through a pinball machine. Like in real life, that guy's got a concussion. You can see his head's all going all over the place, and he's got probably lacerations.
He was reluctant. I mean, he was reluctant. He got a beer poured on his head.
But it makes even less sense then because then that exchange never happened. None of that stuff ever. There's so many things that make reference afterwards that don't really make sense then. So why is that there?
So what we had said in and it was me. It was me, you, and Tim that did
because we did all the Christopher Reeve Superman movies,
and that includes Superman Returns because it counts. Superman
Returns
counts.
Sure,
but the consensus. I remember the consensus that we came because I think Superman 2 might have been our longest review because we had a lot to talk about between the two versions.
Because we reviewed both versions at the same time.
We did. And so they're both on our list. And so I think the consensus that we came to was the best version of Superman 2 has parts of both. Because I hear you on the humor stuff. Scott doesn't dig the humor stuff. I hear you on that.
Sure.
The other thing that Scott and I disagree with is he likes the Jor-El part. I still
love
prefer
the Jor-El stuff.
I still prefer it to be Lara. I still very much prefer it to be Lara.
Yeah.
And I had I'm not going to go into it in detail, but I had a very logical reason for why I prefer it to be Lara. But the other thing is the third act, specifically everything that happens from when they get back to the Fortress of Solitude. I like that better in the Donner cut than I do in the Lester cut because there's no stupid cellophane S. And there's no silly fighting, and the banter between Zod and Superman and everybody is just better written and better performed. The third act of the movie to me is better in the Donner cut. And I also get rid of the amnesia kiss. I hear what you're saying about the end of the Donner cut, but the amnesia kiss. I like how in the Donner cut she's not an emotional wreck. She looks at him and goes, I understand I can't have you because you belong to the world, and I am willing to accept that. To me,
I don't know, man. I don't know. I like the emotion. And it was actually one of the things that everybody in the chat and even who watched the film, and a couple people even reluctantly, watching it back to back, they even said the emotion that she expresses over him, because otherwise it's just oh, well, okay, I guess I can't have you. So, oh, well, and it's we'll go back to life as normal or whatever, and it doesn't have the grip on you where in those scenes, man, the two of them have such good chemistry. I know that it may be silly to kiss somebody and wipe their mind or whatever, but honestly, that's one of those silly things that it's I can totally overlook for the chemistry that they have in that scene. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing that really bugs me about the film. Orange juice. In the theatrical version, they establish at the beginning when she's smoking her cigarette and stuff, and she's talking about how, what are you doing? I'm crushing oranges, or I'm making orange juice. Because I read an article that said if you get 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C a day, you never get sick, right? And he's like, well, there are pills. And she goes, pills. And she's got her cigarette. She goes, it's, a modern way to do things, this way, it's natural, and I get my exercise, right? And so then throughout the rest of the film, they keep talking about orange juice,
which I hate. I'm just
okay, but hold on. At Niagara Falls, he goes to get hot dogs, and then she goes, and Clark, and he turns around and goes, I know, orange juice. Freshly squeezed, and he goes and gets it, right? And then later on, here's the problem with that: in the Donner version, they do all the callbacks, but not the setup.
Right. They didn't set the setup.
The setup is not there. That whole thing about her talking about the orange juice is not even in the film. So every time afterwards, it became a joke. We're watching and we're like, how does he even know about orange juice? How does he other than that, he just knows it? They never set it up. I know, but they never set up the joke. So every time he turns around and goes, orange juice freshly squeezed, it's now it sticks out like a sore thumb, literally, I guess, with him crushing it or whatever. I don't know, but it just it doesn't set it up.
Yeah. But see, and I'm with you on that. And the Scott likes the reveal that they put back where she tried to jump out of the window and the Daily Planet and all and the gun thing later with the footage that you were talking about that's spliced in. I like the Niagara Falls reveal better. Like we really did have, and it was funny because it was one of the first episodes of Squadcast movies that we did, so I wasn't sure that Scott liked me after doing that review.
I know I'm looking at Scott's face right now, and I'm thinking, he might not like me ever.
I was like, this is probably the last time Scott is ever going to want to talk to me.
That's a funny thought. Now
it is.
No, I wanted to watch it. I really did.
But guess what? This is the beauty of it. Both versions of the movie exist.
Exactly.
And we can watch whichever version we want. And trust me, when I watched the Lester cut for that review, that was literally the first time I'd watched the Lester cut since the Donner cut came out. And watching it made me go, and this is why I just watched the Donner cut. And I kept on going.
Now, which Donner cut do you like? Because apparently there's an update to it.
I was unaware of this.
Yeah, I did not know this either. Apparently, I have the first one.
I have like the OG release.
Yeah, that's what, because it's in this. Because I got mine.
Yeah, Scott, the one you have is the one that came out with Superman Returns.
Yeah,
right.
That's the one I got that came in this silver. Silver tint. So that's the version that I've got. That's also the only version of Superman Returns that I have is what was in here. So we watched that one, but it was funny because as we were watching it, because we set it up two ways, we kept the YouTube channel going so that we could give our commentary on it.
Right.
So that people could always go back to it. If they have the movie, they could watch it. And then we just did it on Twitch so people could watch the film along with us live. And it was funny because I didn't even know that there was an updated version. And when we're getting ready to start, somebody goes, well, for the people watching it at home, Enosh, you should probably, tell everybody which version you're watching. And I'm like, there's two versions of the Donner cut. I had no idea. Apparently there's like one that's like a little bit, I think it's a little bit longer, like not by much, but it's enough that like if they're watching at home, it would kind of throw it off or whatever. And so like, I can't remember what they said. It was like 2000. Gosh, was it 2014?
What's different? What did they
I don't know. I've never even heard of it, but somebody mentioned it. That's why I was thinking maybe if you're a Donner
first
cut
I've
fan,
heard of it.
that maybe you would know because I've
never heard of this at all.
Yeah, we're all kind of just I
don't know.
One.
Wow.
But whoever it was dropped like a bunch of information about it. In fact, I want to say it was Integrity. Integrity 101 is in like a lot of these chat stuff. Like he's a huge Superman 2 buff. So in fact, I guess he's got his own cut of Superman 2. Or is it that he cut Superman 1 and 2 together as like one?
Because that was the way Mario Puzo originally wrote it. Yeah.
And so I think Integrity 101 said that he had edited both together. But he had mentioned, because he had like all this knowledge of Superman 2, and I was like, wow, that's cool. And Superman actually, when we watched, because he was there for both. And so he mentioned the fact that that there's this second version of it that I had never even heard of. So
interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's cool because that was actually my final when Geekverse cast did their charity trivia show last year, and I actually got to write the questions. Imagine me writing DC trivia questions.
Oh man,
Jesus
Christ!
I remember you.
It's a whole night of nobody answered anything.
He
First one to answer wins.
He was running some of them by me, and I was like, "Son of a bitch!"
Yeah, like what?
These are some nut-cracking questions.
Oh no, I busted some balls majorly because actually my last question was. Actually, I think do I still have them? Because this was
Hard-boiled. It brings up a good point too that I didn't even think of. Like Clark not noticing that she shot a blank when nothing bounced off of him.
Yeah, that's true.
I always just kind of assumed that like he just didn't feel it. So that was my headcanon. Okay,
I get it. So to like it, we have to be in Scott's brain. No.
It's a scary place, but it all makes sense.
But we'll have all this knowledge to answer all these questions.
Okay, here we go. So here's the final question I wrote. It was great because it was funny watching people squirm like, you fuckers need to watch more movies. Okay. Superman the movie featured several previous Academy Award winners both on and off camera. 2 individuals had won Oscars for the same movie. Who were they?
Wow. That's pretty.
Wait, read that again.
Okay. Superman the movie featured several previous Academy Award winners, both on and off camera. 2 individuals had won Oscars for the same movie. Who were they?
I'm going to guess one of them was
Hackman?
no. I was going to guess one of them was what's his name? Jor-El.
Brando.
Is one of them Brando?
But remember, the question is 2 individuals had won Oscars for the same movie.
Yeah.
So you gotta give me 2 answers. Like
I know, but I'm just guessing is one of them Brando.
Yes, one of them is Brando.
One of them is Brando.
And then my guess would either be Hackman or
no, wouldn't be Hackman.
No, it wouldn't be Hackman. What about what's his name? Who played Otis?
Beatty?
Beatty.
Huh. What were
that probably? Because I'm trying to think of who. Well, wait a second.
Whoa.
What about? Okay.
Fucking. Oh, God damn it. Sorry.
There's this guy. What's his name? Who played Perry White?
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking.
Cooper.
I was like, who played Perry White?
Cooper,
Damn it.
Jackie Cooper.
Jackie Cooper.
Yeah.
Were they in a film together? Of course, we
Here's
can
the
hit
problem.
the internet.
You guys are not paying attention to the question that I asked.
Wait. Okay, say it again.
Okay,
Say it
okay.
again, Scott.
Yeah. See, this is how I screwed
See?
people.
So he's like he's being the Riddler right now.
I am being
Yes, he
Riddler.
is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Listen to the question I actually asked.
Okay.
Superman the movie featured several previous Academy Award winners, both on and off camera. The 2 individuals had won Oscars for the same movie. Who were they?
On and off.
So one's an off camera.
Oh, okay. So then who was? Hang on. Then that means. Wait a minute.
And you're just searching it. The point is like you're searching.
You wouldn't know that. Just
Yeah.
Well, but you'd have to. But who was
on and off camera? Well, obviously we got Brando.
Think about it. What was Brando's what was his Academy Award winner?
Well, it was Godfather, wasn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
Puzo?
Yeah, Puzo. Puzo won for Best Adapted Screenplay.
Won for Best Adapted Screenplay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That is a real dirty pool question.
It's a dirty question, yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, we had people like Chuck was like Puzo, and he's like Puzo, damn it.
Now here's something that I just realized for the first time this week. This is a Superman thing that I just realized for this week. Obviously, the Superman movies and Star Wars share a lot of different actors.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, a lot of them, right? I did not realize that Porkins was in Superman 4.
Yes, he's the cop.
You didn't know that. You didn't know that.
He's not the cop.
No, he's Superman 4.
No,
he's 4.
He's one of the
He's
one of the dealers.
Dealers,
one of the arms dealers.
And
what else was it? There was something else I found out that he was in this week.
A couple years later, he was Eckhart in.
Yes, and he was in Batman. I never realized
I knew that. Yeah.
Eckhart.
Oh my gosh! I never.
Guess who else he is? Guess who else he is? Top Men.
Yes,
he's in Raiders of the Lost Ark. Yes.
That's also
because I saw this whole thing about him.
Wow.
And I was like, wait a second, and like I felt like I was screaming at my screen the whole time, going, "Wait, I didn't know that.
Yes,
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. How in the heck did I not know all that about freaking Porkins?"
William Hootkins was his real name. He's been in a ton of shit that we've all seen.
I know.
My gosh.
I knew about the Eckhart thing.
Now it's gonna be totally.
I did not know about Raiders. I did not know.
I knew about Raiders. Yeah. Okay,
I knew about.
I just want to ask you guys these questions. Let's see. Here. Okay, here's one. Okay.
Oh boy.
I feel like I got one. I didn't look it up. I feel like I'm gonna give myself that first one.
Okay. Who was the first actor to play Superman on the big screen?
Oh, okay, so that's a trick question. That's a trick question.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a trick question. It's not going to be. It wasn't like a. Did you say the big screen?
I said the big screen.
Yeah,
because I was wondering if it was going to be like a commercial or something.
Wasn't Mole Men released on the big screen
before? What's his name?
George Reeves.
That is Reeves.
George
Superman the Mole Man is George Reeves.
What's his name? Are you going by the movie serials with Kirk Allen?
Kirk Allen, big screen. I said big screen.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I was thinking because I was trying to think it was be good. I was trying to get in your head. I was thinking maybe that there was like something I wasn't aware of. That maybe like an episode of that started off with one person that I just didn't know. But I'm like, no, it's got to be Kirk Allen.
No, I was going Kirk Allen, but the point was I said big screen. It was a movie serial. It was on the big screen.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like if
2 for 2, baby.
If he asked the same question about Batman, the correct answer would be Lewis Wilson.
Exactly. Okay.
Asshole.
Yeah, Lewis Wilson was what? Lewis Wilson was what wasn't it like a commercial or something?
No, that was the 43 serial, the really racist one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Here, let's see if you guys can do any better. So far, Enosh is like kicking your asses, guys. So come on. Okay, which DC film made the first ever reference outside of its specific character's franchise?
Batman Forever.
You're correct, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Oh,
Metropolis.
Yes.
Dude, I was like, bam! I was like, that was the first one because when that happened, everybody was like, he said Metropolis. He said Metropolis, guys. It's happening. You know? Yeah, I remember that. I remember that so vividly because it was like Bruce Wayne literally said the circus should be halfway to Metropolis right now. And it was like, oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What Academy Award was the first awarded to a DC film?
Oh crap! We've talked about this.
It's got to be Superman, right? For VFX.
Yes, special achievement. Special achievement Academy Award for visual effects.
I was about to say. I was like, I mean, literally, the tagline was like, "You will believe a man can fly."
Oh
man, my problem is I'm sitting here trying to think of like I'm actually I think it's having because that was like the go-to answer would be effects for Superman the movie, but that was like, nah, it can't be that.
Yep.
Right.
Scott's got to be messing with this. It's got to be like some no name like award.
So we're 2-2.
Best guy who made a ham sandwich from craft services that day. You know.
All right, keep going, Scott.
You know I'm not going to get it. You know I'm not going to answer a single one of these fucking questions. You know that. Right?
No, it's
I'm not going to get a single one of them.
Okay.
Oh.
In Batman 1989, where does Jack Napier have his accident that transforms him into the Joker?
Axis Chemicals.
There you go. You got one.
I didn't answer quick. I was like, Ray, go ahead. Yeah, you had it. But it's just funny because it should be Ace Chemicals. But they were like, we're gonna make it Axis Chemicals.
Yeah, no, that was part of the trickiness of that question. Okay, so we're 2-2-1. All right. Two actors from another non-film comics franchise both appeared in Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. What iconic roles did they play?
Say that again. Sorry. Yeah.
And
hold on. I know. Wait. Say the question again. Say the question again.
Two actors from another non-film comics franchise both appeared in Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. What iconic roles did they play?
Two actors from a non-comic franchise.
No,
right?
a non-film comics franchise.
Oh, television.
Oh, wait, non-film. Oh,
well, that's a deep one, right? That appeared in BVS.
That appeared in BVS.
Wow.
Hold on. So they're DC characters, but not on film.
No, you said comics, but not on film.
DC Comics. Oh,
no. I said two actors.
Two actors.
Another non-film comics franchise. Both appeared in Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. What iconic roles did they play?
In BVS.
Correct.
What iconic roles in BVS did they play?
Wait, what role? The role. So the iconic roles are in BVS, not in the
would
other
would one be Perry White?
No. Well,
oh, because that was because I mean that was film, wasn't it? Like his other role was. Oh, wait a minute.
Wow, this one's like boggling my mind. I'm like, wait. So two actors that were in non-comics French. Wait, say the question again. Sorry.
No, this is the beauty of writing a question. Two actors from another non-film comics franchise both appeared in BVS. What account roles did they play?
Let me ask you this. You said non-film.
Non-film.
Do you mean actually theatrical movies or like live action? You're not saying live action.
No, I'm not saying live action. It's not what I said.
So then that would be then that would be Lois Lane and Jimmy Olsen, right? No, wouldn't it be Amy Adams though? Because Amy Adams was in Smallville. She was in Smallville, and then what's his name was
dude, I'm
what's his name was in there? Oh wait, or was he in BVS? Hold on, was he in BVS or yeah? Oh god, Zack Snyder's Justice League or BVS? Like there's a game.
So I'm saying like you're probably right on Amy Adams apparently. Yeah, I'm at a loss.
I mean,
Thomas and Martha Wayne.
Diane Lane.
Diane Lane.
Wayne. Thomas
Wayne.
Wayne.
Oh, you're talking about
Jeffrey Dean Morgan and Laura Cohen from The Walking Dead.
Oh dear
God! Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Good Lord.
I'm disappointed in all of you.
Well, but hold on. Amy Adams would have qualified.
I don't watch. I've seen the pilot of The Walking Dead, and that's it.
Amy Adams would have qualified for that, though.
But the point was that the way the question was, they had to have two actors that both came from the same franchise.
That's true. See, that's
what I was missing. That's what I was missing. Okay.
Okay. So no one got that one. Okay. Which actor has been included in 3 different DC movies in 3 different roles?
Which actor? Damn. Which actor has been
John Glup? No, not movies.
Say it again.
Which actor has been included in 3 different DC movies in 3 different roles?
Well,
David Dismalchin.
Yes.
At the time this question was written, that wouldn't have been an option.
But it is now.
It is now. You know,
it is now because of the Suicide Squad. Yeah. Well, I mean, but then again, that wouldn't.
Yeah, this was like last. This was last year.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Okay. So 3 different.
It's not Glover because. Is it Glover? It's not Glover because
I thought I was thinking Glover, but the thing is, I can't. Wait, hang on.
Is it Glover?
Maybe it is Glover
because
Batman
he was in
Batman and Robin,
Shazam. But what else?
What's the third one? What's the third one?
Whoa. Was it? It's Glover. No,
it's not.
Is it Glover?
It's not.
It's not Glover.
Okay.
He was only in 2. Okay, hold on. So you're talking about 3 an actor who has been in 3 different DC films, right?
Correct. Films in 3 different roles.
In 3 different roles.
Glover's got 2.
Right, Glover has 2.
Is it what's his name who plays the original Jimmy Olsen? I mean, I know he's been in 2. I'm like trying to figure out the third one. Huh?
McClure.
McClure. Is it McClure?
Well, okay. So this could be a technical question. Where it could be McClure because yes, he played Jimmy Olsen. He plays the cop in Zack Snyder's Justice League, but he also plays a different cop in
I didn't go there.
Okay, you didn't go there.
I'm just saying.
I like the way you're thinking, but that's not how I played
that would have been very diabolical of you had you made.
Yes, it would have because he plays different characters. Yeah, he does play. He does play 3 different.
He is a completely different character in both movies.
That's a golf clap, Enosh. That is a golf clap.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Dear God.
It's not what's his name who played the wizard in Shazam. Because he was also in Aquaman, but I can't think of the third one that he would be in.
Jaman Hansu.
Yeah.
It is him.
Is it him?
It is him because he's in Shazam, he's in Aquaman, and he's in Constantine. He's Papa Midnight in Constantine.
Oh, good. Actually, that wasn't my answer, but you're correct.
Yeah, that's not the answer.
We're finding all kinds of holes in this one.
No, that's a good one. You congratulations.
We got 3 different answers that aren't the answer.
No. Ray's the one that I'm going to accept. I'm going to give you a point, Ray. Even though it's not my answer, I'm giving you a point.
That's good.
My answer was Patrick Wilson.
Oh, he was the president.
Night Owl, the president, and
then Watchmen
and Ocean Master.
Right.
Yes.
There you go.
There you go. Damn it. That's a good one. That's a good question.
A good one.
But I'm giving Ray a point because he totally called me on that one. So that was very good.
Yeah, well,
that's good.
Okay.
Yeah, but I helped. I had the assist. I had the assist.
Yes, give me the assist.
I threw the ball up there and for an alley-oop.
2.5,
boom.
2 and 1.5. Is that how we're scoring this now?
I guess I got a half one for that one. All right.
I helped because
and
I was like,
clap. I got a half and a golf clap. So
I forgot he was in Constantine, but I was like, he was in 2 other movies.
Yeah, he was. That's very true. Which theatrically released DC film began production as a direct-to-video movie?
Jesus Christ.
Nope. No.
Wait, okay, say that again.
Which theatrically released DC film began production as a direct-to-video movie?
Was it Jonah Hex?
No.
Okay.
It's got to be one of those kinds, right? One of those.
Yeah,
ones.
I'm like, I was trying to think like what came out in the 90s.
Steel?
Sure.
No.
Steel didn't come out.
Steel?
Did Steel come out theatrically?
It was theatrically, yes.
It was
Steel
theatrical.
was theatrical, unfortunately.
Why? I don't know.
What movie wow. It was going to be direct to video, but it got released theatrically. DC movie. Fuck.
Yes.
I don't remember that one.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not even going to try.
Well, hold on.
Dave's trying.
Oh no! Wait a minute! Please do not tell me that this is a curve with Mask of the Phantasm.
It is. There you go.
Oh my god!
Good job,
Because
Ray.
Mask of the Phantasm was theatrically released, but it's animated. So
good job, Ray. Good job.
Okay.
all right.
I was like, it has to be something in the 90s. God damn it!
And you're right.
You were right. That wasn't
there we go. We are like we're tied up. We're tied up. Okay. What 2006 DC film included 2 actors who each would later appear in 2 different MCU
Superman
films
Returns
in 2011?
Wait, say that again. Wait.
What 2006 DC film included 2 actors who each would later appear in 2 different MCU movies in 2011?
Okay, in 2011, the 2 MCU movies were Thor and Captain America: The First Avenger. So,
Wow.
So what did I have the MCU listing, and that's just in my head. I know what the
2 actors
is.
Did they actually both appear in an MCU movie that year?
That's what I'm saying.
They appeared. You saw that person.
Yes.
Fuck. It was not a
I've had too much vodka.
See, the tricky part is, I mean, I can think of actors from Thor and from First Avenger. I can't think of what DC movie they would have been in. They're in the same DC movie in 2006.
So obviously, in 2006, that's when Superman Returns came out, right?
It is.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's got to be people in there that were in a MCU movie in 2011. So that's where I'm like, who the
Marsden wasn't in either of those.
No, he was not.
Because he was done.
Not Spacey, not Roth, not Wins. Man, you're going deep, Scott, with that one, because it's like there's probably going to be some like, probably going to be like.
Are we sure there wasn't
be like Henchman number 2?
Are we sure there wasn't another DC movie that came out in 2006?
Probably. But that's the only one that's why I said Superman Returns. Oh shit.
Well, that's why I asked, because when did Jonah Hex come out? I mean, I know I answered that for the last one, but that was what's his name who ended up playing
You're talking about Brolin?
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that would have been way further.
Yeah, Yeah, no, I
That
guess
wouldn't have been
yeah.
2011.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
Are you
You're right.
talking? I think. Are you getting really technical? Wait. When the fuck did V for Vendetta come out?
Thank you,
Jesus.
Dave.
Natalie Portman, Hugo Weaving.
Natalie Portman. Oh,
Natalie
Yes.
Portman and Hugo Weaving.
As soon as you said
Natalie
V for
Portman and
Vendetta,
Hugo
I was
Weaving.
like,
man.
Motherfucker. Because
Because the obvious
Wow.
one was Superman Returns, but I was like, no, it can't be that obvious.
Unbelievable.
I
And then all
know.
of a sudden, I was like, wait a minute.
As soon as you were
Natalie-
mouthing the word V, I was like,
Oh, Jane in 4 and fucking
Red Skull.
Red Skull.
Right.
Red Skull.
in First Avenger. Wow.
Dave
Unbelievable.
has taken the lead. Dave
Wow.
has taken the lead.
See, I knew it. I knew it had to be a different movie. I just couldn't remember the movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was too obvious that it would be Superman Returns. Because I was going through the whole cast like, nobody.
I know,
what?
nobody's. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, this one. Okay, one of these questions I am going to have to amend because of movies that have come out since. But I'll go with this one. Which character from James Gunn's The Suicide Squad made his big screen debut in the Lego Batman movie?
Polka Dot Man?
Yep, there you went.
Yeah.
That was it.
Damn it.
Back in it. Mm.
Okay. Do I give you the softball question with this crowd?
Yes.
Okay.
Ray's like, yeah, I need one too.
My balls already hurt from the last 5 questions.
Who eventually saved John Constantine's life in the climax of the 2005 film?
Oh, it's what? I love how this is the softball question. It was
it was Lucifer.
Yes, it was Lucifer. There we go.
Lucifer.
We're tied up again. There we go.
Right.
Fucking hell.
Well, that's right. How is the softball question still a twist? Like,
Yeah.
What the hell?
That was softball. I was
That was
like, wait a
softball.
minute. Was it? I was like thinking was it Tilda Swinton's character?
You still threw a curve with the softball. Damn it.
Damn it.
Don't, I'm just saying, I come to play. Okay.
Apparently, man.
My goodness.
Okay.
But I feel
This
good
one-
though because we all three have answered like 3.
Yes, we've all
Yeah,
answered.
you have.
So
multiple
like
yes.
apparently we're not as bad as like some of the people that you were with that night. I don't know, but
Okay. So this one I'm going to have to adjust. I'm going to have to adjust the answer.
at least we're showing up, right?
Yes.
Right.
At least if
that's
we
true.
were on a team,
Yes.
we would be doing really well right now. If we were sitting at our table and stuff, apparently that night, would everybody be looking at us like DC gods right now?
That's
Okay.
true.
So here's the question, and I am adjusting the answer for present day.
He's looking over his shoulder.
Yeah.
What's
How
up there?
many DC films? How many DC films have mid and or in credit scenes?
Oh, yeah, you do have
Oh,
to. You do have to adjust that because Squad had at least one, or did it have 2?
Jeez. I mean that.
One?
It had. I know it had 1. It had the Peacemaker one, but did it have a second one?
Well,
And
I don't think Are you just asking for how many films?
I'm asking for how many films?
Okay.
How many
all
films? So
right,
not
well,
how many. How many had many? Just how many films? So I mean, how
Okay,
many
so
films?
all right, so we've got 10. Is it 10 films now in the DCEU? Is it 10? We had 10. Yes, we're at 10. The Suicide Squad is 10. All right. So none of Snyder's has any,
No,
but Wonder Woman.
did not.
No, what Wonder Woman was going to, and they didn't put it in there. But Suicide Squad did, or Studio Squad rather, it did.
Fuck. I'm gonna say okay because we got Suicide Squad.
Studio Squad had
Shazam.
one. Shazam
Shazam did.
Yes, you're right.
Shazam had both.
Yes.
Are we talking about both? Like mid?
No, I'm just saying.
Are you including all films?
How many DC films
Okay,
Have
whether we
mid-
like them or not,
have mid or in credit scenes?
whether we
Okay.
appreciate them or wish they were dead.
Okay,
Okay,
so we none of the Reeve Superman films, none of the Nolan films, none of the Burton or Schumacher Batman films, right? Did that Green
Let's
Lantern
say
movie have
two.
one?
7.
2.
Okay, you're both incorrect. Ray, you get a go. They're knocked out. What's your number?
2.
Well,
Shit.
I'm trying to think. Okay, all right. So let's see.
What the fuck else? No, that didn't.
Oh, I think. Well, there's two
Did
different.
Aquaman? I don't even know if did Aquaman have one. I'm like,
I think I'm off by
one.
1. I think I'm off by 1 because I think I did. I forgot to count.
Aquaman did have one.
Did it?
Yeah,
Manta.
It did. Yeah,
Oh.
Manta. Yeah.
Manta. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Jesus Christ. Damn it. So, okay.
If it's not 7, then I know what it's got. It's got to be.
So, Dave, when you said 2, you were counting DCEU, right?
Well, no, I was counting all of them because I was counting 2 that I knew.
Okay.
For some reason, I'm like, is it 3?
Did 84 have one? No.
Oh,
Or did it?
No,
Or
we're
it
going
did.
way far
84
back.
did have one. 84 did have one. Because they're saying because they're saying she's gonna be in the third one. Suck it. I'm just gonna throw out the number 3, even though I know it's wrong.
You're right. You're off by 1. Yes,
It's 8, right?
It's 8. Yeah,
because I didn't because I didn't count.
What?
I
There's
meant when I asked the question, because I just looked it up again here just now after you said it, because I was like, no, then it's got to be that then, because when I asked the question, I literally forgot to put it back in because I was doing the Justice League thing, because there's both credit scenes for both Justice League movies, so I forgot to put it back in. So it's 8.
Yeah, Constantine, Green Lantern.
Yep.
Suicide Squad.
Green Lantern.
Justice League, Aquaman, Shazam, Wonder Woman 1984, and the Suicide Squad.
Okay. You counted Justice League. Oh.
I did.
I know. That's what we have to take into account that's part of it. You know,
we
have
do.
to.
It exists.
What about? Whoa! What about? Did you count Birds of Prey?
It didn't have a scene.
I'm looking at this right here, and it says that Harley is about to reveal the secret about Batman. But
it wasn't a scene.
It wasn't a scene.
It was during the credits.
That a scene?
No,
I mean that would go against my picking 8, but but that's on this list that I'm looking at here.
I'll say that wasn't a scene because it was during the credits. The credits were still rolling.
I totally forgot about the Sinestro, like the
Sinestro putting on the
Sinestro,
yellow
ring.
Right?
Yeah. It's been so long since I've seen that movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're still tied up, I believe. No one's taking the lead, if I'm correct.
Dang it! I would have had that one too.
Yeah. Which DC actor who has appeared in 2 films has played 4 different villains across 3 different mediums?
That has to be Glover.
It is Glover. Very good.
God damn it!
Just by default, because obviously the 2 films, Batman and Robin and Shazam, as we already mentioned, and we already know he's the Riddler but he's also Lionel Luthor in
Smallville. That is correct.
In Smallville, yeah. So
Ray's pulling it out. Come on, guys. Come on.
Yes.
Okay, here's another softball. Tim Burton was supposed to return to the DC universe to make a Superman movie. Who was cast as Superman?
Nicholas Cage.
Got it in. Got it in, baby.
Jeez, that was the softest softball you could ever throw.
Dude, you loved that one, man. That was T-ball. I was like,
yeah. You put that on the tee, and it was just like, yeah.
Oh man! In Wonder Woman 2017, the character of Isabella Maru was known by what villainous moniker?
Dr. Poison.
There you go.
Jesus.
Yeah.
That was another softball.
That was pretty softball too, but I just couldn't react.
I know, like I couldn't get it out. I was like, listening to him say the word. I'm like,
yeah.
Which character appearing in Suicide Squad was not filmed by director David Ayer?
Whoa!
What?
It was not filmed.
Was it Batfleck?
The Flash.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
Flash.
the Flash.
Zack filmed Flash.
He's
Yeah.
right. He's right. The Flash. Forgot all about his. Yep.
Yeah, because Zack did it. Zack did
it.
Fuck.
Okay.
Man.
Okay. In Teen Titans Go to the Movies, the Titans travel in time to prevent numerous heroes from being created. How do they stop the creation of Aquaman?
I didn't see it, so
I forgot. You've given me that movie, and I've seen it. And it was hilarious, but I forgot.
I've seen it, and I'm trying to remember how do they. I'm just going to take a stab in the dark because I can't remember for the life of me. But I'm just trying to think of some funny trope that would be. They
fly fish. I don't know.
Did they? I'm trying to think of that show and like what the lowbrow like. They like, do they flush him?
There's no way.
No. Ray, you
throw him back.
No, I forgot. I legitimately have forgotten.
I forgot. I can't remember.
They tossed plastic soda rings into the ocean. He got tangled up in them.
Oh,
that's right.
That's what. That's not even the darkest one.
That's not the darkest one.
That's not the darkest one. The Batman one is the darkest one. Oh,
what was the Batman one again?
They shoved his parents into the alley.
Oh no!
That's supposed to prevent him from becoming Batman?
They save him, and then to bring him back, they like show up and shove his parents into the alley.
Yeah.
They actually put a pearl necklace on Martha and then shoved them into the alley.
That movie is hilarious, but dear God.
I don't know why I didn't catch. I mean, I remember I was like, I need to watch that.
Yeah, no, it's very funny. Scott gave me the digital code for that one.
Oh man.
Okay. We've got two more.
So we're 5-5, and what do you got, Dave?
I don't know.
I
think Dave. Were we all tied at 3, and then he took 2, and then I took 2?
Yeah, I probably had 3 still.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I have to get these last 2, or
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Which actor from Batman 1989 returned to voice the same character in the Lego Batman movie?
Billy D. Williams.
That's correct.
Oh, damn it!
Yep, that's a good pull. Good pull. Yep.
Yeah. I was sitting there going, Goff. It's Goff. No. Fuck. Yeah.
Okay. Last question. In Birds of Prey and the Fantabulous Emancipation of One Harley Quinn, 2 actresses who have played Harley Quinn appear on screen. Who are they?
Tara Strong. I don't know. Don't know. Does she? I don't even know. Wait, say that again.
In Birds of Prey and Fantabulous Emancipation of One Harley Quinn, 2 actresses who have played Harley Quinn appear on screen. Who are they?
I'm just going to randomly guess Tara Strong and Arlene Sorkin, but I don't know where they would have been in the movie.
Nope.
Okay.
You're out.
Who have played Harley Quinn? It's got to be Tara Strong at one point. Was she in the movie? No. That's what's so weird about that.
That's the thing. And there's one other actress that I'm like, no, she's not in the movie either. And outside of that, I can't think of who else has played Harley Quinn.
I can't vote because I just saw it in the chat, but
you're missing the obvious one, Ray. Margot Robbie and Arlene Sorkin.
Oh,
okay, that's such a wow. That okay. Now that is
come on.
Wow.
The trick questions. The trick. Yeah.
Now. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, Scott. I watched the Geekverse trivia thing, and they got you on some tricky shit.
They did. Yes, they did.
You're still mad about Once and Future King.
I'm still mad about Once and Future King on X2.
Yeah,
man.
But I mean, the Bullseye one was also I remember seeing that.
Oh, the Bullseye one, yes.
Bullseye,
they did. Yes.
And then you were like, no, you have to actually name his name.
No, they screwed him over on that one.
Yeah,
they screwed him over on the Bullseye question. That's
well,
what they did.
Yeah, I guess it's a little.
But where was Arlene Sorkin in Birds of Prey?
When Montoya is in her apartment on the TV, it's the original scene from the soap opera that Paul Dini was watching.
Oh dear Lord!
Oh, wow!
Damn. Did not know that. Know that. Okay.
Yeah, if you watch, there's a black and white image. It's Arlene Sorkin dressed as a clown, and it was the scene that Paul Dini saw that inspired him to not only create Harley Quinn but cast Arlene Sorkin as her voice.
I knew that story. Did not know that it was in the movie. Did not know he put that on the TV screen. Wow, that's crazy. Listen, I'm just glad I got I'm glad I answered 5. I'm glad I answered 5.
Yeah, this is what you get when you ask Scott to write DC movie trivia.
Oh, Lord.
Seriously, that was good.
Six,
That
and I
was
messed
good.
up one.
Damn it.
I messed up one. So there you go. I'm pretty proud of myself.
You know what? Listen, I'm proud of the Shaman Hansu answer. I am. I'm proud of that answer.
Dude,
even with Dave's help.
Yeah, man.
Even with Dave's help, I'm proud of that answer.
God, that's a good one. I think it was I think I forgot about Papa Midnight when I wrote that question.
Yeah,
and I'm
proud of my V for Vendetta one. I was like,
heck
wait
yeah.
The V for Vendetta one was fantastic.
Whoa, I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah. and it was, and the dumbest thing is, how did I not
even remember what the movies were, Ray?
Right. How did I not think of Portman? Freaking Portman and Hugo Weaving.
That's the thing. That's the thing. I was like the first thing I thought was Thor, and I went Portman, and then I went, who? And then all of a sudden it hit, and I was like, oh yeah, Red Skull. It's like, yeah, that started ringing. I was like, oh yeah, he was in. Yes. I get it. Yeah,
totally. No, and
when you asked that, I was like, oh, Superman Returns. Got to be somebody in Superman Returns, but I was like, there's nothing there.
No. Yeah. And that's one that requires you to have knowledge of both franchises. Like, you not only have to know the movie that they were in 2000s, the DC movie, you got to know what movies.
But you also got to go for. You got to go a deep cut because, like, obviously, when we're talking about cape shit, that's that's not cape shit that we talk about. It's V
right,
for
right, even more because because technically it's a Vertigo. Like, it's still DC, but it's a Vertigo adaptation. And no, you're right. It's not in the typical cape shit that we talk about. Not even in the Snyder realm, because it's not even like this. I mean, it's Alan Moore, but it's not Watchmen. Yeah. So it's like,
I bring it, but respect on this name. That's all I got to say.
There it is.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
That is something else. Man,
I had to make some other people suffer after Volga gets me with that X2 question that I'm still to this day flogging myself.
What was the X2 question again?
What book was Magneto reading in the plastic prison in X2?
Oh, okay.
And it was The Once and Future King by T.H. White, and
he was so pissed.
I was so pissed.
He was seething at that. I mean, listen. If it wasn't
even my question. It was the steal. Like, I could have gotten the steal if I could have remembered that.
Yeah. Oh, because we had no idea. We had absolutely no idea. Like, we could not remember the book. If it wasn't for the Star Wars round, the Star Wars round is like what is where Fans Without Borders showed up. And I was so proud of Brent because he got way more Star Wars questions right than I was even expecting him to. Because he is like Mr. Sequel Trilogy and anything on Disney Plus. He really does not have a ton of knowledge about like the original trilogy or the prequels. And he answered one of each. Like, you got a prequel question right and you got an original trilogy question right. And I was like, okay, all right. But before that, no, the Marvel and DC questions were kicking our ass. They were
I was watching and I was even going like the whole like tombstone thing, like whose name shows up. And I was like, oh, it's Dick. And they were like, no, Solomon Grunt. I was like, what? I did not know that name showed up on a tombstone in that cemetery.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. The best part is though we raised like over they raised like over $3,000 or something for charity. That was the best part. Like, that's what makes this crap so much fun is like when we take our nerd shit and we actually like
raise money
with it. I mean, that's the fun part.
Yeah.
That's what's so great about it.
Yeah, and all the trash talking is like it's for show.
It's for fun. Yeah. I know. Yeah, like Scott, you and Travis go back and forth.
Oh,
and,
it's so much.
Oh, it's great. It's great.
Hilarious.
It's absolutely great. You know,
because I also know who on his network is gonna like ride up to like to like circle me, and I'm like, it's like Clay. Travis,
Chris.
Well, you know, and speaking of fundraisers, fine gentleman next to me, we of the four of us, half of this group has seen Zack Snyder's Justice League on the big screen for charity.
Okay, yeah, but we're still jealous. You know, you can rub it in. I mean,
it was amazing.
It's a good cause, but at the same time, you know, Scott and I are internally screaming at you guys right now because we have not been able to see it on a big screen.
But eventually I will be having a autographed copy of the 4K heading my way.
Dude, that has your address on it, doesn't it? Don't wave that in front of the camera.
It's okay.
More heading your way. You start waving that in front of the camera.
It's okay. It's okay.
All those Scott fans out there just like waiting. Like somebody was like, "I've been waiting this whole time. My moment. My moment." Scott gets a lot of autographs coming his way. Like it's like nothing but manifestos of their love signed over and 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 over again.
Nah, you're good. You're good. Don't worry. I think it'll be fine. No, we are jealous of that, but at the same time, it was for a good cause, and
it was always for a good cause.
You know what? I'm sorry. I was just saying the cool thing about that whole thing was, I mean, yeah, it was for a good cause, but it's funny because I didn't realize how much I needed to see that movie on the big screen with people until it happened, because I've loved that movie. I'd watched it. That was the 17th time I'd watched the film, and I've loved it every time I've watched it, whether it be on my TV, my big screen, whether it be on my computer, whether it be even on my phone, you know, as I was doing things and just, you know, paying attention to it. And it was amazing because sitting there with the people that were in there for like every scene that popped up that like internally or with my family, I'd been like, yeah, to feel that energy. And Ray, you can speak to like how it was for you, like to feel that energy, like when people like cheered when you cheered, you know, and felt it the moment that you felt it. And those just moments that were just so kick butt, but you hadn't had that experience to be in a theater with other people and feel their energy back at you, you know. And then I thought the coolest moment, honest to God, the coolest, no matter like if it was the still scene, you know, where the whole league is, you know, coming at, you know, at the end there and it freezes for a second or whatever. But after the credit, you know, when the credits started to roll and it said For Autumn and everyone just erupted and with applause. And I mean, it was a whirlwind. I mean, everything was great about it. Everybody who was there was great. The sound was great. The theater was great.
Theater was amazing. It was,
I mean, the screen, even like it wasn't IMAX, but it was a huge screen.
Yeah,
it was a huge screen, and it was just great because they even brought in the curtains a little bit, so the 4:3 ratio didn't seem like it was weird on a you know, on a wide screen and stuff. I made the joke when I walked in, right as I walked in, because Tiffany and I were running like right at time, and so we got in there just as they had stopped doing the giveaways and stuff. So we were walking in, and I see just as they put up on there, like, this film has been formatted from you know, for whatever this is in 4:3 ratio, or whatever. And I'm just like, I said, wait, this is 4:3? Screw that! I'm out of here.
Right? Yes, he did say that. Everybody cracked up with that. No, but like I remember, like there is something to be said to see something like that with, like you said, with a group of people who all love it and who are all like getting emotional at different moments, and we all like had our different moments that, you know, everybody got loud or everybody got charged up with. I remember because Tim and his wife were with us, and we were sitting in our section up top off to the right. And I remember when Superman comes in, you know, the not impressed. As soon as he said that, I leaned over to Tim and I very loudly was like, now we can fucking revise our list.
Nice.
And he was like,
good.
Yep, totally.
Good.
And that was,
No, I mean, I totally get that. I mean, like, oh man, just imagine when the first Snyder Con happened and you're talking about like a packed theater at this, you know, film school or wherever. That's kind of old style. Just imagine like 200 people there watching BVS Ultimate Edition, and Jesus Christ. I mean, like that was as uncomfortable as it was, because it was like there's no AC in here. It's freaking warm. We're in crappy seats. It's like that old style kind of like, and it's not the biggest, screen that you have, but you have all these people here. You have Zack and Debbie like right over there watching also.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was insane. It was absolutely insane because, I mean, to the point where, obviously, when BVS is opening and you have the opening credits and everybody was cheering at everybody's name. And it was funny because I turned to Matt, Comic Movie Marks, and I'm like, hey, you realize we're all cheering and the Waynes are dying right now. I was like, what are we doing here? We're like cheering at every name and there's a murder happening right now.
Yeah.
There's a murder happening right now. I was like, it was just kind of funny because, that is the opening, and everybody was just cheering at the name, but it was just as the Waynes were going to get,
I still have never, that's the thing for me is that I haven't seen the Ultimate Edition on a big screen and I haven't seen Zack Snyder's Justice League on a big screen. It's one of these days.
Yes.
I just want to be able to do that because it's like I'm still pissed that the Ultimate Edition I never get to see on, like, that's the movie I should have been watching on my birthday in 2016.
I know.
Just saying. And Zack Snyder's Justice League, because I would also like to get. I would love to be able to get that official version that's got like the intermission with like the Hulkenborg,
Oh, like what he said.
Yeah.
Intermission music.
You guys had an intermission?
We had an intermission. It was because it was actually structural because it wasn't just a break in the movie. It was like for a break to go to the bathroom. They had to change the discs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they had to go to the second disc. So it wasn't like that. It wasn't wasn't the Hulkenberg. I mean, there was music from the DVD menu, but or the Blu-ray menu, but it wasn't what you're talking about. So there was an intermission, but it wasn't the same thing.
But you know what sucks about all that is the fact that, Zack wanted people to experience it on IMAX, but guess who stopped that? There's two letters you can just say right there. WB. It's just it.
Oh, I thought you were going to say TE, but yeah.
No, but it's just like, I mean, that's what sucks. I mean, like, remember we were supposed to get a Snyder Con 2, which you wanted to do in October. Obviously, we're in December now, and then he was like, "Well, maybe January." There's been no update about that either. I mean, that's what sucks about all this is like, it's gotten to the point where it's like, hopefully, maybe sometime next year after he's done with Rebel Moon, maybe there could be something that could happen, but who knows? I mean, there hasn't been any update, and I think and I think the fact that, because obviously if there's Snyder Con 2, it would be Man of Steel, BVS, Ultimate, and Zack Snyder's Justice League all on a big screen that whole weekend. But I mean, who knows now, especially now he's over at Netflix and what kind of pull he has, and they're pretty much just like, hey, we put your movie out, bye. Who knows if like that's the whole logistics of it. That's what sucks about this whole thing. It's like, when it comes to future Snyder Cons, he could be like, hey, I could just show my movies that I did at Netflix, and Netflix would be like, go ahead. But Warner Brothers, not so much, sadly. So,
well, that would be really awesome. That I had to drive. I had to make a day of it, but I did get to drive, and I did get to see Army of the Dead.
Yeah,
on a big screen.
Mm-hmm.
I hope to have the same opportunity for Rebel Moon and Planet of the Dead.
I'm sure you will.
I mean,
I think so.
Cinemark, keep that relationship and make sure, because that was fabulous.
I love the fact that the theater around the corner from my house is a Cinemark. Like,
same theater. And I know it. Same theater. I know what theater you're talking about. Yes, that's where I saw Army of the Dead.
That's not because Ray lives 10 minutes away from me. That's because he stalks me and he knows what theater I go to.
Ray has that effect on people. He does.
I keep telling Ray, like, we keep meeting at all these events in different places and here on the Vodka stream and everything. And I'm like, we literally live 10 minutes away from
you. You have literally met my fiance.
Yeah, like,
why
haven't we collab? Why haven't we done a collaboration? Like, I'm not really sure what's going on here. I just think the guy just doesn't really like me or something.
Oh,
Hey, don't worry. I can barely. I
drive an hour away to see the guy when like he could literally come over right now and
Ray, you have to visit. I mean, look at what's all behind Enosh right now. I mean, I'm just saying.
Toys.
He's got toys.
I mean, we're talking like, I mean, I feel like he could do like, you know, he could have the visual, like he's rivaling you, Scott. In fact, his setup, quite honestly, is
this room. That's that side of the room. You haven't. I mean, like, there's this side of the room. There's that side of the room. There's also the living room, dining room, our bedroom, the boys' bedrooms.
Okay. This is what I love about like Enosh and Scott. Obviously, you guys have quite a collection, and you can go back and forth. You know, Scott's more of like, you know, if you had to like save the world and you had to find somebody who secretly has like all this shit. He's got the basement where you walk down and he's like, oh yeah, I got that book. And then he's just like, he brushes it off and blah, blah, blah. But Enosh, you have the shop that has everything like out there and just like ready to go. And that's the thing. That's the difference between you two. And that's what I love is the fact that, you know, Scott has like, you know, his own little private, I got my private collection. What do you need? Yeah. But then Enosh, you could like somebody could walk in and be like, that right there. That's what we need, you know, because you have it right there. That's what I love. That's what I love.
It was funny when we had when Wonder Meg was here and some of the other guys were here when they visited last year. It was funny because they just kept talking about the fact like, and I noticed it too. Like, it's funny because like I know where everything is in this room, which baffles some people. Like if you're like, hey, where's that? I know where that's at, right? You know, it's like it's like that whole thing. But like they were sitting in here, they must have been in here for like, oh my gosh, at least like a half hour. And they kept turning around and they would go, I swear to God, every time I turn around, there's like something else that I missed and something else that I missed. And where was that? I don't remember that. And oh my God, he's got that. And he's got that. And he's got that, you know, and it's just, it's 20 some years of my life that just,
that's awesome.
You know, but I love the fact that like Scott seems to be like the you have archived.
Yes, I'm the librarian.
You are the librarian. You're the entertainment in the post-apocalyptic world.
There's in Star Trek. There's a character. His name is Mr. Atoz, which is literally spelled ATOZ because it's supposed to be like A to Z, and he runs like the Memory Alpha, which is like the library of the galaxy. And you were totally like the real life Mr. Atoz, where like they would just go to him and be like, "Hey, where is this Mr. Atoz? Oh, it's right here." Like, yes,
yeah, he's the watcher, man. It's awesome.
Right. I was just thinking though, is that when Alabama and Michigan face off in the national championship game, because that's what I'm willing into existence.
So am I.
I'm willing that into existence. It's like let me take business. Let me deal with Cincinnati. You go ahead and deal with, a Georgia that's licking its wounds, and let's meet each other at the national championship game. I think we need to like live stream, like the two of us watching that game would be like hilarious.
That would be well. And I'd have to steel my nerves for that one because like. And it's crazy because you've been here before 1,000 times as an Alabama fan. Yep. And this is only the second time, like in my 20 some odd years of watching Michigan football, that we're actually in a realistic position to win a national championship. The country is, I still feel like,
and the last time it happened, Ray, we were, we had to share it. We had to share it.
Yeah, right. Because it was even before the BCS. It was like the year before the BCS. We had to share with Nebraska of all schools. Yep. But no, just like the fact that we have more than a puncher's chance of that actually happening. Because we can beat Georgia.
You can beat Georgia. And Ray, you know what sucks about that though? And I it was funny because I brought this up this last Sunday at my church. I said because my aunt, she's a big Michigan State fan. And my cousin went to state. And so I brought it up. I said, I kind of brought up this, I was using an analogy of it. And I said, it's kind of funny that it's like, here we have this year, Michigan fans have this year, we're in this position, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And even if we win it all, like we beat Ohio State, it's amazing. Like it's all this huge accomplishment, but we didn't beat Michigan State. So I swear to God, like something just to keep us humble. You know, like
You know
even
what,
in the
though?
best possible situation, like it's like
But I'll tell you what, Louis, I'll tell you why I feel better about that, because that loss in the grand scheme of things didn't mean shit.
Right?
And they hate that. They hate it. They've been whining about it all for the last couple of weeks.
Isn't that awesome,
that their loss, that loss doesn't mean anything at
would
all.
Ray, I also love the very cryptic reference you made on Monday Morning Sports Ball when the other team from the state went to the playoffs and came away with no score whatsoever. And I was going, yep, I remember that game.
Scott, you got to understand something. And I will admit this for all Michigan fans, because this is obnoxious, but it is true. We're all going to do it. If we score a point, if we score a field goal, if we lose the game like 10-3 or whatever, but we scored a field goal, we will say, well, at least we scored a point. We will say that. We went to the playoffs and scored something.
Y'all Dave, do you know what we're talking about?
No, man, I'm not big on college football. So
what was it, like 4 or 5 years ago?
2015 Cotton Bowl, Dallas.
Alabama, Michigan State met up in the semifinal.
Oh wow!
We kicked their ass.
38-0. 38-0.
38-0.
No shit. Oh,
it was 10-0 at the half, and State thought that they had a chance, and then Alabama said, "No, you don't," and scored 28 points in the second half. They lost 38-0, and we have. It's before this year, it was really the only time
Ray has ever texted me and went, "This is for you, buddy. Roll Tide."
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Well, because that was because seriously, it was like we needed. That was but we haven't had anything to necessarily tout ourselves with, and they. So now it's like, okay, we're in the play, because they said that for years. When's the last time you won the Big Ten? You've never been to the college football playoff. Well, now all of you can shut the hell up.
All in 1 year.
In 1 year. And
Harbaugh won Coach of the Year.
You won Coach of the Year. They're also pissed because Kenneth Walker didn't end up going to New York for the Heisman Trophy, but Aiden Hutchinson did. They're real mad about that. No, but seriously, if we score what all it takes is, I want to win the game. Yes. And I think we can win. I think Michigan absolutely can win.
Well, because as people said, Alabama showed you the roadmap. Like, they showed you how to beat Georgia.
Yes. And the talent is there, the defense is there, and the belief. The dangerous thing about Michigan is the belief is there. That team legitimately believes they can beat anybody in the country. Now that could be a problem for you come the 10th, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Because we need to get there first.
Yeah, beat Georgia first.
Yes, we need to beat Georgia first, because of course y'all will beat Cincinnati. Although if the unthinkable happened there, dear God. But I'm not calling. I don't think that. No, that won't happen for sure. But no, that'll.
But hey, I'm glad that Cincinnati's in. Like all the people who are talking about, hey, the group of five, someone got it. I'm like, I'm there with you guys. Like, people, people do not need to treat all SEC fans or all Alabama fans as like we're this monolithic thing. It's like, no, I want it to be an Alabama Michigan game. Like I want to play.
You don't want the rematch.
I don't want the rematch.
You don't want the rematch. Okay.
I want to see. I want you guys, because I don't want to have to deal with it. Because my in-laws are Georgia fans. It's like I want you guys to deal with it for me.
Because that's the other part of this, Dave. Is a week or so ago there was the conference championship games, and Michigan beat Iowa 42-3. But before that, Alabama and Georgia played in the SEC championship game, and everybody thought that Georgia was going to win, and Alabama said, "No, you're not," and beat them 41-24. And it was Georgia's first loss of the season, and so now everybody's scared of Alabama again.
Yeah, the little party thing I was on, it was actually like I think it was tied when when the game was on, and then all of a sudden Alabama just went, nope.
Oh yeah,
we got this, and it went crazy, and I was like, yeah. I'm sure Scott's happy, I'll
tell you what, man. Michigan is a testament. I'm just glad that it's healthy. Look, I've been to 2 games at the Big House my entire life.
Thank you, Jason. Up to the guy with the chin. I don't know. He's talking about me. I got the dimple chin. Anyways, yeah.
I've only been to 2 games at the Big House. The first one was crazy. I went with my former brother-in-law while I was going through a divorce. That wasn't awkward at all. With his coworkers. who were all just a bunch. They were all kind of weirdos, and we lost to the Toledo Rockets.
Oh God, 2008. Oh
yes.
Jesus.
Yes. Like I was like, he asked me last minute. Now he asked me last minute. He's not a sports fan. I was shocked that he asked me, but he wasn't a sports fan at all. But he was just going to be with his coworkers and stuff. And like, if you knew him, he was like absolutely like opposite of sports guy. And so I was like, you're going to see a Michigan game? He's like, yeah, I'm gonna, I was asked by my coworkers and stuff, and there's an extra ticket, and I knew that you might want to go. I was like, okay, yeah, I'll go. And so I went, and then I'm like, hey, we're playing the Toledo Rockets. Like, I mean, I knew that things were bad that year, okay, but I didn't think that they were that bad.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody thought that they were that bad.
No,
that year. Yeah. And like, I'm literally sitting on that end zone side, like listening to like Rockets fans like lose their freaking mind and watching us miss. I think it was like an 11-yard field goal or something. It was
like
that.
13-10. Was like the final score. Like,
and I'm like, you have got. I just walked out just absolutely stunned at what I just saw. I was like, what? And then a couple years ago, I surprised Tiffany with tickets to go see him play Minnesota. And it was, the game almost got rained out. It was so bad. Like when we got down
2017.
there. Yeah. Gotcha. And it was like, it was so bad. I mean, we were down there and everything was flooded out. It was cold. I mean, everybody was like underneath this little tent for this little shop that's like right there on the corner. And, but like everybody's acting like they're shopping because they're like, if you're in here, you have to be shopping. There's heating, things under there, lamps and everything. And so like, I think I bought Tiffany a pair of Michigan socks because her socks were absolutely drenched. And then we get in there. Well, the problem was on the way down to the stadium, we were hungry and we stopped at Subway. And Tiffany must have got something back. I think she got like a Reuben, and she thinks to this day that the sauerkraut, there was something wrong with the sauerkraut. So we got through the first quarter. Everything was great. Like about 5 minutes-ish into the second quarter, she's like, I'll be right back. I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. We had these awesome seats right down by the end zone. It was fantastic. We were winning. Everything was awesome. And like, I realized like a few minutes, like, the heck did she go? And of course, my cell phone, nothing works in there. And so, nothing works in there and down there, and so I was just like, oh crap. And I was trying to call her, couldn't get her, nothing. So like, here comes halftime. And I'm like, well, I'm going to go find her. So I go back up there and I'm like waiting by the women's restroom, hoping that she comes out, and she comes out and like, she was completely sick, guys. She was like, she was just like totally out. And I felt so bad for her because like, she's like, we had parked, like almost like a half mile down the road somewhere, like some little church where they had parking and stuff, and she's just like, the game was already delayed horribly. So it was like
an hour and a half.
Yeah. So it was like after 10 o'clock or something like that. So it's completely dark out. My little wife comes out and she goes, honey, it's okay. I'll just walk back to the car. I just can't do this. She goes, I feel so horrible. She's like, because she was so excited to go to the big house. It was her first time ever to be at the big house. And I was excited because I was with her and we were going to enjoy ourselves and we were winning and everything. And she's just like, honey, I can't do it. And I'm just like, and she's just like, well, I'm just going to go back to the car. I'm like, I am not letting you, my wife, walk back to the car in the dark, like a half mile from the stadium by yourself. No, I'm like, we'll just go. Like, but like, she's just like, honey, I'll just go. I'm like, no, we're not doing it. She's like, are you sure? I know you spent so much money on this. I'm like, no, it's okay. You're, and so like we walked back and of course we listened to the game on the way home and stuff,
I mean, the game was over. They won that game was a blowout.
Yeah. But it was just like one of those things we just keep joking about, like, we're going to get back to the big house one day and watch a whole game with people that we like. And hopefully they win.
No, I had a similar experience with that because I remember I've been to Bryant Denny 3 times. One time was for homecoming with NC State. Okay, whatever. We dealt with the Wolf Pack. The next time it was right after my brother-in-law passed away, and we took my sister to a game. And unfortunately, that was the year that Johnny Manziel came and manhandled us.
Ooh.
That year.
Yeah, I remember that.
That was not pleasant whatsoever. So,
Johnny
but
football.
Thankfully, the last time I went to Bryant Denny, it was when number 1 ranked Mississippi State decided to come into Bryant Denny with Dak Prescott, and we decided to go. No.
Dak Prescott, current quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys.
And we shut him down.
That Dak Prescott.
That
one.
That guy.
I thought you meant Dak Prescott that worked down the way there.
No.
Right over there at the guy that worked at the Ace Hardware over here.
Over there.
He decided to try to bring the Dak attack to Tuscaloosa, and that did not end well for him.
No.
Ray, I think I could probably speak for Ray. You got a question there in there from Chuck. It says, what do you think is more important to the Wolverines, a championship in basketball or football?
Football.
Especially now.
There was, in fact, that question was like someone tried to give us, like on Twitter a couple weeks ago, tried to give us like this ball busting question on like, it was like they're trying to make us choose, like either we are, either Michigan loses to Iowa in the Big Ten championship game, but the basketball team wins the national championship, or Michigan beats Iowa or gets into the playoff, but the basketball team loses out in the first round. And so many of us were like, I was, without shame, I was like, beat Iowa football. It's nothing against Juwan Howard. It's nothing against the basketball team, but I'm sorry, Michigan. The only reason we were saying we were a basketball school is because we didn't think the football team was going to win ever again. And the last month changed that. The last month changed all of that. So seriously, we're like, no, the football team is winning again. We will take all of that.
See, now I remember being a kid
for us because, on Championship Saturday, Alabama beats Georgia in football. So number 3 beats number 1. And then our basketball team beat the number 3 team in the country.
Okay. Who did you beat?
Some school I never heard of, but they were number 1, but then they had one loss and dropped to number 3. And then we beat them as number 3 instead of beating them as number 1.
Yeah, well,
Ray, I'm a little bit older than you. Okay. Obviously. So, I remember growing up like in the 80s where Michigan, like, man, we were and even to the 90s, man, like, we were always a school that was in it. You know what I mean? Like we were always a tough school. That was one of the great things. I mean, the Ohio State game, with Michigan was always like one of those games. It was like, you knew it was going to be a good game, and it was going to be well played. And it's amazing to me how a couple of bad decisions can derail everything for years. For years. And you wouldn't think that just like, hey, we hired the wrong coach at this time, and did this and that it would like literally put you on a spiral where it's like, no pun intended, but a spiral that like just even when you think that there's a glimmer of hope. I remember when Brady Hoke came in, like at first I was like, okay, you know what? We're gonna clear all this Rich Rod stuff, thing, right. And we're gonna move on from that. There was a bad decision. It made things bad. That led to the Rockets beating us and all that stuff. And it's like, okay, you totally try to upend the entire program. It's probably not a good idea when you got a storied program like Michigan. But then it just sends you on the spiral, and it's just like bad decision after bad decision after bad decision after bad decision. And even Harbaugh has taken his hits, man, like trying to fix it. It's like, I don't know what people expect, like that they expected it was just going to like fit back together somehow. Like, all these, it's like been like a couple of decades now, man. It's like, like,
of course, that's what they always think when a coach comes in. It's like, hey, you're just going to like fix everything and everything's going to be good, right?
Yeah. It was a perfect storm. It was a perfect shitstorm, Enosh, because it wasn't just because it was a bad AD. It was Dave Brandon.
Yeah.
This is the guy that bankrupted. He like Domino's fired him because he screwed with their special sauce, and he bankrupted Toys R Us. Like that's why, like he is why Toys R Us isn't around anymore. So like
that's why I can't be a kid.
Toys R Us kid.
Yes.
I mean,
yes,
okay,
exactly.
Okay,
so so like,
well, I don't like that guy.
He was an awful AD, and he made bad hires, and like the inmates were running the asylum for 7 years. Which it was even under Brady Hoke, like just
I know
the presence wasn't there, and so the other that's half the coin. The other half of the coin is that the game itself, college football itself, was evolving and changing into what it is now. And as a school, traditionally, Michigan has struggled to adapt with it, And it was part of why Harbaugh struggled the last 7 years, because he's from the old school. He's from, you know, the 80s, and he's from the old times, and he, you know, believes in, you know, running the football and power and all that stuff, but he was a quarterback. So he also believes in throwing the ball, but he's been trying to find the balance between what Michigan was and what Michigan needs to be. And he literally, what he did in the offseason, like all the coaches, all the turnover, all the staff and all that worked. And he's finally found that balance. And it was funny because when the year started and they weren't throwing the ball very much, everybody was like, what are you, Army? You're not, you're just running. You're just running the ball all day. Do you even have a forward pass? And then the Michigan State game happens. And even though they lost that game, Cade threw for like 350 yards. So it's like, oh no, we have a passing attack. And it was almost like, Enosh, like the other thing that can rile up Michigan State fans is that loss helped them kick ass the rest of the way, because it reaffirmed to them, okay, listen, we're in playoff mode now. We can't lose another game. We need to kick ass. And they beat Indiana the following week. They won that really tough game against Penn State on the road after that. They destroyed Maryland on the road. And then, of course, absolutely curb stomped Ohio State. And to the point where, as Cade was doing his first kneel down, the first person I called was my dad, and I literally screamed into the phone because that was 10 years of angst and pain that was coming out from the last time that we'd beaten them. And so it's amazing.
It's why I was glad I wasn't in the same room with my father-in-law when we beat Georgia again. And I'm just like,
again.
Oh, trust me.
Dave's up there going like, what happened to my stream?
No. I love it. No, I love it. Keep talking, guys.
You're listening to Sports Talk with Scott Ray and Poindexter Lounge. And
we
got
here too. Yeah, we got Flightcast, we got Squadcast, we got Poindexter Lounge. Talking about
crazy.
Yeah.
Football at 4 a.m.
Football.
But I love this.
Saturday.
But I love this also because it's the point. It's like even why Monday Morning Sports Ball exists over at flightcast.com is the idea that yes, we're nerds, but guess what? We know the sports.
Yeah. Guess what?
Yes.
I mean, I'm not totally, big on the college stuff, but I'm just watching and listening.
But
there was a time though when like I feel you, Dave, because like there was a time my entire life was so sports centered. Yeah. I mean, baseball was my sport growing up, and then college football. Like I was never really like a big NFL fan, but I mean, I had my team. Like I was a 49ers fan growing up because I like Joe Montana and stuff. But like college football season is always like around here, at least in Michigan. I don't know how it is other places, but like here in Michigan, it was always like, man, growing up when that kicked in, like everybody kicked in.
Everybody was involved.
Yeah, everybody was involved. I mean, you had Michigan State Day where like everybody wore all their, stuff at school and it was just, it was really cool that way. But I was a baseball kid. And then when I was 15, I picked up a guitar, and that kind of changed my whole everything, and so like I it wasn't that I didn't like sports anymore. It was just that I focused so much so that when Boston was winning their first World Series and however long that was, right? I was in Grand Rapids on the other side of the state because at the time I worked for FedEx, and we had a big sales meeting over there. So I was in a hotel in Boston, and my ex-wife called me to say goodnight. She's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm watching the World Series." And she goes, "No, seriously, what are you doing?" And I said, "I'm watching the World Series." And she's like, "Why are you watching baseball?" And I realized from the point that I had met her when I was like 20 to like, I was like 24 or something like that. Maybe I can't remember what year that was. But we had been married for like a year or two or whatever. Like she didn't see me watching sports. I hadn't, which was like weird to me. Cause I'm like, no, really. And she's like, "Why are you watching the World Series?" And I'm like, because Boston's going to win this thing. And like, that's like a huge deal. And I'm having to explain it to her. And she's just like, "I've never known you to be a sports guy." And I'm like, wow, my identity changed. And like, cause like, that's what I wanted to do was play baseball growing up. I mean, I literally, I told you the other day when you were on the channel, like I was the kid with a duffel bag full of, bats and gloves and balls, and would go around and, I coached one of my teams like half the season because our coach quit. and you know, when I was like 13. So it's like but that right there, man, sports was like it for me. But it is amazing how sports has changed, and you know, and just the whole.
Well, I mean,
everything about it,
like,
because my kids are into, you know, my one son's obsessed with baseball, and
Good.
And I love that. But it's like
Baseball
it's
needs
so weird to hear how baseball has changed. Like, because I came from more of the old school where it's like, hey, you know, pitchers stayed in there, man, and that was a badge of honor.
Am I right? Yeah, I know. Nowadays, when they're like, how many? What's the pitch count? Oh man, we're getting to the 90s. We got to get them out of there. And I'm like, man, fucking! I remember when guys were pitching like 150 pitches in these games, complete games. What happened to complete games?
Right. I think there was I think it was Goose Gossage or one of the older pitchers, and it was a story about Verlander. Justin Verlander, when he was first coming into the league. This is way back in like the beginning of the Leland era, the glory days recently of of Tigers baseball. And they were talking about the difference between the old school pitchers and the new pitchers. And I think Gossage or somebody was like, how come when I reached 100 pitches, it was the 9th inning, but when you guys reach 100 pitches, it's the 6th inning? Like, what is that?
Yeah, it's a little interesting, right?
Yeah, there's definitely, and I mean, and if you go back and watch like some of those old games and you see just the difference, I mean, I think part of it is the old guys didn't have that many pitches, and a lot of them, like Gossage, was just like, I have 97 in my hand and you can't hit it. Yeah. And if you do, well, then I'm just screwed. But most of the time, I'm gonna get you. Whereas nowadays, it's like, guys have curves, sliders, off speed, change up, like the 2 different fastballs, right? 4-seam or 2-seam, like so much.
Guys were getting away with cheating like so much easier back then, and like, you know, they'd get away for like a whole season of cheating before like anybody caught on, or you know what I mean?
I know. Now it's like a whole thing where like the pitchers are literally like, hey, the umpires are like, come here, and they have to do like the whole like, you know. I'm good.
Was it Nolan Ryan that like was found with like the emery board? Like he literally like was emptying out his pockets to show everybody. He's like, no, look, and it just flew right out of his pocket. It's like, there it goes.
It might. I don't know.
Was it Nolan Ryan or who was it?
I don't know.
I don't know if it was Nolan, but I think I know.
Was it Perry? Was it Gaylord Perry? Might have been Gaylord.
That was way long ago, but
that was way long. This was like in the I was in the
Scott's looking it up.
I know. I just remember he was like they were searching him. He was trying to be like, I don't have anything. And then like he pulls out his like.
I don't think it was Ryan. I don't think it was Ryan, because Ryan was just fucking. That guy was just hard.
Ryan was Dude,
Nolan that Ryan. That guy. I mean, I will still. I mean, everybody knows about the Robin Ventura fucking charge in the mound.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, when Robin Ventura, who was like. Probably like
Joe Niekro.
Joe Niekro, that's what it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that Robin Ventura, when like, you know, when Nolan Ryan gave him a little bit of some chin music, and Robin Ventura wasn't having it, and like Robin Ventura was like in his 20s, Nolan Ryan was probably pushing his 40s. And what happens? Like when Robin Ventura is like running towards the mound, what does Nolan Ryan do? He just grabs him and starts going boom, 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 like that. I mean, that is just so classic, because it was just like, I got your number, boy. You know, it's like he was just like straight up, son. I mean, that's your
bring it on in
there.
Bring it on in. A little closer now.
I mean, it was just, you watch that. I mean, Robin Ventura is like totally just like, I'm gonna fuck this old man up, and Nolan Ryan said, nope, and just grabbed him and started just going bam, bam, bam. Just started. I mean, good Lord, man. Nolan Ryan was on a whole other level.
You know, baseball back in the day, you know, it was a slower game, but I just feel like it was more
hardcore.
It felt more like real people were playing it, other than, you know, just watching today. And it's just like these, you know, gargantuan guys, and you know, and you know, all this. And I get it, the science and the money that's involved and all this, you know, it's like me and my son, we talk about it all the time. And it's like, cause he's just a walking, you know, center of information for baseball nowadays, where that's how I was, you know, when I was younger. And we joke about it, and I just talk about, man, I'm like, you know, like I get it. I understand the science of it. I understand why and the money involved and stuff, but I'm like, but on the flip end of it, like, it just felt like it meant more back then.
It did.
there was more heart. There was more, some of it was like a guy from down the street was playing sometimes, but it's just.
Well, I mean, like look at the ridiculous contracts they get, and then all of a sudden there's a lockout that's happening right now, and it's like,
well, and right, and I was gonna say this earlier. It's like before we got into baseball, I was gonna be like, but Dave, all I have to do is tell you how pissed off that we didn't sign Carlos Correa, and then you'll understand exactly where I'm at with that. But right there, it's like the whole reason that there was a flurry of all, like the Rangers paid like what, $500 million for 2 guys.
I know, Jesus Christ,
and the reason that it's Seager and who's the other guy?
I forgot the other guy.
The other guy, but they did all that because a lot of the players wanted to get a deal signed before the lockout happened in case there was a lockout. They wanted, all their guaranteed money and everything like already set up. Correa's stuck now. He won't be able to get a deal until afterwards. But
the Tigers got Baez, right?
Baez, yeah.
Well, that's something, I guess.
It's something, but it's not Carlos Correa.
My son was telling me like we just like paid off Prince Fielder.
Well, okay, but
like what the hell is that?
And like Miggy's
contracts, man.
And like
I know,
Miggy's
man. I'm just like,
yeah.
Good Lord. And I told my
well,
son,
I thought, isn't Bobby Bonilla still getting like money from the league
from the Marlins or somebody? Yeah,
I swear, like I told Isaac, it was funny when because through those mid 2000 years where the Tigers were actually doing well. And, you mentioned it, Ray, and I thought it was funny because like all we kept hearing, like all I would hear on sports radio, cause I was listening to sports radio a lot, 97.1 out of Detroit and all that stuff, back in the day when it was something. But I would listen to it like on the road all day at work. And I would hear all these people call and complain. Oh, well, yeah, we didn't, make the World Series this year. We should have made the World Series. World Series or nothing. And then, it'd be like, oh, we only won the pennant this year. We only got to the championship this year. We didn't get to the World Series. I kept saying, guys, do we forget the 90s when like the Tigers completely fell off the radar? I missed out. Honest to God, it's one of the things I regret the most. I missed out on going to Tiger Stadium in its final season because I couldn't get any of my friends to be excited about actually just going to a baseball game just to be there because we knew that they were going to lose. You knew that they were going to lose. So you didn't have any reason for actually wanting to go to see a game. You just, like I've been to Tiger Stadium twice in my life and both when I was really young. I could have gone when I was like old enough to just be able to drink it in, remember it and move forward. And I missed out on that because I wasn't going to go myself. And now if I had to do it over again, I'd go by myself totally now, at my age, but like back then I was in my early 20s. I was like, I wasn't just going to go by myself. And so I missed out on that because of that. And I was telling my son, when they started getting rid of contracts, right after that time, we were doing too well, and but we weren't fulfilling our potential. And like, that's how baseball is. Sometimes you can have it all on paper. It can all look great, but that's the great part of the game, right? Is that it can look great on paper, but it's not necessarily what's going to look at the 88 Athletics versus the Dodgers.
Right.
Okay. Everything on paper says that there's no way the Dodgers win that World Series. Yet Kurt Gibson steps up, hits one home run, doesn't have another plate appearance the entire series, and yet
he had a bad back.
No, he had bad legs. He had bad legs.
Oh, it was a leg. It was a leg, right?
Like it was all arms. He just basically throws the bat out there at it on a a 3-2 pitch. Like
that was. You watched that swing; it was awful, but he hit it in the.
Well, he didn't even run. Like if it wasn't,
he's hobbling.
Right, he's hobbling, gimpy, like around the bases.
Yeah. But that was the thing. It sparked that energy for the rest of the series, right? And and it's like, we may have looked good. The Tigers may have looked good in that time, but they just couldn't put it all together. That we almost did in 2006, but it just didn't happen. And then, but I was telling my son when they started doing, because he was young at the time and he was just hearing, like, oh, well, we're going to rebuild. And I told him then, I said, Well, buddy, you know what that means. We're going to unload a lot of people, and it means that through your young age, you're also going to have to suffer with the Tigers being bad. It's like, but no, Dad, they're so good. Like we're just there. We just need to make a couple of changes. I was like, nope. The rebuilding, son, means we're going to get rid of everybody so that we can save money, just so that about 10 years from now, somebody goes, oh, we can spend money again, and we're going to try it all over again. And
what it is.
Happened. There it is. But Chuck, you're right. That 84 Tigers team was legit.
It was legit.
Opening day to last day, first place, baby.
And he's also saying I should cry harder. I don't know what I was crying harder about. But it's okay, Chuck. It's fine. I'm a Giants fan, and hey, guess what? They were pretty good this year, but yeah, damn.
Well, you beat us in what was it? Was it 2011?
Yeah.
You whipped us,
Ray and I have talked about that.
You whipped us hard, man. We came in out of that, man, thinking we were going to be something, but we swept. Who did we sweep? We swept. Wasn't it the A's? Did we sweep the A's? Who was it we swept?
Yeah, that's what I love about baseball. It's like
you guys.
when it comes to the playoffs, it's like obviously the Giants this year had the best record in baseball, which they were supposed to be the worst record in baseball. They were supposed to be like coming like 27th, and they ended up having 107 wins. Dodgers had 106 wins. Crazy. So crazy. And then, of course, when it came to the playoffs, the Dodgers ended up winning the series, which, was heartbreaking the way that it ended. It sucked. But, that's just baseball for you. And that's what I like about it. I mean, that's what's so unique about baseball is the fact that it's just like, I don't know. There's just something different about the game. I mean, I love football. I can watch basketball, hockey. But at the same time, it's like when you look at some of those sports, man, they're kind of like, it's just like two sides. You got to make the goals. Baseball, something different. It's just unique. Yeah. It's unique. And, it sucks, though, because, I know there's like a lockout happening and stuff like right now. And I'm like, what are you guys doing? You guys realize that, people think the game is slow, and now you guys are doing a lockout thing. That kind of makes me worried.
I'm with Mama Film Junkee. I got three teams. The Dodgers were my first love growing up in Vegas.
How dare you?
Yes, Mama Film Junkee.
How dare you?
The Dodgers were my first love. When I moved to Michigan in '83, I became a huge Tiger fan, and then it was awesome that they won in '84 because I was 8 years old. I was at the perfect age, man. Tigers won that World Series, and I was at the perfect age, and the Tigers. And then it was funny because I grew up watching the Cubs on WGN Superstation, and I had no connection with Chicago whatsoever, but I just grew up watching the Cubs. And so this last summer, we got to take the family, and I got to go to Wrigley Field for the first time.
Damn,
and that was just something. I haven't been to Dodger Stadium. I was out there in 2000.
I've been so many times.
Really? Yeah. See, I was out there in 2019, I think it was 2018 or 2019, and I had a day that I was out there for a conference, and I could do anything I wanted. I had a rental car. I could do anything I wanted. And the first thing I did was look up Dodger tickets. I was like, I'm going to a Dodger game. And I have a buddy who lives north of LA who had told me one day we're going to go to a Dodger game together. And so heck yeah. And so I called him and we're like, yeah, we're going to do it. And of course I look, and of course they were out of town. They were in Oakland. And so I ended up going to the Warner Brothers lot instead. So
well, that's good. That's also good.
I got to still do something really cool and see I got to see every Batmobile and everything.
I mean, I've been to Dodger Stadium so many times, and going there as a Giants fan, scary.
Yeah,
it's scary. But you know what's crazy nowadays? Now, I've said this before too. Is like the last time we went, and it was like when they were doing batting practice, and we're out in the outfield, and we were talking to Dodger fans. I have my Giants jersey on. I got my hat on. So is my brother, and blah blah blah. But we were talking to Dodgers fans, which is always, most of the time it's fine. I've had some bad experiences with Dodgers fans, which it sucks. But when we were talking, he was like, and this one guy was like talking. He's like, you know what? You guys aren't the most hated fans anymore. Astros fans are now. Yeah. And I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's true. We are now second. Sweet. So you guys are okay with us now. You don't hate us as much as Astros fans because of what happened with the whole cheating thing. Sweet. Right. I pray for anybody who's an Astros fan that goes into Dodger Stadium.
Ray, who would you say like, do we even have like a rivalry anymore?
Well, okay. So if it was anyone, Enosh, for the Tigers, it would have to be the White Sox. Because I feel like most of the brawls and fights that have happened over the last 10 years or so have been with them. Although there was that really one bad one with the Yankees a couple of years ago. I forget the one that Romine's little brother, the catcher, was involved with because when he was catching with the Yankees. It's either the White Sox or
the Royals,
Yankees.
maybe?
Well, no.
That's within in the division,
right? Well, so are the White Sox, but I don't hate. I don't have.
I know that's.
I wanted to say,
you know who
Scott.
I do hate is I hate the Cardinals.
I do hate.
We don't get to play it. But we don't get to play it.
I do hate the Cardinals. Yes, and I've already told Enosh. I've already told Dave. In fact, the first time I was here, I told Dave that I still hate Pablo Sandoval.
Oh yeah, we were just talking about. We were talking about the time that the Giants. Yeah. We were talking about that.
Yeah.
No, but I wanted to say, Scott, do you have a baseball team?
No.
You don't have
the closest.
No. Welcome to this sports hour where Scott is up there in the right-hand corner, just like, oh, what's going on? We went from
the closest I've ever come just by proximity is the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was like, are you a Braves fan?
They won the World Series. So,
you know what? I was okay. I was fine because Freddie Freeman. He deserved that. Freddie Freeman, right? Yeah, he deserved to get that. And definitely everybody's
kind of like anyone but the Astros at this point.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe that it was
like I don't know if the Dodgers saying that the Astros are the number one rival or like number one hated is really anything special, because isn't that like everybody right now? Like
pretty much.
I mean, Ed,
it's going to take a while.
It's going to take a while.
I think that's the general perception, Enosh. But my whole thing when that came out was, okay, the Astros got caught. You really going to tell me that no one else is come on? And that's why I feel like a lot of fans that are talking down the Astros is like, yeah, y'all better keep your mouth shut before something comes out about your team, because who knows these days. And I don't know anything. I'm not saying I know anything definitively. It's just be careful, because there's still that adage: if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Well, the law of averages, man, just alone. Yeah. I mean, somebody else, you can't tell me that they're the only team that thought about that. I mean, you know what I mean? Like,
no way.
I'll be honest with you. Even as a baseball guy, when I found out about what they did, I was kind of like, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Right. But it was like,
is it like it's not, to me, it just wasn't like scuffing up the baseball or,
right.
You know what I mean? Like everybody's made such a big deal about it.
When you watch the videos about it, though, it was like, man, you could clearly hear them banging on,
you can,
and you're like, how would you not figure that out? And even the opposition pitchers were like, I remember seeing where I think they were playing the Sox, I think, and the pitcher, he brought up the catcher, and they were like, he was literally like, they are fucking reading our signs right now. He was flat out there's breakdown videos where you actually see where the opposition team, and I think it was the Sox, that were like, dude, did you hear that shit? I mean
right.
I'm like, how are you going to get away with it? That's why then all of a sudden they went to the whole buzzers thing, we're like, oh, there's a buzzer on the batter.
Right.
That right there, that's where it gets,
Oh yeah,
really
when
crazy.
When what's his name was
okay. When he was like, oh no, don't rip off my shirt, and then he goes into the dugout, takes off all his gear, and then comes back out. Okay, we're good now. And it was like, really, dude?
Yeah.
When we're talking about buzzers, and you were like, no, you can't rip off my shirt, even though I just won the game right now. And you don't rip off my shirt, because it's going to reveal that there's something on my shoulder that was telling me, shit.
And that's my biggest thing. I'm the person sitting there. If it were me, it's almost like the blood sport scene in with his daughter in Suicide Squad, where
fuck you.
I wasn't angry yet. But it's like, I wasn't mad necessarily. Like my anger, like if I had any anger about it not being a Dodgers fan, it wouldn't be because of the cheating. It would be because of the getting caught. It's like y'all couldn't have thought of us like that. In my head, I'm like, wow, that was stupid. You were gonna get caught. You did.
Yeah.
You couldn't have thought of a smarter way to get away with this.
Yeah.
Like, how did you do just? So that to me, that's where I'm like, yo,
Did you
y'all
see the
deserve to get
whistling
caught.
thing this year?
The
Like
what?
that people,
Yeah.
there was the whistling thing.
There
this
was a
year where
whistling
people,
thing
where
that's
people were trying to say
also
that they
been
were
out
doing
there.
it again because there
Yeah.
were like all these weird
See-
whistles going on and everything. Yeah.
See, and
There's
my biggest
all that
my
thing.
biggest issue with that too is also like, all the cheating. Like the Astros are still good. They're still a good team. It's not like they
That's
don't
the thing.
have.
They're
kinda
still
like,
a good team.
everybody looks at the
can't
cheating
quite
like
get to the final thing, but whatever.
right. But everybody looks at the cheating like, oh well, clearly that's why they've been winning. No, the cheating helped put them over the top. That was the problem.
Well, you
They're
still
a
got to
good
hit the
team.
ball, right?
Right.
Well,
I mean,
you know what
still
sucks
have to
about
hit the
that?
ball.
Yeah, what sucks about that too is like, you kind of root for Dusty Baker, Dusty Baker now, he's the manager and like he really pushed his team hard. And it's like, we can make the jokes like, oh wow, the Astros can't, win a world champion because, a world championship without cheating. But it's like, damn, but Dusty Baker's like right there. But what can he do? Yeah, it's all anything but. You know what, guys? Man, we've been talking for a while. I saw Scott yawning. I'm getting, you guys. I mean, you guys are way more in the future than I am, so I think we should wrap it up right here. I love the fact, this is what I love about the Vodka stream is how we can just like have like a 44-minute conversation. I don't know if that was the actual minutes that we had about. Yeah, I know about sports. That's what I love. It went from like college football where I'm just sitting here going, yeah, guys, cool. And then all of a sudden we get to baseball, and I'm like, oh, I know something about this.
And then Scott's like, I'll sit in the corner.
Yeah, I know. see, but when you guys were talking college football,
me and Ray are like, yeah, buddy, yeah, we're above these, yeah.
Right.
See,
yes, there you go.
There you go.
Yeah,
There you go.
fist bumps everywhere. Now that's what I love about this is the fact
And when
that
I
we
do
can
this
talk-
and it comes through over there, which you're
That'd
only
be
a couple minutes
creepy.
away, so I mean, like,
Right.
Yeah, soon that technology will exist.
Yeah.
No, that's what's so fun about this, the Vodka stream and stuff like that, and just the fact that we can go from all the nerdy movie and cape shit stuff. Hey, we like sports too. How about that?
I was really seriously, like before even coming on here at all, like when I saw you tweet about the Giants, I was like, good, he at least likes baseball. That's good.
Yeah,
awesome. So we can. So
I mean,
we'll
I like
have
football
that.
too, but I just don't have like an actual team. And I'll even watch college football. Like on Saturdays, I'll put it on because I just like the game.
Today's nerd is more well-rounded.
Exactly.
No, when I was born, I live in freaking Alabama. You're born, and it's like
you're born into it.
Alabama or Auburn.
Right.
Choose.
Yeah, like your parents are like, which one is it gonna be? We're gonna put a stamp on them right now.
Right. To choose, and whichever one you choose, you're it for life. Life.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There is
people
no
don't
switch.
understand. People are like, "We do like NFL." I was like, I don't like NFL. I don't have an NFL team.
Yeah.
I'm in Alabama. It's the SEC or bust.
That's the thing. It's like with me, I'm over here in California. It's like, yeah, I got UCLA and USC, and I'm like, yeah, cool. I'll watch.
Okay,
Dave,
I'm gonna tell you what. USC is about to be fun for you again.
Okay.
Because Lincoln Riley, who was coaching in Oklahoma, who won a bunch of Big 12 championships, he just
that's
took
right. I heard about that.
He just took
that.
15 million to go. Now he's at USC, and
I remember hearing about that.
He's about to tear that conference a whole new asshole. Seriously.
I feel bad. I felt bad for my father-in-law because my father-in-law is a lifelong, Michigan guy. Loves sports, just absolutely. And they retired. My mother and father-in-law retired down in South Carolina, where there was like nothing.
Right.
And they were, it took them forever to figure out who they were going to root for. Like, was he going to be a Panthers fan? Was he going to be a Clemson,
Gamecocks?
Like who are they going to root for? And then once he started rooting for like Clemson and stuff, I was like, you traitor, shut up, get out of here. Like he'd be like, well, I can't watch the Michigan games down here. I'm like, you know what? A good fan would find a way. Just saying. Just saying. Like I go down there, he's wearing all these other shirts and sweatshirts and everything.
Right.
He's got all this other
right.
stuff, and I'm like, no.
Our particular and Enosh, you know that our particular fan base travels, right?
Yes.
It's like we just like the Big Ten championship game. We'd never been to the damn game ever in life because Michigan had never gotten there, and we only just found out a week prior that we were going to go there because all the Ohio State fans had bought their tickets in advance, planning another trip there. We screwed that up. Within a week, we set record attendance at Lucas Oil Stadium because we all showed up. Not me. I would have loved to have gone there, but like Michigan fans all showed up and turned out for that. When the Orange Bowl happens on New Year's Eve, it's going to be half Michigan fans.
Oh yeah.
And a quarter of them already are down there in Florida. So
right. Yeah, exactly.
It's going to happen.
Exactly. So yeah, it's like I felt bad for him for a while and still they start. I think it's funny when people like move down south from up here and like then they act like they've been Southern their whole life. Like my mother-in-law, I love her to
we
death.
have a term for that.
But I used to tell her, I'm like, she'd be going about like, well, we're Southerners now. I'm like, first of all, you don't have that accent. Second of all, you're not Southern. Like she's discovering stuff. Like, look, my mamaw was from Mississippi. My grandma was born in Mississippi, Boonville, Mississippi. They live their life down there and stuff like, and it's so funny because like my in-laws would get down there, they're like, they've lived their whole life up here. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh yeah, we had some good Southern hospitality and some Southern food and all this stuff. And I'm just like, act like you've been there before. I love you. No.
Okay, Scott.
What's the term?
Term?
Yeah.
There's Yankees.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when they move down here, now they're damn Yankees.
I like it. I mean, I like that movie too, by the way.
Oh, yeah. That's a great baseball movie.
A great baseball movie. I fucking love damn Yankees. I'm
just think it's funny.
She's always talking about
the South, man, and like us Southerners and stuff like that. I'm like, you've been down there for 5 years now. Like, what the heck? Like,
I mean, goddamn. Sorry, you got me on that. I'm like, how's there not been a remake of Damn Yankees?
Oh my, there needs to be a remake.
Buy your girl. You know, I mean, come on.
Oh, no, my favorite. I'm sorry, the revival they did with BB Newirth as Lola and Victor Garber as
whatever Lola gets.
Wants.
Whatever
is this a musical?
Wants.
Yes.
Oh, it's
literally about this old fan who wants his team to. He's a Washington Senators fan.
Yeah.
And all he wants to do is beat the Yankees. And he sells his soul to the devil to become a player for the Washington Senators to help them win, the pennant against the Yankees.
Wow. Yeah. He's like this old dude who watches his team and he's just like, hey man, if I was young, and he's just like, wham. And then all of a sudden the devil shows up and says, hey, you want to do this? I'm surprised there hasn't been a remake.
There needs to be a remake of that.
Like a movie.
I don't know. The best part of Damn Yankees that I always liked was that song, Can You Take Me High Enough? That's the right one, right?
No.
Oh,
it was a cool super group though.
It was. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Damn Yankees.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was the best part of Damn Yankees for me because I've never seen the film and I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything.
Man,
I knew the premise, but like I've never seen it. Yeah. So like
Ray Walston is the devil.
Yeah. I'm a film junkie. Yeah, we know. Yeah. That was a baseball movie that played constantly in the Pena household. Yeah.
Ray Walston is okay. All right. No, I am familiar with Ray Walston.
Yeah. It was a good movie. It was a musical and whatever the fuck. But I'm just like, I always wondered, I was like, why hasn't there been like a remake of that? I'm like,
well, it's I'm still waiting, and Enosh, I'm sure you've had this discussion before when talking about baseball movies in general. It's like, all right, the Cubs have Rookie of the Year. The Angels have Angels in the outfield. The Twins got Little Big League. Why do the Twins have a movie?
Okay, thank you, Ray. Thank you, because I love Little Big League, and I love the fact that like nobody knows about that movie like as much as the other ones, and I'm like,
true. Well, they all came out like around this, like they were all
Little Big
came out like
great.
Yeah, but my problem is, what's the Tigers movie? For the Love of the Game. Which, don't get me wrong, Kevin
That's
Costner.
a great movie. That's a Sam Raimi movie. Come on, man.
Yes, but the Tigers suck.
Yeah,
Why
but
can't
the same time, you had Kevin Costner as a fucking, John C.
Okay,
Reilly.
I was wondering where you're going with that because For the Love of the Game is a pretty good movie, man.
Ray, you have to be. Come on, Ray.
He's pitching a perfect game and he's reliving his life while he's on the mound. And it's Kevin Costner.
But no,
in a baseball game.
Okay, but the Cubs can get a movie where they win. The Angels can get a movie where literally angels help them win. The Twins get a movie where they win. The Indians,
hold on.
Cleveland gets a Cleveland got a series.
But think about
movies
but let's step back.
Ray.
Can we talk about the quality of these films? You are comparing a movie that has a Detroit Tiger who is like, it's film. He is reliving his life on the mound as he's an older player who has lived like a crazy life and has dealt with so much like personally and it's very introspective while he's pitching a perfect game. Okay?
And it's directed by Sam Raimi and it has Kelly Preston in it.
Yes,
for the Detroit Tigers. You're comparing
Ray.
You are comparing that film to a fanciful Angels film where CGI angels lift players into the air where they catch fly balls, or
managed by Danny Glover.
It has
And
a
Tony Danza pitches a great game.
Yes, exactly. Tony Danza is their starting pitcher.
Where a little kid plays for the Chicago Cubs and somehow takes them like all these fanciful, like crazy, like silly things. And like even bases loaded not bases loaded.
Bases loaded. That was a video game.
That's a video game. I know that's a video game. Even Major League. I love that game.
Was the Indians.
That's the one that I'll kind of give you a little bit of for because it's a classic movie. But even that is a comedy, and it's kind of like there's so much spoof in there and funniness, whatever. But I'll give you it's still a great movie. And I understand that maybe For the Love of the Game is not the sexy, one that everybody remembers and stuff. But if you're comparing quality to some of those films,
yes,
right.
Ray.
Yes,
but just remember, there's no crying in baseball.
I know. I mean, let's face it. Let's face it.
That's arguably the best baseball movie.
That movie was.
that
movie's in my top.
Hold on. Okay.
That movie's in my top.
What about Field of Dreams though? What about Field of Dreams, where you get Ty Cobb, right?
Who played for which team?
Who played for?
Yes.
Who did they play for? Come on, Ray.
Yes, they played for the Tigers. Yes.
Okay.
He played
We're trying to help you out here, Ray.
Yeah, I got you. But
it's Ty Cobb. Ty Cobb.
Okay, you know what?
Was there a Ty Cobb movie with Tommy Lee Jones?
Yes.
Yes. Where he showed how much of a dick he was. Yeah.
Yes.
And as far as I'm concerned, Field of Dreams, greatest baseball movie of all time. I cry every time I watch it. I cannot get through that film without crying. It's got James Earl Jones in that film.
Have a catch? Yeah.
Hey, Dad, you want to have a catch? Dude, as somebody who played catch with my dad for the first time at 35 years old, I cannot make it through that film without crying, Ray.
What does who does Bill Durham? What's the team of that one?
That's a minor league.
That's minor
league. Okay.
Listen, here's the thing.
It's the Durham Bulls.
Yeah, the Durham Bulls. Yeah. I was going to
mention Kevin Costner's.
I was going to mention this before I had to step away earlier because you were talking about how you'd only been to Tiger Stadium like what, twice?
Yeah, twice. Yeah.
Okay. I went to Tiger Stadium a lot as a kid. Like I had been there like tons of times. And so
are we comparing Tiger Stadium sizes?
No.
No, I'm just asking.
No, what I'm saying. 440 to dead center. 440 to dead center.
Yes. No, I agree. No, yes, I know the dimensions. I just watch it a lot on TV.
Hey, you guys don't even have to talk. Giants have that Triples Alley that fucking pisses me off. I'm just saying.
God. Well, no, we have the Pepsi porch now.
We got the Pepsi porch. We got a stadium so big now nobody can hit home runs.
Yes.
We went from being this,
every home run is a long fly ball now.
Exactly. Every home run, like in this, like how, because I mean, center field was a black hole at Tiger Stadium, but man, like everything else was.
Oh yeah, right to left, you were gold.
Yeah, you were gold. I mean, if you got baseball's flying out of the stadium, and which was really cool. But it was, I mean, Tom Selleck hit a home run at Tiger Stadium. So, I mean,
Right.
so I mean,
Mr. Baseball, man.
That's what I'm saying.
I
man.
love that. That movie's.
But there's another one. Yeah.
I bring that up to say that, like, from my perspective, is like, the glory years, like 2006 to 2013, we needed to win at least one World Series. I'm not saying we should have beaten the Cardinals in 06 and the Giants in 2012, but could we gotten one of them, right? Because there's the problem, Enosh. The last time that we won a World Series, and this goes back to my whole movie thing, I was a year old.
Okay.
I don't remember it happening.
Sure.
I've been told that we drove around in a car the night of the victory while everybody was celebrating, and that I held my finger up with a number 1.
Now,
I've been told that's what I did.
Have you ever watched like the inside baseball films and stuff like that from that year?
I've seen, not all of them, but I've seen a few.
Oh, dude,
yes.
You got to watch like the history, like when they like talk about the Tigers, like from the beginning of the season to the end of the season, like, and all the stuff that happened, and then being, and like all the, where how they were mic'd up and stuff, I mean, especially in the World Series where it's like, he doesn't want to walk you. He doesn't want to walk you. Right, I mean, all that stuff, dude. Like, I just got to tell you, like, I get what you're saying, dude, but it's like you're asking for something quality, but at the same time, like, it's like you really don't want quality. Like, you want Jack Black to star in a film about the Detroit Tigers. That are down on their luck until a rabbit can swing a hard bat is sitting outside the stadium.
I'm seeing
magical powers.
I'm seeing a Detroit Tigers stream happening next year. I'm just saying. You guys live in Michigan, just saying.
Jack Black was a guy down on his luck, a Tigers manager who couldn't find a win in a rabbit's hat until.
But Ray, what we're saying here, Ray.
I get your point. I understand
the fact that the Tigers do have the movie, and it's starring Kevin Costner and Kelly Preston. May she rest in peace. Yes. And if we're talking about Hollywood crushes, she was on the list by far. Fucking Kelly Preston, are you kidding me? And then it's directed by Sam Raimi. It's a Sam Raimi flick.
I hate that he's a Spartan, but yes.
Yeah. Quality film, though, man. Yeah, Ray, I love it, man. Look, I get it. Look, it's not as romantic as, I don't even know. I don't even know what else is there. I mean, like,
that's the thing.
Like 61.
When you think about movies, you think about like we said, Angels in the Outfield. You think about Major League, which is Cleveland Indians, which is now the Guardians, and then of course you have Rookie of the Year, which is Cubs. And then of course there's like Yankees, whatever the hell. But I mean, usually nobody's really done anything about the Yankees. But the thing is, though, is like when you watch For Love of the Game, he's going against the Yankees. That's the thing. He's playing in Yankee Stadium. That's what's so great about the movie. Is like Kevin Costner's character is not pitching a perfect game in Detroit. He's pitching in Yankee Stadium. And that's one of the things I love that movie, when he goes, cue the mechanism, and he like totally just mutes the fucking crowd. And then but he also comments about it, when you're in fucking Yankee Stadium. I mean, like, there's just something like that movie. Scott, you've seen that movie, right?
I actually have not seen this movie.
Oh my God. Okay.
Dude.
I love the fact that this stream has created a list for Scott. We have Dave, we have For Love of the Game, and Eternal Sunshine of the
Spotless Mind.
I love the fact that, Scott now has a list from this stream. I love it.
That's fantastic.
That's fantastic.
It's funny that you bring this up, because I was literally telling my son Isaac, because my son Isaac has not seen For the Love of the Game either. And I was just telling him the other day, we have got to watch For the Love of the Game, because all these reasons. It's got Kevin Costner. It's a Tigers game, or it's a Tigers movie. It's in Yankee Stadium. It's like all these little things. It's a quality film. Like it's really definitely not. It's not like just like a flash in the pan film, man. That's a quality film.
I'm not going to argue on any.
You just want a fun game. You want where the Tigers win the World Series.
No, I want something. Well, it's like, when people talk about baseball movies, like those other ones come up, and
I know
no one
I know. Not a lot of people talk about For Love of the Game. I get it.
Right.
It's always about Major League, Sandlot, which has no team. Well,
Right.
I mean, I guess it has Dodgers, I guess, because because it
yeah.
starts off they're at Dodger Stadium, and then
Right.
Rodriguez is wearing a Dodgers hat, so I guess that's technically a Dodgers. I know, but hey, Ray, I don't have a Giants fucking
Yes, but guess what you have that we haven't had for over 30 years?
I have 3 World Series.
There you go. There you go.
Well, and Starfleet is based there. Starfleet is based in San Francisco.
Well, technically, the Yankees do have they got pride of the Yankees.
Dude, you're right. Starfleet is based in San Francisco. You have that too.
Oh,
that's what I said. Yeah.
Oh, man.
I mean, if we're gonna cut it like that, sure. I mean, I'll take it. I guess But anyway,
I mean, hey, at least we got one, man. At least we did get a baseball movie.
That
and
is true.
And I got to say, if I'm thinking about all those other movies, probably besides Field of Dreams, I mean, it's got to be one of the more quality ones, man.
I'm surprised no one has we haven't mentioned Moneyball yet. I guess that the
I
A's
was
movie?
thinking if there wasn't an opportunity for me to
that's across the bay. That's across the bay from
it is across the bay. Yes.
So that's the
it's a good movie though.
It's a great
good
movie. Oh, I fucking love
movie.
that movie too. I mean, that's the thing. I mean,
it was a good movie for Brad Pitt. Like that was.
Oh fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dude,
good movie for Jonah Hill.
Jonah Hill too. I mean, my God. That was movie,
also.
I mean,
it was also crazy, especially if you were somebody that watched that season and knew some of the basic stories.
Yes.
So it was just weird seeing. There was a part of me. It was weird seeing Chris Pratt play Scott Hatteberg. It was like
right.
And Philip Seymour Hoffman, may he rest in peace, as
the
manager. What was
I forgot his name. I forgot
his manager. Yeah. Whoever was it, Art Howell? I think it was Art Howell.
I think that sounds
something
familiar.
like that. Right, but just knowing what the players look like in real life and having followed that story.
What was great about that movie is the fact that it was based on an actual season. It was based on actual events. Like everything else is kind of just
highlights.
I mean, remember, let's not forget, may he rest in peace too, Bernie Mac, Mr. 3000. For Brewers fans out there, did you remember that movie, Mr. 3000? Where
I never saw it. Yes.
It's a great movie. I mean, baseball movies. I love baseball movies big time. That's why when you guys brought up Little Big League, I was like, thank you, because that is a movie that's so underrated. I love that movie so much. I watched it so much when I was a kid. I mean, obviously you have The Sandlot. That was like my movie when I was a fucking kid. I just, Benny the Jet Rodriguez. I wanted to be him, of course. And just there's something.
The Natural was good, but I don't. The top 10 then, and there's talking about The Natural.
The Natural,
I remember The Natural. I just remember the last time I watched The Natural, I was a kid.
Yeah. I've watched it. Even as an adult, it's good, but it doesn't hit like some of the other movies I grew up with.
The baseball
42.
May he rest in peace. God damn, too many rest in peace.
Not seen 42. I need to see 42.
Yeah, Harrison Ford is trending today. Yeah.
But the one that I haven't seen that I really still want to see is 8 Men Out. I've never seen 8 Men Out. I really want to see that one.
Which one's that one?
That's the White Sox movie, The Curse of the Black Sox, with John Cusack and John Mahoney. May he rest in peace.
I haven't seen that one.
I haven't seen that one either.
Wow.
Okay.
I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I really want to see that one.
That's what I miss kind of in movies is like, give me a good baseball movie, please. I mean, just give me a fucking hardcore, like R-rated baseball movie.
Well, Ray, let's start writing a Tigers movie.
Yeah.
Are you talking about like Any Given Sunday for baseball?
Yes.
That's what I was just thinking.
That's what I want, Scott. That's what I want. I want. Actually, you know what? I had the
Ray,
idea.
You can walk on over to the lounge.
Yeah.
It makes you feel like it's farther away, and we can write the quintessential Detroit Tigers baseball movie.
Oh.
No, I had an idea for like a baseball story that had to do with like the bullpen or like, the guys that are just back, obviously in the bullpen that are just like what's going on in that story? What are these guys about?
You know what? Okay. So I can piggyback off of that. Enosh, we could I would love to do like a multiversal Tiger story where Mark Fidrich is on that 84 team with that rotation. So it's like Fidrich, Morris, Wilcox,
who do you take
and
out?
Petrie. No, have them all. What the hell? Like I know it was those three. Like through all.
This
all
is
the way
why. This is why I said you guys need to have a Detroit Tigers,
a multiversal, realistic.
Something where Fidrich is on that team because it's always bugged me.
It's just a what if. You need your what if.
Somewhere in the mid 2000s, Justin Verlander appears upon a time machine.
Meanwhile,
goes back in time to play on the 84 Tigers. Meanwhile, Jack Black is managing a down on their luck Detroit Tigers team.
I'm telling you,
they can't pull a win out of a hat until Squirrely the rabbit pops up with magical powers and says, well, gee williker, guys, I can lead us to a victory. Here's my pal, the bird Fidrich.
Not Squirrely the rabbit. Pause. Pause.
In an all animated adventure except for the live action spots.
This is what I'm talking about.
Written and directed by Ray from Flightcast. With special guests by Holy Cow. It's not a rabbit on the field. Steve, I've never seen anything. I must have had way too much Bud Light right now, Steve. Because I'm telling you, I have never seen what I'm looking at right now. Is that a portal that's opened up in left field? And oh my, holy cow, that's the bird coming through that portal. And some guy who looks like he's from the future. Steve, I'm from Chicago and I'm here too. What is going on? I'm a Cub fan and a Bud man, but I sure am a Tiger fan tonight.
That's a little bit like Jason Bateman from Kickball.
who that was, right?
Scott? No,
Harry
I do
Carey.
not.
Harry Carey.
Yeah, Harry Carey for the Cubs announcer. Yeah.
When
that's what he
I got it all on video.
The Yankees announcer who is part of Paradise by the Dashboard Light by Meatloaf.
Right. when we went to Chicago this year and when we went to the game, so it was really funny because they were losing the whole game. Chicago was losing the whole game. I mean, like in the top of the first inning, Pittsburgh went up 3-0 and they just nonstop, right? And so then about the seventh inning, Chicago came back and tied the game and then took two more runs. We were up 5-3. And I was just like, okay, it's my first time at Wrigley Field. I just kind of want I want Chicago to win. Right. And so it goes into the bottom of the ninth or top of the ninth. Pittsburgh comes up, scores 2 runs, like right out the gate. And I'm like, oh, crap. And so people start leaving, like everybody starts leaving. And it goes to the 11th inning, like the whole place, we get to go way down close, like right by the field and everything. And it was a crazy ending because there was an infield pop-up. First of all, can I just say, we're talking about baseball. I hate these new softball rules and I know they've been around for like a little bit, but I still hate them. Like where it's like extra innings. Oh, put a guy at second.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
You know what? I'm not going to lie. I kind of like it because it makes it more intense.
It does, but like it just feels
I don't
like
want any more 19-inning games, Enosh. I'm sorry.
That's
you know what?
thing.
Yeah, but when you win that 19-inning game, like if
at 4 a.m.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just that guy, dude. I will not leave until the game's done.
We got college football in the way that they've tried to shorten up, overtime.
That overtime is so stupid. It is the dumbest fucking rule. I hate college football overtime right now.
I'm just saying there was a pop-up on the infield, and it was that the game ended in the craziest way. I was recording it, and guy got to third base because immediately when you got a guy at second base,
he got to third base.
Yeah, it's like you hit a grounder just to get him to third base. You're just trying to advance the runner at this point, right?
Thank you, Dave. Right, I appreciate
advance the runner.
That's my contribution. So good night, everybody.
Right, there you go. There's a pop-up to the second baseman, right? Easy out to end the inning. Second baseman camps underneath of it. I'm recording it. He drops it. A routine pop fly. And the Cubs win. and the entire place just erupts. And I'm sitting there with my son. He got one of those W flags and stuff, and like he's like losing his mind because he's a Cub fan too. And I'm doing the whole Harry Carey thing. I'm like, holy cow! And my son has never heard like Harry Carey or anything. And I'm like, I'm recording us, and I'm calling him Steve. And I'm like, Steve, have you ever seen anything like that in your whole darn life? I tell you right now, I think that second baseman was drinking some Bud Light. Bud Light, the official sponsor of the Chicago Cubs, where the Cubbies win it. Holy cow. And my son is just like,
what are you talking about?
What in the world are you doing right now? Like, it was fun though. It was great.
Oh, I'm sure
Harry
Carey, yes, may he rest.
Harry Carey, legend, because he had that voice. Hi, everybody. Oh, still,
holy cow!
I gotta be honest though. For like national baseball, bro, I'm a Vin Scully fan.
Vin Scully was the GOAT. I mean, even though that's my team's rival, but I love Vin Scully. I mean, and the fact that he got to see. Well, I mean, it sucks that he didn't get to comment. He didn't do he didn't do the commentary of them winning the World Series last year, even though it was a weird season, a short season. Anyways, I have to always say that because I'm a Giants fan. I have to always be like asterisk, put the asterisk on the Dodgers World Series win because it was a short season. Anyways,
should we put an asterisk on all those Barry Bonds wins?
Oh, I know, right? I know. See, that's the thing. That's the thing.
Holy cow, Steve! He just came out of nowhere with a Barry Bonds.
No. That's the thing. That's the thing. Yeah, people can come back with that because it was like, I was like, all right, yeah, you're right.
Asterisks everywhere.
You're right.
Welcome to Giant Stadium where it's asterisk night. Everybody gets an asterisk. You get an asterisk. I get an asterisk. In fact, the whole team splurged so that everybody at the stadium, not just the first 10,000, but everybody, people outside the stadium are getting asterisks because Barry Bonds.
People in the Bay are getting asterisks.
Yeah,
they got asterisks coming out their hats right now.
Now, I was about to get to that, and thank you for doing that because yes, I totally understand. I get it. Oh man. Yeah. Oh man.
Oh my goodness.
Man, I smell a baseball stream coming on, man. Next year, I think we could have some fun with this.
Record. I'm looking at the time here. Is this a new Vodka stream record?
No. We're almost at 6 hours.
I was on one that went 6.
We're almost.
I was also on that one, if I remember right.
I was about to say, I feel like we've had one a little longer than this.
I think we have, but we're this is coming in like second or third, probably.
Yeah, we're getting up there.
I love it. I love it though, man. I love it when it veers off into baseball because that's I've always thought about like, hey man, how fun would it be to do a baseball kind of stream kind of thing? And hey, maybe something can brew up. That could be fun. That could be fun.
I can watch baseball movies.
Hey, listen, man. I could talk about A League of Their Own and Sandlot and some of the others. Hell yes, I could talk about that.
Dude, League of Their Own is there. You don't beat it. I mean, when people talk about like, Tom Hanks has done many great roles. Obviously Forrest Gump, Philadelphia. Apollo 13. We could talk about the many roles, but man. Him in League of Their Own,
Jimmy Dugan.
Christ. Jimmy Dugan was like, God. I mean, there was just something about it, like just the way. I mean, like, there's so many great scenes when you see like in that movie when he just goes off and being all drunk. I mean, right at the beginning when he just like shows up in the locker room and then just like he's already drunk and then he just walks over and pees. And then Madonna's like, give me your watch, and like she's just like measuring it, and he's just like and he's just totally just peeing. It's so fucking fantastic.
The baseball he signed. Wow. Yeah. Avoid the clap, Jimmy Dugan. That's good advice.
That's good advice. And then like when he's just doing like his like what's his name, who's like totally monitoring the whole thing. He's like, yeah, especially like that time in the fifth inning where you scratch your balls for an hour. And he's all, well, one thing he's doing it right, and he's just like, like the character development of Jimmy Dugan and like, because he's so like, I don't give a shit, just give me the paycheck. And then all of a sudden he starts giving a shit after a bit, Yeah. And then even when it gets to the point where he has to like retain himself, and he goes, he's all, you're still missing the cough, man. And he's just like, he's like trying to like hold back, and he's
feel
shaking.
And I'm like,
fucking Tom Hanks, you're fucking beautiful.
I love the part, like, because the part where the scene where he starts to give a shit is when when Dottie is like giving out signals to Marla on what to do at the plate. And he's like,
and they start
he's like, you're gonna squeeze bunt with our best hitter. So the reason he gets involved is because he's like, no, you're doing it wrong, do this. And that's when he starts to take ownership.
And they start,
they're both sitting there giving signals and like,
yes, him and Gina Davis are just going back and forth, just like doing the whole thing. And oh man, that movie is so
good.
God damn it, dude!
I gotta ask the question because I saw Chuck's comment. Dave, tell me something. If the moon was made of cream cheese, would you eat it?
Yes, I would.
Good answer.
Totally
Good answer.
Good answer. I totally would hate that. Sounds delicious. I would dip my wheat thins into the moon. Yeah.
Good answer. Good show. Good show.
And if we're talking about Harry Carey, he has made appearances in movies. Ferris Bueller's Day Off. I'm just saying, his voice is in Ferris Bueller. When Ferris Bueller goes to that Chicago Cubs game, you hear Harry Carey's voice right there.
Ferris Bueller also has one of the great Detroit Easter eggs, because of course Alan Ruck's character Cameron is wearing a Gordie Howe jersey for the whole movie, which is fantastic.
See, that movie's got a little something for everyone.
Yes, it does.
Exactly. There it is. God damn.
Why are you still here? Go.
Leave. Leave. Dude, and I love the fact that, like, Ryan Reynolds, Deadpool, they did that whole thing.
What also got me was people who didn't understand what it was.
Oh God,
I know.
Parody of.
Yeah, I'm sure like plenty of like what is he doing? It's like
Ferris Bueller's Day
Look
Off.
it up. Look it up.
And I felt the same way for anybody that didn't get the reference to it in Homecoming. I'm just sitting there in the theater, and I'm like,
I know.
I'm like,
Homecoming was like an homage to John Hughes. That's why I like Homecoming so much more than Far From Home. Because Homecoming was like such an homage to Hughes, and and that's why, like, when I rewatched it recently, I was like, God damn, like this movie, and not to mention Keaton. Obviously, Dude, that scene with Keaton and Holland in the car when he figures out that is one of the best scenes in the MCU, and I was like, God damn, they really fucking nailed it with this. Far From Home, but then all of a sudden I watched Far From Home and I went, oh shit, sure. Some of the VFX it's good, but Jesus Christ.
Have you watched any of the clips that have come out for No Way Home yet?
Yeah, I have. And some of it's kind of like, boy.
We all have concerns.
I feel like Scott Bakula in fucking Quantum Leap, and I'm like, oh boy.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
By the way, that first episode of that show was the second episode. I'm sorry. The second episode of Quantum Leap was a baseball homage to what movie was it?
Minor League 3 or Major League 3. Remember, he was in Major League 3 as the coach.
Oh, he was. That's right. Yeah. But yeah, Quantum
Leap was an awful
1
movie, and I feel bad because I love Scott Bakula. I love that guy.
Not the rest in peace, Dean Stockwell.
Yes.
Oh, that just happened too. That was
just happened. Oh. It's crazy too, is because I've been watching reruns of Quantum Leap, and I'm like, God damn. I'm actually surprised there hasn't been a revival of this show.
They've tried. Well, the last word was that Scott and Dean were pitching, like literally pitching the idea, pitching a brand new idea that they wanted to do it. And then Dean,
just watching reruns, I forgot how good that fucking show
it's amazing.
Universal, I think.
Yeah. I knew that there were some rights discussions there for a while. But dude, I watched that show religiously through my teens. And because I'd watch it every night. It was on USA Network every night at midnight. And I would watch it every night. And I can't remember how many times I went through the entire series. And then my wife, a few years ago, we were talking about it. And like, she remembered it a little bit, but like, apparently she knew when the music came on, like it was time for her to go to bed as a kid. Right. And so I bought the whole series and we binged it. And it's only 5 seasons. And so like we binged
it holds out. It holds out.
It's amazing. It's so fantastic.
It really holds out. Like when I'm watching these reruns, I'm like, damn, this fucking series holds out. And I'm like, how has there not been a revival or anything? It's like, it's a great concept.
Belisario talked about the fact that really you could try to do it, but what made that show especially good? I mean, obviously Dean Stockwell, and that relationship with him, but Scott Bakula. He did. I mean, like, look at all the different things that he had to do weekly on that show.
I always loved because like every week it was like his little device that he looked at when he was looking at information. It was always never working properly. So he always hit it. It was always like what the, and he was always like, God damn it, get it repaired, man. Just get a new one, Al, just go back, get it repaired, because he's always like, he's always hitting it and shit like that. It's funny. Yeah.
That was such a great show. But yeah, man, those first few episodes, I mean, like a lot of episodes of Quantum Leap were based on popular movies at the time. Like the first episode altogether was based on Top Gun, kind of surrounding that whole thing. And then the second episode was a baseball film. And then there's just like different things that you see as that movie goes on. Like you want to get into some trivia. You get into when you watch the series finale of Quantum Leap, it's so amazing because they brought so many characters back. And then there's just some that are just like really kind of deep cuts for stuff because they didn't know that the series was going to end. That's why it ended the way that it did. And so they had to write something that if it was the series finale, it would be okay. And if it wasn't, they could go on to something else. And the guy who plays the bartender in the series finale that they think, that you think is God or time or whatever that's been leaping him around, he's in the very first episode.
Yeah.
He's in the very first episode, and like he's this guy. So like it was always cool because when you'd watch the whole thing on USA Network and you'd watch the finale, the next one would be the first one, and you'd see that guy, and it's like, wait a second, he was at Sam's first leap, he was at Sam's last leap.
Oh wow, that's pretty cool.
That's cool.
Yeah. And it's funny too because when I watch the reruns, I'm like, damn, I want to watch the very first episode because obviously they always do the opening and they recap of like, oh yeah, he does this, and I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen the very first episode of Quantum Leap. I've always seen just like all these, and they're always great and whatever they're but yeah.
Well, as the show unfolded, it's something that I didn't even realize. I think not so much is there were things that like so crossed over between seasons that you didn't really think about, but like when we binged it like that, it was like, dude, holy crap, like they pulled this back from this episode that was way back here, and then
I've noticed that
into here. I mean, like the whole thing with Al and like his life, and like the fact that he was a
many
POW.
times where they go into his life as a young
oh dude, and they go
wasn't that the one where they go like the Vietnam?
Well, yeah, he was a POW in Vietnam, and like all these things, all these ways that he crossed over, where it's like he does something like he helps Sam to fulfill what he needs to fulfill, so that he can help Sam with his brother or whatever in Vietnam. Because Sam's brother's in Vietnam, and literally, Sam was there to actually, because Sam was always arguing with Al about what he was there to do. And the crazy thing is, like, supposedly that episode was Sam was there to actually rescue Al. And if he had been at the right moment, like at the right time, it would have happened or whatever. But instead, Al realizes that if it doesn't, like something bad's going to happen to Sam's brother or something. And he sends him back. And so the girl with the camera who ends up dying and tripping over the thing and exploding, that's her last picture is Al, like in chains, looking behind his back as they're walking away. And she wins a Pulitzer, like posthumously, for the picture of Al.
Yeah.
And it's like, and then they bring back the fact because like because he was a POW, his wife moved on, thought he was dead, and moved on and got married again. And so that's what sent Al on this whole life of being promiscuous and like woman to woman and all this stuff like that. And then when you get to the series finale, and you see what happens in the series finale, that like the last thing that Sam does, which is amazing, is after the whole thing's done, Sam goes to Al's wife, and talks to her. And then how it ends is like heart-wrenching because it says Sam never goes home, but
really
spoilers for a 30-year-old show. But Sam never goes home. But then in the same token, Sam saves Al's marriage, and it talks about how he's like married and he's happy and everything, and you're just like, it's just like, oh, it's so good, such good.
It's really good. And it's funny though. I mean, there's some times where it gets a little ridiculous. Like,
oh sure,
where
he meets the devil.
There's that one episode where like, Sam, you're a vampire. What?
Yes.
And then there's like an episode where he goes into Dr. Ruth. And I was like,
that's a great.
I was like, when I was watching the whole episode, I was like, so he's like literally carrying a woman and he's supposed to be an old lady. What the fuck? I was like, whoa, this is getting pretty crazy. But what was great about that episode is like you saw like where these people that he takes over gets into like the waiting room, as they call it. And then Sam was talking to Dr. Ruth and she was like diagnosing him about like his relationships and shit. So it's like, all right, okay, you made it cool, but it was like, but still, I'm like, I'm having trouble with what Sam's.
Well, a lot of people had trouble with that show because they didn't understand like who was what, when Sam leaped. But the thing was Sam was actually physically leaping through time. So it was Sam. So even though it looked like Dr. Ruth back where he leaped into, it was actually Sam. So Sam was there, but it was just like Al appeared as a hologram. There was an aura or a hologram around Sam to make him look like he was Dr. Ruth. So Dr. Ruth actually transported forward in time to be in the waiting room. That was how they explained where they had the episode. They had a 3-parter called Trilogy where he falls in love with this crazy woman and then her daughter, and he actually has a daughter. And because he sleeps with this woman, and then later on down the line, as the thing ends, you find out that this little girl grew up, and because she has the IQ that Sam has, which Sam was like off the records IQ, and and like all these doctorates and all these things, right? He created a time travel program, for God's sake. And so his daughter, even though she didn't know that she was Sam's, they name her Sam, and she goes on to end up working at Project Quantum Leap, and is part of the crew that's trying to figure out how to get Sam back. And that's his daughter. And people were like, well, how's that his daughter if he's this other guy? And it's because it's actually Sam physically, but it looks like that was one of the ways that, like, when I saw Wonder Woman 84, I took a lot of flack for this because I was not saying that this was the way that it was done. But the guy, like, people were like, that's a stupid theory, Enosh. Nobody was watching Quantum Leap when they came up with that. I'm just like, I'm just telling you how I looked at it, that like I didn't look at that Diana was necessarily, taking advantage of the guy, because I was thinking maybe it's a Quantum Leap deal where it's actually Steve, but everybody else sees that guy. It could be.
You know what? Now that I'm like going back and watching these old Quantum Leap episodes, maybe.
Not saying that's how it was, so nobody come at me. I don't want any more DMs about it.
They're coming at you, Enosh. They're coming.
They come at me for you. They were arguing. They brought up the whole sword thing again earlier today. They're just.
Oh, I know. It's always funny too, because I always said, like, when it comes to like, okay, when Diana's fighting people, I'm like, she doesn't need a sword. Okay, she needs a sword when she's got to chop this alien god's head off. That's what she needs. But when it came to that, I mean, Wonder Woman 84 has problems. We all know. We do. But she didn't need a sword when it came to fighting like security guards at the White House. She didn't need to be like, ha, ha, ha. She didn't need to do that. She just needed to be like, hey, okay, I'm going to, so I always back up that. But anyways, guys, I think we should wrap this up because we're all plus 6 hours and you guys are, I mean,
it's 5 in the morning for those guys.
I feel like looking at me and Ray, like Ray and I almost look more awake than everybody. And I think it's for us.
That's the thing. That's the thing is like I'm like over here Pacific time going like I'm even tired because I've been up since 6. I'm like, geez, But yeah, you guys, yeah. But no, Ray's looking a little tired too. But Enosh, you're gonna do a whole stream like after this probably.
Yeah, we're going right to the stream. It's 5:11. It's still early.
Early in the morning. But let's go around the horn. Thank you to of course we'll thank the Real Talk guys, Sean and Najid, of course Krypton Cage and movies. What is he calls
movies that mayor.
Yeah, I thought it was Mar. Did I say that
right? It's probably Mar. I would go mayor because I was trying to get the syllables from matter, movies that matter.
Well, I mean he spells it like Bill Maher,
yeah.
So that's why I always say Mar. So I should have probably asked him that when he was here.
Well, maybe he should have, signed off before he just like jumped off. I'm just saying.
But hey, you know what? Right now, you know what he's doing? He's coaching. He's getting people fit, and that was like, it's funny because anytime I interview people, I always go like, I always want to know like certain things. And one of the things I wanted to ask him was like, hey man, what's the regimen? What's the regimen for you? Because he's a stocky dude. He's a big dude, when it comes to, and he's got, great hair. And of course he's got the accent. So I'm like, Jesus Christ, man. You must be just, anyways, that
was going a place that Dave doesn't want to finish.
I don't know what's happening over there in Ireland when it comes to dating apps and stuff like that. I'm like, you must be just fucking slaying it, dude. Come on, you got to be done. Anyways, all right, let's go around the horn. All right, let's go around the horn. We'll start with you, Enosh. Go ahead and promote yourself.
All right, find me over at Poindexter Lounge. It's pretty much everywhere. Just as it looks here, it's not Point Dexter, it's Poindexter. It's not Poindexters. I had somebody yell at me that I was dumb because I didn't use an apostrophe and I didn't know how to spell it. And I was like, well, I would use an apostrophe if it was Poindexter's Lounge, but it's just a nerd lounge. So it's Poindexter Lounge. I always think it's funny. People have the strangest complaints sometimes. But yeah, hey, find us over there. We talk about all kinds of fun nerd stuff and everything and anything in between. Like sometimes the discussion just goes crazy places, and you can find my interview with this guy from the other night, Dave. We had a good time talking about stuff, and
it was a lot of fun, man.
It was a lot of fun. So so go ahead and check us out over there, and give us a like, a follow, or whatever. Do the thing. Tomorrow, I guess we're going to be. We've been going through all the talking about watch parties. Tomorrow we're doing a Amazing Spider-Man 2 watch party. We're through that. We got through all of the Maguire films, got through part 1, and we're going to try to do the next 2 the Holland Spider-Man movies before we get to that. So
Amazing Spider-Man 2 has some issues, but my God, there's some gorgeous fucking shots. That final act is pretty goddamn solid. I'm just saying.
Emma Stone, man. Emma Stone. We kept joking. We were watching the first one, man. It's like, God, I want to get Emma stoned. Like I swear, like MJ who? MJ who? Man? I don't even miss MJ in that movie.
Dude, I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, like, Toby and Kirsten's chemistry was good, but fucking Andrew and Emma Stone, my God, they had. Well, I mean, they were dating, which helped, but that chemistry is like the best out of all the Spider-Man live action. So,
without question.
Anyways, Ray.
At the Flightcast on Twitter, of course, my weekly podcast about all nerdy stuff can be found at theflightcast.com along with my blog. And as Scott has brought up a couple of times already tonight, which I thank him for that, I also am doing a new sports show called Monday Morning Sports Ball, which, I did start doing it because the first episode was totally me bitching about the Michigan State game. And it just turned into me finally being able to talk about sports on a podcast. So that is every morning around 9-10 a.m. Eastern time that comes out. It's been largely football, but I watch hockey. Obviously we talk quite a bit of baseball tonight, so I'll talk about that as well. I'll probably talk about my angst over not getting Carlos Correa, and maybe fit in a little of basketball. I don't know. Basketball is like my number 4, but yeah, that's my sports show that I'm finally doing now every Monday morning.
There you go.
And of course, I am still doing Fans Without Borders. In fact, our next episode, Scott, will be our review of Spider-Man No Way Home next week when that finally comes out.
There it is. And Scott, you got this, even though you're yawning.
Well, of course, you can find me on Twitter, ScottDC27. You can find my podcast at DC Squadcast, where podcast can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, the entire network shows at squadcastmedia.com. And join us this Sunday as Dave and I talk about Eternal Youth, our next appearance of Poison Ivy in Batman the Fanimated stream.
That's a creepy one.
It is a creepy one.
That's a creepy episode.
Yes. And yes, guys, we are doing it Sunday because tomorrow, one of my really close friends it's his birthday, so we are celebrating it. So I'm gonna be gone, and so we'll do it Sunday. We're gonna be doing it Sunday at the normal time, but Sunday. So make sure you guys smash that thumbs up before you leave. This was great. Always fun, guys, and thank you to the Real Talk guys for showing up, Sean and G, to talk about everything that they're doing and all that stuff. Make sure you guys subscribe to them, and guys, we appreciate it, and we will definitely talk to you guys later.